path.
There have been hundreds before that have said similar things.
No,
Yeah,
no, no. I mean,
or-
someone said like there's gonna be like a big old gigantic holographic, oh look at there's Jesus coming from the sky, and like but I'm just trying to see like would you guys follow the person that comes to be the savior? And I asked that because it makes me wonder, doesn't it say that the Antichrist is gonna come first and act like
Yeah.
Jesus?
Yeah.
So then everyone would be worshiping and following this so-called Christ, but really it's the Antichrist, right?
Yeah,
What doesn't what say?
but he would perform miracles and false, he would do something. Well, I think he's going to present the solution to the world's problems.
I
It's
think
maybe
they're
world
gonna.
peace.
I think they're gonna end up sweeping up all the alien believing Christians, though.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
if they were real Christians, they would know that the first that comes is the Antichrist, not Christ.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but aliens,
I don't want to get into a big discussion about this because I'm not like that knowledgeable about the Bible and stuff. But on this one, I mean, how do you know that the Antichrist is a person at all? It doesn't say that he's a man. It doesn't say he's a person.
It's not
No,
a person.
He has the number of it has the number of the beast, and that number is
the number is the number of man, right, or the number of a man, right?
Yeah, the number
And he
of-
is like he is also the man of lawlessness, right? I
Do you know
think
what
he's
is-
going to.
Do you know what
go
is
ahead.
first Antichrist shape? How he present himself in the first place?
I think he's going to be a very charismatic and effective leader when he appears, and he's probably going to have a lot of solutions for the world,
I know
and maybe
him
even
once
some supernatural power,
Yeah,
which could be AI
that I'm
or
telling you.
technology.
Well, listen, I know him when he's presenting himself like a force. It's called gravity. For me, it's like
No
that.
way.
Hey
Really?
guys, listen,
It's
guys,
the same.
666, that's NASA. That's the Antichrist.
Yeah. Gravity is
The number-
Antichrist, man.
The number of man, or maybe a man.
To be fair, it says in the scriptures that there's going to be many antichrists, and antichrist just means against Christ. So there's a lot of different companies, there's a lot of different individuals, there's a lot of different ideologies that are antichrist. But who is the beast? That they speak of in Revelations.
Is a government. Every government from Babylon, right? Babylon was compared to a bear, right? I mean, a lion. And then Persia, that came after Babylon, was compared to a bear. And then after Persia was Alexander the Great, which was compared to a leopard. And then the fourth beast was the most terrible beast, the Iron Beast, which was compared to Rome. And then we have the Roman Catholic Church, Vatican today now, called the beast. Right? And then there's a beast out of the sea. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it?
So I'm like ticking over here, and you guys are talking about the Antichrist, and I'm just letting you guys know. Wow, I'm Lucifer tick, so that does come out. And
Lucifer,
wow.
Lucifer is just Latin. Lucifer is Latin, right, for light bearer, or Venus, I think is what they're referring to, but it's not the actual name of.
No, I know, I understand.
We
It's
say.
just,
I like to
hope
say
you guys don't
Satan.
think that I'm Lucifer.
No, it's all right.
Wow.
I like to say Satan because Satan means adversary, and that's what he's referred to in the Bible. I don't really see a name.
No, yeah, it's
Azazel,
Hasatan.
maybe?
Yeah. It's Hasatan.
Right.
When he fell from heaven, he gave him a new name. He was Lucifer when he was an angel, one of his greatest angels. but it became Hasatan when he fell.
But the most bright, by the way. That's why his name is Lucifer, the most bright
Right.
temple. It's a it's a word game.
Yeah. Bright as in
As in clever, yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah. Intelligence, right? Prometheus
Yep.
stealing fire from heaven and bringing it down to man, you know, intelligence. The angels coming down to teach us technology, you know, all that.
Oh, they already done that, didn't they? Like how do you think these people, like I don't know, the how is called? Ah, fuck. Starts with an M. What was this project name during the World Wars? Manhattan Project. So how do you think the Manhattan
Oh yeah.
Project was carried out just like that, from one second to another? Do you really
Yeah.
believe that people just come up with those kind of equation formulas and they put together like a huge bomb just from one day to
Well,
another?
Yeah.
well, if you read the book of Enoch, he speaks of the angels that actually came down and taught.
Yeah,
In their fall,
exactly.
they taught the men and women. You know, they taught men war. They taught women how to dress themselves up. You know, to look
Mm-hmm.
pretty. And
Yeah.
taught
Yeah.
man
So
sin. In other words,
Can
when
you verify any of this?
yeah, just go look at the book of Enoch. I mean, other than that, you're right. I wasn't there. I didn't write it. I was. He didn't hand me the pages, and I didn't put them together for him. I mean, as a joke, I say that, but you could either read it or you don't, and believe it or not, and that's fine. I'm
Al-
not gonna look at you different.
Aleister Crowley, maybe comes to
John
my
D.
mind, you know.
John D. and Edward Kelly.
So
They, you
they
know, the
actually talked
Enochian.
about and wrote down how demons came to them and how they manifested demons, or you can call them fallen angels or jinns or whatever, you know. But it's basically the same thing, and maybe that's
These are
kind
the
of
same
a proof, you
Jews.
know.
The Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, of course, you know, they've had many names, but that's where it kind of exploded out of, you know, after the Dark Ages, Renaissance, Age of
Was there really a
Exploration,
Dark
Discovery.
Ages?
I don't know, right? I don't know, but
Right?
I think that's when this whole thing we call science started. You know, this because they mentioned it mentioned something about the angels. I don't know if it's true or not. Transforming, learning how to convert matter to energy and back. And I don't know. That's what the whole world is. They've gotten the whole world to work on it. You know,
That
to
Dark Age
develop.
bullshit.
You know, science feels like witchcraft to me these days. You know, like all of it.
Turn
All of
right
it.
towards Rutland Grove.
What?
I know where you're at right
You know
now.
what I mean?
I know exactly
What
where
the
you're
fuck?
at.
You know what I mean?
Somebody
Sorry,
go
guys,
there
it was
right now and
GPS.
take a
Poor
picture.
guy.
Technology. Yeah, how did we figure out how to build the atom bomb? And
With a little help. Yeah.
I am become deaf. Death. Death. uh, what is it?
I mean, do we have a
Open
Glober
Oppenheimer.
here, maybe? Because I have a question, just a little question. If there is a Glober here right now.
I can pretend to be.
Platypus is a Glober.
No, yeah, I just saw him. Like, yeah, GE Platypus is supposed
Yeah.
to be a Globerter.
Yeah.
No, it's just it's a little, thought game. Like, does he really believe, for example, in the aliens? Do they exist?
I don't know if he does.
Yeah, he won't answer.
Platypus, what do you think about aliens?
I can answer.
Yep.
For him. Okay.
Because if space is real and it's so big what they are saying, that I will put the probability that not only that they exist, they are more than us, like numberly, like who knows how much.
Yeah.
But we don't have that space. That means
Yeah. So if they
It's
believe in
just-
space, they have to believe in the Drake equation too.
yeah, I'm telling
Scientists,
you
For example, yeah.
because that
scientists
is
believe
big.
in aliens because mathematically they'd have to be there because they count us as a possibility, Earthlings. So aliens are definite fact. Just
Let-
it's just a
Probability.
rare thing.
When I believe in that space, I could not cancel the possibility of another life in that space
Yep.
because it's so big that you cannot say it is not life there, but somehow we lost also that space.
Well, we
Yeah, but
don't.
You
that's
just made me
outside.
realize now, whoever said that, it's called the Drake equation. And, math is not necessarily reflecting reality. Like,
No,
oh,
of
it's an
course, yeah.
equation. Oh, there must be aliens.
Yeah, because they have to believe it.
Well, I don't think we
They
even
don't.
have to speculate or look at equations when they themselves are telling us
Especially
that
if
there
it's an
are
expert.
aliens.
Yeah, it's a
Right.
global expert telling them. So then, how are they going to discount those experts?
Well, even the Pope held a big meeting. Did you guys remember that? All the religions met up, right? And they all prayed to their gods, and then and he said that
Really?
when our alien brothers get here, we will baptize them into the church. I don't know if he was
Oh,
joking.
yeah.
It's not a joking matter, right?
But how do you baptize a fallen angel?
Yeah, even the Vatican has an ambassador to the aliens for whenever they arrive.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay,
if
but
they're
how do you
flat and
baptize?
covered by a dome, they're probably something else other than biological life. Otherwise, how did they get through?
Yeah,
At
that's what I'm
least the
asking as
narrative
a joke.
changes.
How do you baptize a fallen angel? That's a really good question, isn't it?
With fire.
Oh yeah,
How
yeah,
about
yeah. But actually, yeah.
how about the prophecy that this is supposed to be the last pope. There will be no pope after this pope. What do you guys think about
How old
that?
is he?
Good. Who needs them?
We shall see. Right?
Yeah, the last president too. The last pope, the last president. Yeah.
I just had a brain fart about the last GIF I shared where it says, "No way, we landed on the moon." In a way, that's like me going on a vacation in Jamaica for a month and a half or something, coming back and being like, "Hey guys, we all went to Jamaica together. You guys didn't come with me. Three people went there, and now everybody went."
Yeah.
That's why Washington's all boarded up because we already had the last president. So they closed shop.
Well, yeah. The astronauts that go to space represent mankind. Remember the one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, right?
That's why they brought their dresses and their little Masonic flag with them.
Yeah.
Judith Reshnik still represents us, I think.
To the aliens. Right?
You don't know the name, right? It's one of the astronauts from the Challenger. Yeah.
That died?
Supposedly, yeah.
One that didn't die. Which one didn't die?
Died, then found. Yeah.
They all had twins. Yeah.
Now teaching. Not teaching in a major university.
Major
With the same
university
name,
and
with
law,
the-
yeah.
With
No, they just had really good parachutes.
Yeah. Fireproof parachute, yeah. NASA had them.
Yeah, they want you to believe that we are working with aliens and that we fake a lot of things to, you can't just tell people there are aliens, right? You gotta kind of like lead them to the idea, right?
So what about that? Like someone mentioned, like I didn't look into this, but I thought I'd get your guys' take on it. So did the Pentagon release information about aliens recently? Did they release something new? Anything new?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
A lot of videos.
For example, and they admitted that those videos are real. Yeah. That's a huge step, yeah.
Like the
Especially in
Tic Tac-
academia, by the way. So
like
when
the
you think
Tic
about
Tac.
academia,
Oh, sorry,
sorry.
go ahead.
So when you
Yeah, the
think about
white Tic Tac, like you're
academia,
saying.
fuck.
I have to
Sorry.
say, every day
Bro,
for the
this is
last,
too funny listening to you guys.
every day for a few weeks now, they've been releasing something new about that.
Okay, Flatman and Enoch, everybody be quiet. I'm guilty myself. Go ahead. You started saying something.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. So the basic thing is that within academia, these kind of things matter the most. So when the CIA, Pentagon, or anybody in authority gives out information as, proof of something, or they admit that we have this kind of documentations, then they can no back to any corner anymore. They have to go with it. So that's why it's very important. But when you look at it, by the way, you have to consider that nowadays, for the last definition for the any kind of UFO sighting is not UFO anymore. It's UAP. It's a phenomena, not an object anymore. And the second thing is that you also have to realize that all these years, all they said is extra terrestrial and alien. They are not lying.
What is UAP?
Because
I'm not-
it's a
UAP is a
unidentified
marketing term. I
aerial
sincerely think
phenomenon.
they're using that. They're calling them that now as part of the strategy. Some way, I'm pretty sure. Like I'm 90% sure on this. Not 100% sure, but I'm 90% sure that they're using that UAP thing you're just talking about right there as part of their plan to make it to ease it into the mind of the masses that they might trick. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Yeah.
it's because of definitions. Definitions in academia is always important. So they cannot call it an object because nobody ever saw an object flying like an alien spaceship. Nobody.
What about flying saucers? I thought they called it flying UFOs because of flying saucers.
No, they
and
are not. They
UAPs
never
because
admitted objects. I mean, the
a
military guys,
UAP
wherever they were, they never admitted those were objects. And what videos you can see nowadays that are supposedly from the CIA and Pentagon and things like that, those only include information from the military personalities that these are only light, not objects.
That's what I was gonna say because the recent sightings have been like phenomenon, and mostly light. It's like, like.
Well, yeah,
That's
I
why
see
they
your
changed the
point to be
definition.
concise, and I do appreciate you being concise, but I still think that there's a good chance that they might be, being shy to use the term UFO because of all of us that have grown up hearing, oh, that guy's talking about UFOs, he's a nutcase, So they can't go out there into the public eye and say, oh, UFOs, they're real, no. But if they change it to UAP, like, oh, it's just UAP now, and then they go out there and be like, oh, it's real. Then more people be like, oh yeah, the TV said it's real. Yeah, it must be real. The TV said it's real.
Yeah. Now you watch and see. They're going to give you concrete definiteness about the phenomenon. Someone look up phenomenon.
When you said they're not lying, you meant in reference to.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
When you mentioned that they're not lying, you meant it in reference to the word extraterrestrial, meaning extra territory that we're not aware of, right?
No, almost. So it's not. They are not terrestrial. When we are talking about fallen angels, they are not on the terra. They are not on the ground. Right? So they never lied, by the way. Anybody who would go against them, like NASA or anybody, basically, within the courtroom, they couldn't. You couldn't win the case because they never lied. You just think that they come from another planet because of the science fiction and the movies and
No,
the
not
anything
planet,
that you see.
not a planet, another terrestrial part of this plane, like another continent we're not aware of, not outer space. That's what I was saying.
By the way, then it shouldn't be called. Then it would be a bad definition. And in my opinion, they are very careful with their definitions. That's why they changed it to phenomena. So when they are talking about extraterrestrial, extra means a little more. So in when you think about it, it's upper. Extra means upper. When you have an
Yeah,
extra popcorn, it
I'm
means
gonna
that your
post it.
popcorn gonna be a little bit bigger, so it's gonna be higher. So when they are saying extra, they are actually pointing to the sky.
Yeah, I got.
Word forming element meaning outside, beyond the scope of, in addition to what is usual or expected. I'll post the link. Yeah.
There, I just posted a meme in the live stream. That's what I was trying to explain.
By the way, I know what you're talking about. The little ponds all around, supposedly coming from I don't know how many years ago. Some Tibetan maybe made a map, and it kind of shows as if Earth was a 1 pound with its own sun and moon, and there are other pounds. Now I don't know. It might be, but in my opinion, they call it extra, not some other word that is would refer to a bigger place. They call it extra because it's up. It's upwards. What they are describing, in my opinion, of course.
I never thought it was a real word, or that it mattered. The word. Occurring or originating outside the earth. A form of life assumed to exist outside the earth or its atmosphere, extraterrestrial being, alien. Originating or locating or occurring outside earth or terrestrial of or pertaining to the earth.
The more and more things that they come out with, especially in the US, by the way, because we do not hear any kind of other stories from Russia, from China, from Japan, from Canada. We don't hear these kind of stories. It's only in the US right now. The more I hear it, it seems to me that there might be a metaphysical law system that they have to abide now.
Well, when I read extraterrestrial, it sounds like to me, you know how Earth means, how Adam means man. Earth, Adam means and man. You know how those words, and then Nephilim or fallen angels.
I actually don't know that. Really?
Yeah. Earth.
Huh.
Yeah. Adam. The word Adam means man,
Hmm.
and man is of the earth, right? You're made of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
You are the earth.
Yeah.
So extraterrestrial would probably mean not of the earth. That's what evil spirits are. Nephilim, right? Like
Yeah,
or fallen
you're right.
angels. Right?
By the way, if that's true, then you're right. Yeah.
That's my opinion. Yeah. I mean, just feels like. Look up Earth next.
What came to my mind is the word terrarium. You know what a terrarium is, right?
What came to my mind was this Christian band called Not of This World.
I don't know of them. So
Yeah, like you're some kind of alien to the earth because you're not of the. The Bible says, "You're in the world, but you are not of the world." Right.
Yeah, right. The Lord's people seem alien to the demonic entities.
Yeah. Adam, right? So Adam, proper building. The name of the first man, progenitor of the human race, From Hebrew Adam, man, literally the one formed from the ground. Hebrew Adama means ground. Homo, man, humanist. I'll post that link.
Yeah, if you had actually one honest Glober that came in here and told all of us what they actually believe about this place we're in, it would be the craziest story you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
But they won't tell us because they know they can't be honest. Because it's batshit crazy.
Did you say batshit crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Nowadays, you cannot talk about bets. You have to remember that.
What? Really?
Well, we had a situation, right, for the past 1.5 years that started out with a bet, supposedly.
To not know someone from Adam, not know him at all. But, Adam means earth, ground, soil, humus, human, humus, man. One small step for Adam, right? I guess.
You guys think we'll
Well,
live to see the end?
the very end.
The end of
I
what?
don't know.
Yes, the
Think there's
end
gonna be
of
fire
me.
and shit flying through the skies and people floating in the air?
The end of all things, right?
Do you think we'll? Yeah, exactly. Do you think we'll be here to witness the end of all things?
I doubt it, but you never know. I think probably, maybe another 500 years, 1,000 years. But who knows?
Well,
We're living
Yeah.
it, bro. We're in Revelations, man.
I
Yeah.
think when
Not the end of the earth.
what
I'm
But
pretty
maybe
sure we're
another
not in
reset.
Revelations. Pretty sure we're not. You guys are taking
I
it too
want
serious.
next 2000,
I'm just
I
saying
think
the
everybody's
prophecy
good.
said we are on the last pope. He even prophesied the anti pope. Like he even broke it down. Like we are literally living that prophecy. We're on the last one. So that's that makes me think right there. How did he narrow that down? That's crazy.
Isn't saying there could be an anti-pope kind of
Huh?
suggesting that the current isn't saying that there could be an anti-pope suggesting that the current pope is not already an anti-pope or like evil in some sense. I don't understand that because we know like the pope right now is just total bullshit. Everything they stand for. So what would be anti of that? It'd be like some form of a good pope, you know?
Yeah.
I don't
And
know.
he's not a good pope. Look at everything that he has brought to the church to be quote unquote accepting. Like now they accept this, now they accept that. They're asking for more and more people to come into their church that
Yeah.
are living a life that is going against the very thing they pray on and worship or read, study.
Yeah, but it's always been inverted. Everything they push. That's what I mean. Is the prophecy that after the last pope there will be an anti-pope, or this last pope is the anti-pope.
And then the
this is the last one.
Antichrist, and then the Antichrist comes in and fixes everything.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to. Yeah, exactly. So like,
Gets
the
rid of
world's
all
at
this
shit right
corruption.
now. The world's at shit right now, literally being like, because of this vaccine, which is also another play on words in Hebrew. That's kind of actually interesting if you look into that. But yeah, so everything's all to shit. It's going to get worse once they start forcing. I mean, they're already doing it in Canada, I believe, but they're already pushing out the programs. I mean, like the travel. I know, like I'm from Southern California. I know that to go into the Staples Center, you have to show them your vaccination card. Like you have to like that just to prove that you're vaccinated, and that's only going to spread. That's only going to get worse. And then you have like I just came back from Vegas. They're saying like if you're not vaccinated, then you don't have to wear a mask. And then you see a lot of people with masks, so that's kind of like creating a division. Like, oh, you're someone that's not vaccinated, but they don't check though at Vegas at least. They're not like, let me see your vaccination card. But I know they're putting into to laws. They're drawing up like in the legally giving people the option to force that you have to show them this quote unquote vaccination card as proof.
What a plot twist, man! Wow. Because
Crazy, huh?
yeah, because the people who who do not wear masks, now you're gonna have to wear a mask, right?
Yeah. They want to make it to where like even if you're vaccinated, they still like they want to still keep mask on, which is stupid, but whatever.
Well, we still need mask manufacturers. Without that, what are they going to do?
Right?
I think I'm gonna start a masking company.
Mask company?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of
You
companies.
guys want to get in on it? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just put NASA lies right on the front of it. We'll just put all flat Earth sayings. If they want to wear masks, that's what we'll wear.
You could put
put a skull in front of mine with.
You could put a mask making lives matter.
I'm gonna put death on mine. Like you look like this.
Just have a little speaker on the loops around the ears that's constantly connected to the Discord, so they're getting flat smacked all day long.
Zombie masks, right?
Anti-zombie masks.
It looks like your face is. Yeah. Like, chill, dude. It's the mask.
Oh, that'd be trippy.
Oh my gosh, that looks so realistic. I know, that's cool. Yeah. Here's my website. Yeah, you can order one.
Yeah, I need a.
You can hand out your card, right? Right.
Yeah.
Every mask comes with the 3 points.
Yeah.
It comes in the mail. Like, what the
Good
hell
luck,
is this?
man. Most
Flat
people
Earth.
still wearing masks can't read, so.
Oh,
like you just got fast
me. Which reminds me, have you guys ever looked up Lucifer Arc?
No.
Oh, dude, go check it out. I don't want to tell you what it is because like it's better if you just go look into it, and then you'll give like it will maybe it'll like hit more, or I don't know. You're not just listening to some guy just talk like he's a crazy weirdo. Like go look it up, and then you become a crazy weirdo like me. But go check that out.
Oh no, we're already crazy weirdos. You can give it to us. I'm about to look it up, but can you kind of give us the rundown?
All right, so Lucifer Arc, it's been patented since like the I believe early 2000s, and it's been technology that they've been developing and finally developed. And what it is, it's like think of it like a Band-Aid that they could just ship to you like through the mail. Hold on, let me order my food real quick. Give me a second. Let me mute myself.
Yep. Lucifer Arc.
Is it like Lucifer Art's like an encompassing phrase for all of the Mark of the Beast technology and patents they've got? Is that what he's meaning? I don't know.
I don't know. I heard him say it's like a band-aid or something.
Yeah.
Technology.
I don't know if we'll see like the end of the world in our lifetime. I have a feeling maybe we'll see a reset of some sort, something huge like that. But definitely, absolutely, anybody that's still around in like 40 years is going to see a world they do not recognize. Anyone that thinks like us, of course. Hell, not even 40 years, probably 10 years, 5.
Really?
You don't think? 5, 10 years, like the world's going to be unrecognizable compared to
No, yeah,
2020
I
and stuff?
thought, yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be pretty fucking alien, man, at that point.
Like, what do you mean? Already, small companies, small shops, especially in downtown cities, are basically, ghost towns. So, then that's now.
It has
But
begun.
we're not like fully into like apartheid societies yet, you know.
I am not sure.
I know we're not looking for. I know I don't want to stay here longer, right? Because we're not looking forward to anything good in the future. I used to like get anxiety, like, oh man, I wish I can be here in the next 100 years so I can see, how awesome.
Yeah, no,
No, you know what I mean?
no
It's
thanks.
like not even like that anymore. It's like, man, it's gonna get worse. Like,
Hey, did anybody look it up or no? You want me to still keep talking about it?
Yeah, go
yeah,
on.
you said it was a band-aid?
Yeah, so it's like they designed it to where it has these like they designed it after the fangs of a snake, coincidence or not. But it's like on a microscopic level, so you don't feel pain, but it does like go into your skin, and within those little fangs that they develop, they could put like a vaccine, or whatever, and that so when you get it and you put it on like a band-aid, it pretty much you're injecting yourself, and it's like a home kit, like anyone could do it. They made it to where it's that easy, where they just ship it out and you just like put it on your arm. But the reason why they gave it that name supposedly is because they also put like a bioluminescence in it, so that way it could be like under a certain light they can immediately see if you have it or not. So like, let's say you lift up your shirt and you're like up, and then like the light under a light, like in a black light type thing, it will show, and it's like a purple something. Like they have it. I think I want to say that they took down the video of that company being interviewed, but if someone could find it, that'd be awesome. You should post it in the main chat, because I've been searching for it and I can't find it. That how YouTube is. They don't like to fucking, I don't know. Someone must have said, "Hey,
I
don't
think I know
show
what
that."
you're talking about. Yeah, it's like the subdermal like pattern that the injections leave, like microparticles or something along that lines. And it's a barcode that can be read, and it's permanently on you.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like it's just weird that they would name it Lucifer Arc. Like, what the fuck, man? I'm telling you, these
I
people.
think that's pretty standard for them,
Like,
It's
at this point,
standard.
yeah, this is what was it called? It's a par for course, right? At this point.
It'd be weird if they called it like fucking, God's art or something. I don't know.
But the biggest telescope in the
Art,
world.
then it'd be weird.
The biggest telescope in the world is called Lucifer.
Yeah,
So
the Vatican's telescope, isn't it?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
And the Vatican, I think the Vatican owns it legally. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the biggest joke of all, by the way.
yeah. Just a coincidence, you know. You know how it goes.
Yeah, no, they own the not satellite. They own the telescope, the piece, like the attachment that goes to the Lucifer. You know, like it's almost like saying I I have a car and there's an accessory to it, and I own the accessory. I don't own the car, but they use my accessory on that car. So I guess they invested into a company that there's an attachment that they put onto the Lucifer. Anyways, I gotta mute myself. I'm gonna get my food.
Bon appetit.
You reckon that could be the mark of the
Thank you.
beast? The mark
Oh,
that
you
you
talking about
can't
the
trade?
Lucifer arc?
Yeah, because I think
Yeah,
it has to do with trading, right? Selling, buying, being able to
exactly.
transact in an economy.
Exactly. Like you won't be able to go to the store without it if you're not vaccinated. They're pushing the laws. We'll see what happens, but I know that they're trying to get it to that. Like they're kind of they've relaxed a little bit as they opened up everywhere, like like everything, and they're not as strict, but they're trying to pump out to like to get the masses, like how they try to get the public opinion to sway, and that's why they're having all these videos like going viral of like people like anti-maskers, and they're demonizing them pretty much. So they go into like a Walmart and someone's like, "Oh, sir, you need a mask," and they're like, "What the fuck? No, I don't." And then they arrest them. Like they're making those things go viral because they're trying to sway the public's opinion and trying to get people to like agree with that. Like, yeah, just fucking wear a mask or just go get vaccinated. Like if you drive on the road, it's all over the place. It's like get your shot, vaccines, like COVID-19 free, like get it, like or COVID-19 free vaccine, get it. And it's like they're really drilling everyone to get it right now because that's their goal. They want to get at least 70, I think 75% population. So
It's crazy.
They want 80% of my fellow countrymen and women vaccinated here in Canada. 80%.
oh hey, what's up with that? What I think it was called ES10. Do you know about that?
Nope.
No, but have a cookie.
I think it's
Have a
LS10
free
or
cookie.
ES10. It's a law that they passed that pretty much strips you guys of your freedoms. They did it at 1:30 in the morning behind closed doors, and no one reported it. None of your news outlets, nobody's even like mentioning it. But look into it. Fuck, I forgot. It's
Bill
something 10.
C10. What did they do?
Yes, look into it. Look into it. Hold on. I gotta pick my food.
ES10, I think.
It's something like that. It's something like that.
I say have a cookie with your aluminum sulfate and your mercury compound. It tastes better.
It goes down easier.
Hey, Drace, I sent you a DM. Just checking if that image is alright to post in VC.
Flatman, you mentioned that you're from Canada. Do you have an app that is called Babylon, and it has something to do with the pandemic?
No, fuck. No, I didn't put none of their apps on.
Okay, then you maybe didn't hear it. It's one of your communication providers. It's TELUS. I think it's called TELUS.
That's all right. Yeah.
Who?
No. Sorry, I'm just taking a quick shot.
I'm sorry, it's C10. It has to do with your internet.
Shot of whiskey,
and, like,
that is.
Is that what
Thanks,
you're talking
Oz.
about, Apocryphon?
I got some ideas for that little band-aid, what to put on that. Are you tired of always putting that face diaper on? We have a new process. We will sew it to your face. You'll never have to worry again.
Are you tired of wearing that face mask? Come to our suicide booths now and be free.
I start wearing two, one on each ear, so that I don't have to listen to the bullshit.
And Leatherface.
Hey, did you get that from Canada? It's C10, and it's pretty much the internet. You're fucked, pretty much.
Waiting to get passed through the Senate now.
Yeah, it got
Oh,
it
you're
got
right.
passed at one. It got passed at 1:30 in the
June
morning.
22nd. June 22nd was when it was proposed. Now it's got to go through the Senate. Oh, it just went through when?
Yeah, this was like I think 3 days ago. Hold on.
What does it do?
At 1:30 in the morning, they passed it.
The internet into the television system, basically.
Is this like the Federal Reserve all over again?
In other words, it's like North Korea.
Must be big if they did it that way. Don't know if it's fear porn or if it's for real, eh? These band-aids. Just
TV
like
propaganda.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not real, man, but it's scary. It really is scary. You got drones, you got and now these I mean the pandemic and
You know, I somewhat agree with people who say that the global elites, they had to act when it was never their intention to start all of this in this time frame. This was something that had to happen later, like in 5 years' time. But because of the uptick in nationalist sentiments, where people just said the influx of migrants, we've had enough, our cultures are being destroyed. You know, the yellow vests in France, they were protesting in the streets for over a year, I think it was. And then there was the Brexit before that, the Brexit vote. And they didn't carry through their undertaking with the public for more than 4 years. They tried to do what they did to other European countries, they would have them vote in a referendum, and then they wouldn't honor the outcome of the vote. So and then there was Trump, and they could clearly see that there was a left-right split. So I do tend to agree that they misjudged the situation. They didn't read the mood of the public. So these events forced their hand. And now they've just gone into overdrive. They could be lying about the numbers of people that have been that have gone for the jab to make other people feel that they are in the minority and they should go and get it as well. The French people are very, very reticent about getting jabbed. The British people apparently are very happy to do it. It's different in every country, I think. You can't believe a word that comes. You can't believe a word that comes out of the politicians' mouths. From the UK perspective, Canada is a nightmarish place. You know, as much as there are pockets of resistance in America, the things that we hear coming out of Canada is it's horrendous. But then again, the UK just looked like they've just laid down and said, yeah, walk all over us. It's very weird. There's definitely a difference in the way people have reacted according to what country they are in.
Happy 4th to all who celebrate.
I completely agree with you, by the way.
They got tired of not having slaves. I mean, it's been a long time. We got to bring back slavery. I mean, they miss it. It's their favorite pastime.
You know, in 2008, when there was that big economic, it was an economic collapse. I was watching people saying that then the big one is just around the corner, and people kept on saying it's going to be, the next year and the next year and the next year. But by all accounts, it started in 2019, towards the end of 2019. And if you look at Event 201, which was a tabletop exercise for a coronavirus pandemic, so they ushered that in so that they can use that as a pretext for everything that's going on now. But the nanotechnology and that shit, you can go back and look at the Harvard magazine. They were printing stuff about it in like way back 2013. You can go and read about it. So they've hatched all these plans. I mean, these people must have spent a lot of time on this. A lot of effort has gone into this. And then if you think about all these world leaders who have stood up at a podium and said the words, build back better, you can see that there's collusion on a monumental scale.
Yeah, across the board. Well, good for all those people that think they're not going to have consequences. If we don't catch them, they're still not getting off from this. I pity the fool that goes along with them. I literally pity the fool.
Who in their right mind, in their profession, would want to inject a 12 or 14-year-old person with, you don't know what's in that needle?
Psychotic, mentally ill people that are in charge.
No shit.
Man, I work with a lot of nurses and social workers. They're in the same building as me. And some of these people are thick as pig shit.
Yeah, they're worse, actually.
I remember last year, I was telling my sister, my family, like, this is all nonsense. Like, don't believe it, like, don't believe the hype. They're lying. They've been planning this. And my sister's like, what do you mean they've been planning it? They didn't even know about it until, it happened over there in China. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, I have on screenshots and from when I went to the website that handles all the tariffs, for all the countries, and I looked up because someone had told me, so I went and looked at it myself, and I screenshotted everything I was looking at, and I'm like, look at, they were distributing to every country out of, I think it was Belize. No, I forgot. I could look at it though, but it's in my photos. And they were distributing, it said COVID-19 medical test kits, right? Since 2017. So, or 2000.
Listen, I have actual documents. I'll DM them to anybody that wants of the actual dates in 2007. That's 14 years ago. That the very thing that we're talking about was patented by the people that are in these positions. I send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Please send it to me. I need to forward it to Karma because she's dealing with some people concerning this. So send it to Trace.
Yeah.
Sonny, can you send it to Godric? Godric, send
Yeah,
it.
hold on. I'm going to make a note of everybody to send it to you. I don't want to miss anyone. So hold on.
Yeah, so let me finish what I was saying though. So I tell my sister that, and then she's like, no way. And then she goes into the website, and they changed it. I'm like, I am so glad that I screenshotted it, that I actually recorded it. You know how you could screen record?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm so glad I recorded it because they changed it. They changed it from COVID-19 medical test kits. They changed it to just medical test kits. I'm like, these motherfuckers. Good thing I recorded though, because otherwise people wouldn't believe you. You know what I mean? Because you don't have the evidence.
I'll have to search through my files, but I know I have it because I saved it. Now that information got disappeared off the internet.
Oh yeah, they wiped that out. But I have it on my phone. I mean, I'm driving right now, but I will like pull over and like upload it and put it in main chat so you guys can see it. Like, I mean, if you want me to. But
I'll start sending. So Apocryphon, Godric, Drace, Toby Dog, anyone else?
Ariel.
Ariel, sorry, Ariel.
Flatman.
Flatman, yeah, of course, bro.
Thank you,
by
Sonny.
David. This is by David Martin. You might have heard of him. I got it the first couple days. I downloaded the PDFs. I got the whole thing.
Ryan Eartherton, if you don't mind, if you remember.
Say it again. Cosell? Oh, I'm sorry.
Eartherton? Ryan Eartherton.
Ryan, okay, gotcha.
yeah, and it's just interesting because you have these facts and you can show people, but some people are so stuck on whatever the news tells them that they don't even believe it. Like, it's crazy.
What are you sending, Sonny? Me? Something too?
Oh yeah, Radman. I won't forget about you, man. Yeah. Let me do some work. I'm gonna just be silent, looking through my files until I can get these out to you guys. Hold on a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves.
I'm in the lobby or in Cogdis just having a grand old time. I ruined like 6 14-year-olds' lives today. They no longer have space. Yep.
Yeah.
Space is gone.
So practice makes progress. Yeah, it's perfect, man.
Just doing my normal ruining lives. I love doing that part. It's the best part. If they can make it past me and Cogdis and get out, they can go into the live stream. Their only requirement is they have to give one solid proof evidence of globe Earth, and we let them out. So that's why they're in there.
Cletus, hand me my shotgun.
Yeah, so I was listening to a guy who lived in New York and then he got out because it was all going to shit. And he was talking to a guy who's an Oxford graduate. He's from the UK originally. He's retired and he lives in some remote place in Canada. And the way this guy was very valuable was that he would point out that there are capabilities that governments and their military have that people are woefully unaware of. You know, so that if you're talking in terms of what is the scope of what they can achieve and get away with, then if you go to the patent office, if you just go and look wherever your country's like patents get registered, then you'll see some really amazing stuff. And you know, the BBC is it's one of the most culpable organizations at the moment. They've got so much reach in the world. You've got BBC in so many countries, in so many different languages. They are a total propaganda machine. And if you look across the world, I mean, everywhere people are just so sick and tired of the mass media, you know, the fifth estate. So now you can see it. I mean, so many videos that people that I've followed, they've disappeared. Places where I go, the everything that was linked to YouTube, the things are just gone. I mean, I don't know, is the AI just removing stuff? Is this checked? Is it, because it looks like they're in a sort of hysteria to prevent people from having a conversation. And only I think in this year, here and there are some people who are in positions where they can see what's happening and they're having a problem with it. So they're coming out and they're speaking.
I gotta tell you guys, since I found this, I mean, not right away, but I've been watching less and less and less of television, more and more.
I don't watch television. I haven't watched television for years. I don't. I just don't.
I stopped having like cable or satellite TV a long time ago. But I do have like some shows that I like to watch, so I have an app that shows all the TV shows and all the movies and the movie theaters and stuff. And I just use that. So like when I want to go see like a show, then that's it. But I do not watch the TV at all.
Yeah, I get my information from here, there, and everywhere. And as far as like newsworthy events, I listen to independent political commentators because, you know, I find them to be more credible.
Well, what I like to do is follow certain people that really look into things and they put it together and package it like the way, you know, the news corporation should be doing, but they don't. And he'll play like clips like, you know, from C-SPAN and things that are happening on the Hill, like real events, you know, like not all, it's not biased, you know, it's not fake, it's real things that are happening, and he's just exposing a lot of it. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him, but he does a really good job packaging stuff. They call him, I think, Dream or Anomaly. Do you know what that is, or no?
No, I haven't heard of him.
He's like really, really like informative. He gets a lot of his stuff taken down, like because they you know those fact checkers, especially last year, or I mean especially earlier this year, they used to take down so much of his stuff, but now today, that stuff that he was saying way back then, it's now coming out on mainstream media. So now the fact checkers, they're just like, oops, you know, sorry, You're wrong. Like they're not even like he wants to go sue them, but then again he doesn't want to go sue them. But anyways, look him up. His name's Anomaly, and he's really like super informative, and he points out things that are factual, and people like him, I like hearing about current events.
Yeah, you can't go to mainstream media unless they are doing a live. Even if they are doing a live report, that could still be rigged, as we've seen on many occasions.
For example, 9/11 was rigged when that was live.
Well, there was that CNN reporter who's from that very well-to-do family, and he was caught while he was supposed to be isolating or in quarantine. He was photographed by somebody who was out riding his bike. Is it one of the Cuomos? He was reporting on a flood, and so he went in. he staged it all. He did go and stand in the water, but the way he described what was going on, it wasn't. And there was a report of some incident also in a US city where they had people show up in like, theater, what do they call it? Like the stuff people wear when they are in hospital, and to come and do the backdrop for this reporter who was talking. There have been many events like that. Crisis actors are real.
Yeah, if you look at Project Veritas, you could see them also catching reporters faking a news story, pretending to be people getting injections when there were no lines and no people waiting.
There's been a lot of it.
Vision on counting this shit, yeah, roll for with a clip, unloading that shit, no, hey, president team, fucking the scene, running around. None of chance, yeah. Yo, what's fucking good, boys? What are we talking about? So, yo, let's talk about the, so this is flat Earth, right? There's
Dude, we
hella
tried this the
other
other day.
shit.
Are you gonna spiral away again?
No, I'm not. I promise. Give me a solid 3 minutes, no interruptions, to explain my perspective.
Hold on a second. Wait a
Get your
second.
button on the mute button. Get your
You'll
finger
get a
on the mute button.
chance. You'll get a chance. I need to speak here for a second. I appreciate you being so bold to speak up. Hold on just a second. You see me. Anyway, so I think I sent it to everybody. To all my friends, most of my friends, but just here in this group, Pakistan, Godric, Grace, Toby Dog. Wait a minute, did I miss you, Toby Dog? Hold on, let me check. Brad Wan, got you. Flatman, got you right. Ryan, I think I just got you. Got those docs?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Send them far and wide. Read up on that.
Yep.
You want to know the real dirt? I think that's part of the dirt right there. Okay.
VIP
all right.
stuff, or can I get this as well, Sonny?
All right, sorry, Grace.
Okay.
Fine.
Thank you for the stage. 1 second, let me adjust my audio.
Yeah,
Turn
what
it
do
up
you
to
what do you
84%.
got for us? You see me? What do you got
Okay.
for us, man?
So
Is this
this is
music?
gonna be a discussion. I want to talk about the social structure and political structure of the United States of America, where we believe that it is failing to do its job properly, and whether this is a problem because of the society or the governance of the society.
Listen, bro, you can't just talk about the U.S. because it's connected to the bigger picture, the puppeteers that are actually manipulating all the leaders. You can't leave them out.
Yeah, there's U.S. has one part of it. England has another part of it, and I think it's who is it? The Saudis are the other part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. That's the three of them, and they control all the little things off of those.
Gotta look at
So
the
what
money
is
trust.
the purpose of being a puppeteer when we have a world with people suffering? Like, what is their motive? Because obviously,
To cause them to suffer. You said it yourself.
What people do you see suffering? The ones on TV with the flies on their mouth and eyeballs?
Yeah, I see those people. I was told that when the president takes oath,
And they always ask for
37
money on those commercials.
37 of the presidents have been like tied to one family, and apparently
Yeah,
when you're
King
standing
John,
on
King John of
the
England.
where they take the oath with the Bible, there wasn't a Bible for the oath of Biden. He was actually being like whatever it's called, possessed. And I know this is hard to understand, but that is how it works. There's some sort of like demonic spiritual realm or
Absolutely.
entity of beings that exist
Yeah.
here. And it's not to disclude or hate upon them, because I understand, but if that's the way they need to be, that's the way they need to be. But at least like tell the public, because dude, there's this one NSA building
No,
that has a
listen,
pyramid.
listen. That's the number one thing. Shh. You don't tell anybody. Do you got that part? It's in their hand signs and everything. It's in their little code language. Shh. Don't tell anybody, or else we'll hang you upside down from the freaking London Bridge with one leg crossed over the other.
Oh no.
See?
Yeah.
Bankers were found that way. Do you know that? In modern times?
No way. I'm looking that up right now.
Way.
Oh, really?
Do I just look up leg cross suicide?
Dude, if you don't understand, the money trust and who those people are and what their religion are, they're the most religious people on earth. They believe in Satan, Luciferians.
One thing he said is right. One thing he said is right. He said a demonic spiritual attack, and that's why they can fool the whole world, not because of faulty science, but because it's a spiritual attack.
That's why I've been feeling so bad over the past year.
Well, you got to open up your eyes and see the wider picture. It's much bigger than you could possibly imagine. What's really going on?
8 billion people, dude.
Yeah, see, there's people that think you're a useless eater. They got to get rid of the useless eaters. They say it themselves, and they're proud of it.
They call it a bottom feeder.
No, useless eater is the term used.
No, useless eater. It's your Nazi people like what's his name?
Was that
Hitler?
Who was it that said useless?
Kissinger. Nazis
Kissinger,
like
yeah.
Kissinger and
The Rockefellers.
Yeah, they're all in the same.
So
band.
that's why there's been so many like climate events. Let's say, for example, with the BP or the recent oil crisis of like, I think it's still spewing for 7 days straight oil out into the ocean. We've
It's all
had so many
caused
more
by them.
forest fires,
Yep.
so many more tornadoes and
It's all
hurricanes
caused.
than
Listen,
normal.
it's all. Listen, all of that, everything that's happening is caused by the very people that are telling you you breathe too much. The same people. They're telling you you're putting out too much CO2, bro. You gotta go. They're the same. They're the ones doing. They're the ones doing it. They're the ones that own the whatever you want to call it. This freaking
Galapagos?
megalithic freaking oligarchy. You know, they're controlling that. They're doing all of the damage. They're telling you you're the problem. They're saying you're melting the ice caps. They're the ones doing it. If any of that's going on, they're the ones doing all of it. Every single bit of it.
Dude, they have people, right? Like, okay, so in Antarctica with Bird, right? He said there was gonna be like a warm, lush area in Antarctica. That's probably where they fucking chill. But that's more inside Earth stuff. I don't want to talk about that. Ew. But no, let's get back to the point. So yeah, I mean, dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
That's funny.
You're on like 10 points at a time, man. Which point do you want to get back to?
Hey, he's funny, man. He's entertaining. Hey, you should start a
You
YouTube
need
like
to, you
Burroughs.
need to slow
No, it's
down a
good.
bit, man.
Yeah, it's good. It's education. We're all getting
Well,
educated.
what
So
what am I supposed to do? Just operate within the system to the best of my ability. Therefore, because I'm really intelligent, so I know I can help
pretty
save a lot of
much,
humans or make
yeah,
processes more
I
efficient.
suggest here, check it out. I suggest you do like the rest of us. Look inside, discover your true self. Do more inner work than you've been doing.
Yep.
The inner life, your inner life, you as a being. If you're interested in the technical aspects of the money trust, you gotta go way back to the foundations, as far back as you can. With a discerning eye, look at the history of these families, how they started, what they were doing. You got to follow the timeline. It's a very long one. You could start with 100 years, but I would say go back to French Revolution. The Rothschilds were there then. Like,
You know, Drake, he actually has an album. It's called More Life. And I think that's really important. Like, we gotta focus on just living life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people get caught up in the problems, but that's what they're doing intentionally, is because they see they can control people with social media bias, like algorithms. But it's also, to me, the financial and money trust system is very corrupt due to the fact that, like, as you've said, we do have businesses that are just fake. They just pose. We have, potentially data that's skewed or manipulated in some way, and it's scary to me to think that, like, how much money they printed, how much debt that is per individual. Like, I think that's higher than any other country on Earth, right? The amount of debt per person.
You know, you
Yeah.
sound like a young sin cleanser. It's kind of funny.
Who's
I would
sin
say he sounds
cleanser?
like a young Witsit, man. He
He
really
sounds
does.
like a man with his head on straight who actually sees the world as it is. You know, this
Yeah,
world's fucked up.
yeah.
Yeah,
Keep
yeah.
looking,
You're on
man.
the right path, man.
It's amazing.
What do you think about
Just gotta
adrenochrome?
zoom out a bit.
Okay, so what's the
Yeah.
point? Like, so they're okay, but like, if they have like UFOs and stuff and we don't because we're humans, then what is the meaning for the rest? I guess the meaning for the rest of the population would be something like everybody is putting in effort conclusively, and there's a good education system for every little country on Earth, because if you're gonna have people, you're gonna have them consuming energy throughout their entire lives, and you're gonna want to like have the best. But at the same time, if I looked at military documents, like I looked at the FBI, or sorry, whatever the Department of Defense Innovations like page was, and they have battle space management and command as one of the like little things that they need like applications for and stuff. And it's required by like sometime in May 2022. So like, when you really ask me like what am I thinking, I saw on Google this patent for a triangular spacecraft that the US Navy had implemented, and then I also looked like more recently there's a lot of new ones that they're coming out with. So to me it's like, how the fuck, what
You
what is
should
going to
see
be
what
going
their
on?
ships. You should see what their ships look like now. I see all the brand new ships coming in and out of the harbor here.
What do they look like?
Yeah, dude. It looks like a freaking angled off, freaking like sharp ship. Like this ship is like freaking sharp as a tack, and it freaking got all these angles on it. Doesn't look anything like you would ever think like a battleship would look like.
Oh, I
They don't
came
look
up with this
anything
idea for
It's
battleships.
bizarre. They technology is so fast now on water. Even my ship, the speed that my big ass, I worked on a 565 foot long auxiliary repair ship. Like from the water to the main deck is probably 8 stories
Goddamn,
or 6 stories maybe.
that's
you
a
know?
big ass boat. And that's not
That's
no
out of the
boat, bro.
water.
That's a
That's out of the water. So the speed that thing went with nuclear turbines, that used to be classified. I couldn't even talk. Like I wouldn't even talk about that for like many years. So now the speeds they go, those ships can go faster than you believe. They've got probably hydrofoils.
Yo, I was thinking, can I say something? Because you worked in Navy ships, why don't we use like water to disturb the so for example, let's say there's like a storm, right? And a big wave is coming towards you like extremely fast. Why don't we use sound and frequency and vibrations alongside with the stabilizers to like neutralize waves and also potentially like enemy
Oh,
projectiles?
you can't neutralize waves. The force
The
that's
force?
the force that's moving in water with tons of water moving in the same direction. Yeah, it's too powerful. Believe me, the force of the ocean is incredible. Like there's no there's no adjust. All you can do is adjust yourself for it, ant, and we're just like little ants.
So what happens if like your big boat, right? It got caught up in like a superstorm. Like what happened?
Shit, it happens to ships
Does
all
it
the
just
time.
go with the waves?
No, you have to try to head into waves. Like if they're too big, then you're gonna have to try to skirt your way somehow laterally to get over the wave. So it
Oh,
doesn't
'cause there's so
roll.
many
So it doesn't
people.
roll you or break your ship in half.
Oh, so yeah, I get what you're saying. Because it's so
If you
big,
go
it can
trough to
actually like.
trough, if the interval of waves becomes, let's see, if you have if you have a 30-foot wave, that's a big wave out in the ocean. But if you have a 20-second lapse, you know, in the wave, the frequency of the wave. So here it's all about frequency. So if you have a 30-foot wave, then let's say you take the wave down to like 10 feet, but you have a 10-foot wave. Think about how big a 10-foot wave is. But you have the interval of the wave at like 5 seconds or 10 seconds. That's deadly. Like they get on Lake Michigan. They're deadly.
Oh.
They'll beat your ship to pieces.
See, I didn't realize that. And so warships are kind of created to be... Because, okay, so let's say, for example, China had a weather control device, right? And they could make, you know, it a certain way within the ocean. Then, you know, how, like, what's the motivation to do anything?
To change the weather, they are changing the weather. But there's only one
they did
group
it in
changing the weather.
Texas.
No,
Chinese
they
isn't gonna-
probably
It seems
changed
to me
the
like
weather.
World War III.
I think they would change the weather to make it conform with their globe Earth conspiracy.
Yeah, that too, but they're also causing damage by creating these storms and having them just hover and create more damage and damage things, and then they profit. Because rebuilding costs money. So yeah, they've been manipulating the weather for at least 60 years. Longer, probably.
Yeah, they get to destroy stuff and profit off of that, and they get to reinforce their climate agenda, narrative, and it's like 5 birds in one stone with them.
I see phenomena happening up in the sky where I live here, because it used to be really, really clear. There would be days where you could see like everything going on. Now it seems like when something starts getting close, like the moon is at a strange phase that doesn't match at all where the sun is. I'm telling you, bro. They're getting really close to each other, and like an angle of 30 degrees or less between the sun and the moon in the broad daylight, and there's a sliver moon moving closer. Than the next 5 days, clouded over completely. Not going to see that. And that's happened month after month after month, especially in the last couple of years. I've looked up there, I see strange things about to happen, then boom, then all of a sudden marine layer you can't see anymore. Right at this crucial time when I was like, the next 2 days would be the perfect time to see this event where they cross, and we're not allowed to see that, is what I'm getting.
Oh, you just go somewhere where there's no clouds, like the desert.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
Yeah, well, they're trying to jab everybody.
guys think
They're
that
spewing.
those
They
are
have
the
ships.
portals
Listen,
to
they
the
have ships
dimension?
out in the Pacific. I've heard they've had ships out in the Pacific for a long time that are these big, huge freaking things that lift up moisture out of the ocean at tons per second and spew it into the air.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And they're all over land, too. Go to the Salton Sea, go to Weather War 101. I think there's still a video unless they took it down. You could just go to the YouTube channel. I think it's still up there. But they haven't put anything out for about 3 years, which is really odd, called Weather War 101. Weather War, well, let's see what happens. Because they're taking channels out left and right, man. Here you go. I'll put this up. Link to it.
Thank you.
Do you guys think the North Star is a portal?
Where are we going?
Dimension?
Yeah, you go see these.
Can
This
you
is
up?
about them creating fires. All the fires in Northern California, they're burning shit down on purpose.
Yep.
Whoops. Houses, but not the forests. All the houses, the cars, all the metal melted, stainless steel, countertops, granite countertops, vaporized. But the trees right outside, all the trees in the neighborhood, still there. Fine. But that was a forest fire.
That just happened in BC. That just happened in BC again 2 days ago.
Oh my god.
You missed the quote.
I'm telling you, I'm watching the footage. There's a cedar hedge. A cedar hedge, it's perfectly fine. The cars melted on the street.
See, when you get with people that have actually done some research themselves, you're going to find something that is beyond belief of what you thought was going on. It's just a gradual waking up process.
You guys talking about paradise?
All of them, like back
That's
3 years
real.
ago, the
Listen,
Thomas
fire
fires.
can burn down houses and leave the trees alone right in their driveway, right in between houses.
Just fine,
Just
huh?
burns down one house, it hops over the tree, it burns down, and it happens all the time in California. They have tree hopping fires.
Damn, dude.
It jumps to Walmart centers too and leaves all those
I've
trees
seen them
too.
burn down gas stations too, right in the middle of the fucking city.
And then because the people who do this shit are like, they don't give a fuck. They're just doing it
Because
because
they
it
tell you
entertains
it's
them.
a forest fire with jumping embers.
Yeah, so when did it all start getting bad like this? Like recently?
I burn fires all the time, and they never set my neighbors on fire. Big ones, like the flames going 30 feet high.
Here's one from, well, hold on, where am I at? Okay. So, anyway, there's this one, let me look at it. Let me look up the one on Salton. You see him spewing out all of this stuff from geothermal vents because there's
Just
a
restarted my
volcanic.
computer. Like completely restarted it.
Sometimes
fast
I
it
have
is.
to. I used to before I got more memory. Once I got double the memory, like now, it cruises. It's great. Let's see, where is that little?
Try not to fill your memory up with dumb shit like watching NASA videos or thinking that you live on a globe. That's dumb shit to put in your memory.
Or
True.
things that are going along, making you think that politics are real, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, no,
something you
I've
don't want to
done.
keep in your memory.
Waste
I
of time.
when I grew up as a kid, I never watched the news nor did homework at school. Like never. I was like, fuck that shit. You know why I say childhood though? Cause I remember like they were there when Obama got elected. I always remember the second that like I hear the time that the first president or the next president is gonna be like assigned. And I knew them like in order, which was kind of weird. But yo, what were you talking about, Sonny? Oh, I guess it's my turn to talk. All right, so I was watching this like free energy thing, the 0 point, and trying to understand like the different electromagnetic like devices and stuff. And so like if they do have like these devices, and it's just imagine that American companies, right? The big corporations, the ones who have manufacturing factories, et cetera, those like some of their designs that they're making for certain stuff can potentially be converted or attached with like other companies' works in order to make certain other devices. And it's kind of weird to me how that's like, yeah, that's how the world works, kind of, but they don't sell them. And then also like the whole recharging thing. So like, let's say a fucking Lamborghini part is made every 10 seconds at this Volkswagen factory, and Lamborghini's charging like 5,000 versus let's say like $50 from Volkswagen. It's why do all these like, what is the purpose of having a greedy capitalist society? Because that's the only one that could function like in such a way. Like in Rome and stuff, they started the banking system, but or the first like official, I guess, to the government. So but yeah, basically what I'm saying is the cost of manufacturing and the fact that Americans can be abused through like having to buy health insurance, which is expensive, and they loan that to banks or the Fed. It's all a revolving door, basically, in my opinion, because people don't realize that they work. Although yeah, we get paid really well here in the United States, because of the way we do and put in work. It's not the same as like you know, if you go to China or Tokyo and you can get like food from, you know, the street vendor who is friendly and stuff, you have a relationship with, that's hard to come by here. I mean, yeah, like you can step into a fast food joint or the local, you know, restaurant on the corner, but the people you're meeting, you're not going to see every day. And there's not the same like relationship and connection. Also, Americans happen to be like the most fucking hypocritical people. Like they will betray their friends because of an opinion, a difference, or something. You know, it's not like I learned about like how friends are made in Mexico. You have associates, and like you're generally kind to everybody around you. But here, it's like it's not the same. And like, yeah, there's always going to be those cunts, or I mean, sorry, dudes who are like, you know, kind of just chattish, or the Kyles of the world. But it's because, you know, you gotta have those.
Kyles of the world. You're funny. Go on, go on.
Wait, is Kyle the male version of Karen?
You know how there's a word for Kyle and Karen? What would be the word for globe earthers? Like, what's a really stupid name?
Rounders.
Gale.
Oh, I like that. Or maybe we should use the name of the NASA scientist or the NASA CEO. You know what I mean?
I call them
Globia.
Elons.
I think Globia, that's a good one.
Globiats?
Okay, Globia.
Oh wait, no, that one.
We could just call them Globers, but we should make Globers a slur so it's like offensive.
Flat Earth deniers.
I don't know. I would take Glober as a badge of honor instead of
what was that?
offensive.
Globaller. Globularist.
What about rounders? I mean, it's just so stupid it'd work.
Yeah, we could
No,
call
because
them rounders and then imply that they're also fat and overweight.
Rounders. I like that. Rounders.
No, rounders refers to people that are around your social circles. So
Glovers that
be
are around
talking
your
about
social
somebody.
circle.
You know, so and so. He's a rounder. Like he comes around our group of people. You know.
Oh,
I've never heard that before.
He's a rounder,
And there's
he's
even
a
a
rounder.
movie called. There's a movie called Rounders. It's about underground gambling, right?
Where the guy like bets it all on red and wins.
No, where the friend fucks up and owes the loan sharks way too much money. So they go and get into some underground games to try to win the money that he owes. And it's an interesting movie.
So did they talk about Globe Earth in that movie?
No, but on Netflix, there's a movie called Awake where no one can sleep. And if you can, you're special. And there's a really good character in it named Dodge with some ethics. And he talks about flat Earth in that movie.
Watched that movie a few minutes ago. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant.
Oh, that's cool.
Lunatic, you bad kid. He's buzzing
Oh, are you guys
at the park?
Are you guys doing anything to celebrate the 4th?
I'll probably try to go outside.
What about
Yeah, I
getting
might do
drunk?
some
I'm
traveling.
gonna be getting wasted tonight.
Nah, I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, I don't drink either. I only smoke weed.
Yo, is your weed good?
I like weed, but I feel like it makes my brain really foggy, so I don't do it very much because like I feel so weird after it.
Really? Nothing makes my brain foggy.
Maybe you're just in a permanent state of fog. You don't even realize it.
No, that's well, that could be. Sometimes that's probably true. All right, but it has to be. It has to be that way because then it has to slow me down because nobody can have this much energy.
I just posted a pic of one of the things I'm trying right now is BC Black Diamond. Yeah, that's some good stuff.
Sheesh, y'all trying to send me pics. I love looking at weed. I'm kind of like a weedologist. I will rate
One
your
of my
bud.
hobbies is
Isn't that
pot
what every
porn.
20-year-old says?
One of my hobbies is pot porn. I like filming grow rooms and taking photos of weed and shit.
You got YouTube?
Yeah, but I haven't really shared any of that on there. I do it on my Facebook, and I'm gonna start like separate channels. I'll have one just about growing weed.
Are you guys American?
Yeah, but we can keep it to the
Canada.
topic. We go Canada. That's right. Yeah.
Canada.
Anyway, we could
Get
we
it?
could
They call it Canada because of cannabis, because they smoke a lot of cannabis.
It was
No,
growing.
it
It
was
used
a
to grow
native
everywhere.
tribe. It was a native tribe, and when the Europeans showed up, and they, so the Europeans made the word from the native word.
Is there any
Wait, there was too much weed?
horticulturalist here? Because I want to know how we could replant it all over. Remember, it used to be like growing everywhere. You could go to little outskirts somewhere around town, and it would be growing everywhere. Like there'd be fields of it along stream beds and stuff like that. It would be growing. It used to grow everywhere.
That's why the topsoils.
20-foot tall. It used to be growing.
When my sister was a teenager, my dad caught her in her room with a boy and gave him a few minutes to get the fuck running, and she took off with him, and they went like running into the fields and shit in the woods and stuff, and cutting through farmers field, and stumbled upon a big ass fucking weed field while trying to run from my dad.
What?
Yeah.
They're like score.
That one there.
Only in America.
That one there is called Granddaddy Purple.
Alright, I'm inspecting. Alright, the nose structure. Let's look at the trichomes here. I'm zooming in on this photo that Flatman gave here. I mean, this is excellent. You can see the terpenes are just caking off the fucking top of the nug. If you go down, you can even see that the sugar leaves, something, maybe the average mids would have trimmed off, is still looking excellent smoke. I guarantee those nugs are lightweight. The stem at the bottom looks like, that's just tasty as fuck. That's very boutique. All right, second here, we see a larger stem structure, but you can see the density of the product is quite nice, and it does have a fair bit of trichomes. And this is Granddaddy Perp, so we know that the growers like to make it go a little bit longer. You can also look at the top of the nug here and see that the layering of the THC is just pouring out of the nug. I mean, absolutely great fucking pack to smoke. I give that shit solid 8.5, and I give the top weed like a solid like 9 and 2/3 for sure. Excellent smoke.
Nice critique.
And that was the cannabis report. Next, flat Earth.
So, yeah, flat Earth.
Cannabis can only grow on a flat Earth because otherwise the plant wouldn't know which way was up.
So do we live in a simulation? I think a lot of people ask themselves that when they get into flat Earth, and I think I have a good perspective on it and maybe a way to communicate. So basically, people like Albert Einstein, they believe there was this so-called ether in the air, right? And with that ether, it was very like dense and consistent with they couldn't find formulas to prove certain things that would work with the law of nature. And we just, heard about France. They did huge work yesterday to the CERN, Large Hadron Particle Accelerator, and that thing is like going to be upgraded. So they're going to be finding more things out on the quantum level. And as well, if you like to talk quantum, they have a cold fusion nuclear reactor there,
Okay,
and as well as a fusion.
hold on just 1 second. We have to go back. Einstein didn't like ether. He was trotted out to prevent Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, all of those tests to prove them wrong. So they had to create something. So whipped out the freaking chalkboard and
did some
proceeded
special
to
math?
do so with, wait a minute, the type of experiment used, thought experiments. Can someone tell me what the independent control variable is of a thought experiment?
Pseudo.
What you gonna manipulate, Willis?
Oh, the people. Okay, so yeah, continuing. Anyhow, if there is aether, and then with the free energy in ways that like energy is very dense in the universe, and therefore it's denser here because we're a planet. Like, how do we capture that? And if there is free energy, then why do we pay for it? Does it make
Wouldn't we,
sense?
if we were a planet, wouldn't we measure curvature? And next
Oh.
question, how do plants know which way up is?
Because the sun hits their leaves through photosynthesis.
Now go a little deeper there, though. Why? How would they know?
Oh, because they're pointed directly, and they go across. They go across, not up or around the day like a regular.
So they have some kind of sensors, right, that tell it which way the light is coming from, because it always comes from that way, that direction. Like it always comes from above. From the plant's point of view, the light always comes from above, just like us. The light always comes from above us. It doesn't come from below us, going up. Ever. Never does.
Trees grow opposite way of density. If they wanted more sun, they would grow sideways along the ground.
They grow up. Yeah, they grow up. Mm-hmm.
Basically, they grow up, disproving gravity. But if they wanted to get more sun, they would grow sideways along the ground. Am I right?
Well, no, isn't the idea that when they reach taller that they get more sun than the other competing plants? They're trying to.
Then they can spread out.
They're trying to shade out the other plants while grabbing the sun above
They go
them.
up first to get. It's almost like they get up to get an advantage and then spread out laterally, like you're talking about. They want to get up higher first.
Yeah. Like vines and stuff would be great if everything was just vines, but as soon as something decided to grow up, then vines got shaded.
And who taught them how to do that? That's the main question.
It's a biological function that was put into the seed with information from the very beginning. All of that information is in the seed.
But we know as time.
A tall tree, though, isn't any closer to the sun, right? Than a short tree.
Well, I mean, guess it technically, yeah, it is.
It is.
Well, not if it's 93 million miles.
Not much closer, but it's closer.
Wait a minute.
It's got a height advantage.
Hold on, the sun is not 93 million miles away.
If the sun is 75 miles away, it's still the same distance.
No, no one said it's 75 miles away. But it's either shining through the container or right near the container somewhere around that, whatever its focal point may be. The focal point, what we actually see as the apparent sun, could be the focal point of an energy source that's coming down from above. Like, who knows? There's some kind of mechanisms going on there that are obviously creating light. They seem mechanistic to me. The way they move, the way the skies move, and the way they are so clock and calendar like. There's no way around it in my mind. There's mechanics going on. Who knows if they're physical mechanics or if there's some kind of other energy mechanics that we're probably never going to know what those sources are until maybe we pass on. There could be such a thing as spiritual mechanisms, spiritual energy that causes things to happen that function in a way that we only can think of as like a mechanical device, because I can't wrap my head around like something that creates a mechanism but doesn't have physicality to it. Like it's hard to, right?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
Did I send you the documents from David Martin, Lunatic? Did you get those? Let me send those to you too.
This is from Glober. Listen to this. Glober says long distance surveys use total stations to measure the angles between triangles over 1,000 of kilometers. If the Earth was flat, then the surveyors would measure angles that are 180 degrees. If the Earth was spherical, then the angles would add up to more than 180 degrees. And I can cite many documents that have been verified that have measured this.
Sonny, what was this PDF? Because I think you guys were actually talking about it when you were pretty much wrapping it up when I came into the conversation after crashing my drone. So I don't even know what this.
Oh, the one that I'm talking about earlier. We can get back onto what we were talking about. But I sent you a document from David Martin. Some
PDF about. Just run it down real quick.
It's about the CV 1984 thing. Patents going back to like 2007. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to distract the conversation. What were you just saying? Who were we talking? Who was talking just then? I was listening, and
I just noticed in that meme that I just shared that North America and South America lost some weight in 2013.
Yeah, that's always a good one. Explain that, please, someone. When we point these things out to people we're talking to that totally ignore them, that really kind of annoys me. I mean, I'm not really surprised. It doesn't annoy me that much, but they're not even paying attention to like what we're presenting. At the same time saying they're open-minded to what we're presenting. That's what we have. That's what we have going on here.
I know one day I was doing a flip the fishes delivery, and I knocked on the door, and I'm cracking jokes with the lady. I'm like, "Are you open-minded?" She's like, "Yep." I'm wearing my flat Earth shirt. I'm like, "Have you heard of the flat Earth?" And I flashed the shirt, and she's like, "Oh no, 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 no." Real open-minded. Okay. See you later.
See, what you got to do is, have you ever thought about how you could have gas pressure without a container? That'd be like, what do you mean? Oh, well, like NASA going out into the vacuum and then just leave it there. That's enough. Like, that's enough of a seed. That'll drill a hole down in the center of their brain. Their brain.
I like
Actually,
the thought I had. How the fuck do you have a black hole with a greater vacuum than the non-vacuum it's in?
in an expanding vacuum. And they can't make up their mind. Let's see, this year, should we make it contracting? How about possibly the universe could contract? We're not sure which way it's going to go yet, though.
And they're images of two black holes circling one another, like as if they wouldn't implode on one another and create a giant an even bigger black, or just no black hole. Like they're going to constantly surround one another.
You think they'll figure it out, that the second law of thermodynamics, that the laws of entropy, you think they'll think about that? No, we'll just make it contract this year. A few years later, we'll make it, like, expand. They'll never figure out that you can't have a vacuum or gas pressure without a container. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get it. We've done a really good job in the schools. We made sure they're not smart enough. We've really spent a lot of time and energy on that. I love doing that character. It's so funny. Send another spaceship up. Yeah, that'll keep them occupied. Tell them it's a helicopter landing in 1% atmosphere. They'll never think about that. And they don't know what atmosphere is from their hole in the ground. Yeah, really good job on that one. Yeah, you nailed it with that part. Like, they're almost unable to think for themselves.
Can't believe how woke you guys are. Just so woke. It's like the most woke people on earth. Just centered around one community.
We were sent here from the source.
XD. Yo, I'm gonna probably like go to my friend's e-girl Discord and talk to some girls. So I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I hope that I provided some value.
Good for you. Have a good day there.
Yeah, but remember, this shit, like, ain't no joke. So we gotta be cool. And also, I like your weed, man. If I moved to Minnesota, I'd cop off you. Cause I've tested like everywhere's weed, bro. I've been to like New Hampshire, LA, Oregon, but I've never had like just Minnesota weed. That shit sounds gas. Cause like I swear it's different. Like the phenotypes where you go. And one homie, he was breeding this really strong strain with so he would have one female, right? Two really, really potent
No
male
one cares.
strains.
Shut up.
Damn, bro, I was just telling you how to make some gas weed. Yo, I hope you'll have a good day.
Alrighty, well, have fun with the girls. Yeah. So, like, down by the pier along the water, they put up these freaking huge barricade things that would, like, stop a car, like, all over the place, like, so weird. Like, they think a tank's gonna drive through there or something to get to the pier? I don't get it. I wonder how many people are bumping into these big iron things they put up and hurt themselves on them. Wow, isn't that wild when you see those old videos and now see the signaling, the signs that are going on in those old videos? That
Yeah,
trips
plain
that
sight.
that trips me out now. I see that. Even just that, I'm like, wow, like at the time it was just like no big deal.
Yeah, you probably even noticed it.
Mm-mm. No doubt going all the way back, you know.
Yeah, it makes me rewatch a lot of things.
That's what I do. I watch like I watch a bunch of movies now, but sometimes I'm just falling asleep to them, you know. Usually if I'm falling asleep, I like to put someone talking like Flat Earth British or somebody like 3 hour talk discussion, you know, Flat Earth or whatever, mud flood. So I'm not putting garbage in, you know. So, but I watch movies and I see all this programming in the movies. It's really a trip. It's like a catalog of the programming.
Definitely, my guy, definitely.
I mean, that's really intense, though. If you think what it takes to make a movie that's a decent movie, like think of how the proliferation of the space films. Like, oh my God, like who could create something at that rate where it's like everywhere?
Yep, that's the spider web.
Witches and wizards. That's what I reckon.
Yeah,
Something like that.
I think you're right.
These producers, it's just producer by name, isn't it? But they're just picking and choosing what goes.
Yeah. So think about the people doing the overwatching of all of that, where they're going like, okay, so like we're gonna put these out here, we're gonna put this little subliminal message in these particular space movies, we're gonna dovetail onto those with this little twist. Think about that.
Yeah, I guess we've got overseers.
I know. So they're kind of
Yeah.
watching over the whole thing. They're going like, okay, over here in this area, I can imagine they have a big freaking like a war room with all
That's
this
really what
stuff.
that's really what makes me think that whatever's running the show in this world is
Uh-huh.
beyond human.
I think it possibly could be if you think about it that way.
Yeah. It's just so much to the tapestry. It's got such like fine detail to it with all these connections.
Mhm.
It seems beyond any one small group of humans' capabilities. It seems
no
to
wonder-
involve some idea of the future, some looking into the future. I don't know. Don't ask me, but you know, it feels that way. Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder so many people were fooled by it, because it's like they have a fishing line that's got 20 million hooks on it.
Yeah.
So if you get hooked by one of these little subliminal things, catch on, then something else, they'll appeal to you in a different way, like different emotional states, and they'll try to get you another way.
Like, how many millions of people have they got now just ready to accept aliens if they ever came?
Mm-hmm.
If they came 100 years ago, they'd just go demon. But now they'll just go UFOs. It's an alien.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. What do you think, if in They Live, the glasses were the ultimate tool of waking a person up or getting them to see the reality, the true reality? What would you say is the closest tool? Or, yeah, the closest tool to them glasses in that movie?
Actually,
in our
I
world?
have the answer
I
for
would
this.
say the movie itself is the glasses for us
No.
in the real world.
Those glasses supposedly exist. Check this, right? There's something called diacin dye. Right, it was created by this English guy who was a medical electrician, and he had this type of dye called diasin dye, and it allowed him to see like a different type of light. And he made some glasses called the Kilner glasses. You can look this up. And the dye is illegal. It's super illegal to buy. You can only get it on the dark web. And supposedly you can put it between two sheets of glass and see a different spectrum of light or something. I don't understand how it works.
Kilner, yeah.
Yeah, the guy's called
Kilner
John
glasses.
Kilner. You can look him up. He was a medical electrician at a hospital in London. So he was healing people with electricity at the hospital, which is another thing they don't tell us about medical electricians. But he invented the Kilner glasses using I don't know how to pronounce it. I know how to spell it though. I think diasin dye. And then they've made the dye completely illegal. You can't buy it. All you can do is find people that can recreate it synthetically.
Wonder what spectrum of light it allowed you to see.
I mean, maybe I'm slaughtering the explanation of the light it allows you to see, but apparently it allowed you to see a different type of light that we can't see with our normal eyes. It was like it acted like a special filter.
Seems like it changes your interpretation of light itself.
Yeah, and supposedly he could see stuff wearing those glasses. Whether it exposed things, I don't know, but I don't understand why they made it so illegal to buy the dye. It's just dye.
Well, we do understand, I guess, if it has any
Well, yeah,
value.
I guess we do.
Well,
But my point is, if
that's
those
what
glasses from They Live ever existed, that's what they'd be. They'd be these Kilner glasses that you can't make or reproduce.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if we had the glasses, it would be the glasses. What do you think the next best thing is then? I would say the movie itself, because I think most people can't actually visualize what a lot of us are trying to get at when we try to explain these types of concepts about society to them. It's because they've literally never seen a visualization of it in their life. Their mind has no reference point to look at when they're listening to us try to explain things like it. So I would say that the movie itself is like a kind of a really important aspect of someone understanding the kind of the true nature behind this subliminality of society as a whole.
I wonder why it was allowed to be made. They Live. Because apparently John Carpenter's a Freemason, supposedly. Are they just putting it out there? I don't know.
guess it's like the ultimate level of mockery.
Yeah.
Yeah, either that or they're following the universal law where they have to actually show you
Yeah.
the lie
Yeah.
or show you the truth in order for it to manifest.
I guess also The Thing by John Carpenter is very similar as well, as in there's this secret thing controlling people or controlling us.
They should show it in schools. Every school. If only.
Well, Roddy Piper did say on his podcast he used to have before he passed away that They Live was a documentary.
Yeah, the director said it as well, didn't he?
Maybe so. But I know I heard him on his podcast. I used to watch Roddy Piper's podcast.
I got the same birthday as Roddy Piper.
Nice.
I know, yeah, I randomly found that out recently.
It
He
was
was-
in the right place.
yeah.
I have the same birthday as Tesla.
Nice.
I don't know what that means,
Give me my free
but I'm
energy.
definitely into frequencies and vibration.
I heard they were gonna remake They Live, or make a sequel, but
Oh God, I hope not.
fucking hope not. Yeah. How do you even fucking make a sequel for such a movie? And I wouldn't think they would just remake it straight up.
I can almost guarantee it would be trash.
Oh, totally.
Hank Hill, did you get my documents? I sent them to you also. I don't see you in here though. Anyway. That's interesting, Roger. Human atmosphere.
Yeah, thanks for that link, Roger. Also, thanks for that link, Hank.
I didn't realize that niacin is related to it's nicotinic acid. B3.
Has there been any Globers in here today?
Yeah, we did have Platypus in here. He got run out of town on a rail.
What was he pushing today?
Really nothing in particular, you know. Just being a contrarian in spite of actual evidence to the to the contrary. That's funny. Being a contrarian in spite of contrary evidence. Actually, it just comes back to mind. So he didn't know the difference between proof and evidence. He didn't know that those two words are synonymous. He was trying to argue that the Bushes had nothing to do with 9/11. I pointed out that they were in control of the security. He goes, liar, liar. He goes, until I provided the actual information about the company and the relationships. Not only with the freaking who are those people? That family, the Saudi, like the companies were related to these American Arab companies that were the Bin Laden family. They're all related. I'm like, oh man.
Got him.
It's all right there. So I posted like earlier. I posted probably two or three different links telling the whole story.
He probably didn't even look at him. He probably just hand waved it.
Oh, of course not. He just goes because the only thing they have is he's like, tell me what company is that? I know you can't provide it because you're lying. Well, I provided it. So who's lying?
Even liberal left wingers know that. That's not exactly like a little known conspiracy fact.
Yeah, that's true. Even even a lot of blue pill normies know that. That's bullshit. Like they saw the connection too. They might still think they're on a globe, but they're not that dumb to believe that 9/11 just happened exactly like the story was told.
How the Bush administration tried to appoint Henry Kissinger to head the 9/11 Commission, and then he went for and they tried to do that, and then that group of widows, the Jersey Girls, they had this session where they were there, and they asked him, "Hey, do you have any clients with the name Bin Laden?" And so, in fact, his company worked for the Bin Laden, so he had to step down.
Can I get a Bartle do? How about a Malt Licky? That meme that They Live posted, that's a guy, Ed Bassmaster on YouTube. He's hilarious. Can I get a Crapmos tank? He's so hilarious.
I'll follow him on Instagram. All of his characters are hilarious.
He's awesome.
Just falling on deaf ears, Sonny. If it's for platypus, that is.
Yeah, I just thought I'd post it again for posterity. Hold on, where is that? There we are. Do this again. It's good reading, folks.
Wow, they actually involved me.
You were breaking up if that was Mimas or whoever it was.
So you guys want to hear something kind of interesting?
Yeah.
So earlier this year, like in spring, I cited the house of there was both the husband and wife. They both told me like they were lawyers, right? Like I didn't really ask much, but you guys might remember me saying that I was working for a couple of lawyers. Anyway, they're in a liberal neighborhood, liberals. I come to find out recently, like his wife, I dealt mostly with him. His wife is actually a Wisconsin State Supreme Court justice. And very liberal, works in Madison, blah, blah, blah. Well, now, like the next house I'm doing is her like arch nemesis. He's a conservative, civil rights attorney who's like sued like, oh, they hate each other. They absolutely hate each other.
Wow,
It's just
the
kind of funny.
nemesis.
Yeah. But no, I think I might be able to have a few good conversations with this next guy, being a conservative civil rights attorney who's he's all about basically like this file you sent me, all of these like the lockdowns and things
Constitutional
like that.
rights, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's his thing. Like he's been on Tucker Carlson like a half a dozen times. He was just on him like last week.
Trip out. You know what? I think a lot of people like that are closet flat earthers.
Well, so maybe I'll see if I can red pill him with some flat earth when I get to his house.
Or just ask a few questions like, what do you think about like motion of objects?
Honestly, you shouldn't.
That's not
shouldn't
really
flat
his,
flanking, man.
it's not really his forte. He's a
I'd ask him, what do you think of the rover and the drone on Mars?
What do you think?
He's a lawyer. He'll be like, you telling me NASA's stealing our money? I'll sue him. Like that's what he's going to be interested in.
What do you think about the horizon?
You shouldn't send him down the flat Earth rabbit hole, though. Not yet. You should
No,
let him just
I
focus
wouldn't.
on what he's doing, because they are far
Yeah.
and few between, man. And he
I
needs
wouldn't
it
try to
as much
interrupt.
as possible.
Especially if he's paying
Ferment
you.
the friendship first.
FEU, the best university on earth. Sign up for your classes today.
How the fuck can people look at these symbols, man, and just think nothing of them.
Nothing of them, yeah.
Oh, it's like, yeah, that's normal. Yeah, just fucking digital artists, man. That's their process. They come
Yeah,
up with this
look,
shit all the
Mary.
time.
Look, Susie, isn't that cool how they're all covering their eye?
Why the fuck are they obsessed with these shitty pyramids? Apparently, that slaves built.
I know. That's like the
a-
old. It's like
These are
the old.
monuments of the fucking old age, man. We're
Like
beyond
somebody,
that.
like somebody said, how come you using the same old gig, man? Like, aren't you supposed to pick a new gig? Can you get with the program and like that? That stuff decrepit. You got
little
the
did,
decrepit.
little did we flat earthers know that all the globers were hiding their genuine image of Earth from space in that insignia. That's it right there, boys. The real image of Earth.
There they go. Still waiting for my satellite live feed. I want the entire circuit around that globe, y'all. I want to see one of those satellites that's flying around the globe out in space, y'all. I want to get my live stream. I want a camera pointed right to the edge of said ball. I want to see the entire thing like a freaking what do you call that? A roller coaster. That's right.
Waiting for the pyramid eye shaped satellite to go up there next.
I don't know why we haven't seen a whole entire ride going all the way around. I mean, their stuff's so good now, right, folks? They should be able to zoom in. That's exactly what we need. Along that roller coaster ride around the globe out in space on the satellite with a camera facing towards the edge. All they got to do is zoom into the bottom of said globe and show me my upside down surfers, upside down sunbathers, and aircraft landing upside down in Sydney.
That'd be so cool, man.
I mean, think what a show that would be. Come on now. You can do it.
Does that have any real merit to it, though? I mean, isn't the counter argument just simply the footage just flipped? Like every time I hear that, I just think, can't you just flip the footage?
I keep asking him, where did it flip the footage? Oh, no, I want to see the plane that it gradually flips.
Well, why doesn't Mr. Cool Hip?
There should be something that can take a picture of that as it's going down the curve. It's going upside down. I want to see that transition part. Where does it start going upside down? All I gotta do is show me how the artificial horizon, which is mimicking the horizon itself, which is a flat line, level. That's how you know the plane's level, because that's how we fly the mofo.
Well, curve means level, man.
So, as it's curving down this aircraft, you got to show me a picture of the artificial horizon as staying level and not flipping upside down. While the plane is flipping upside down, but it doesn't do anything to the gyroscopes.
Yeah.
Just because we're flipping upside down, why would you think it has anything to do with the gyroscope? The gyroscope stays the same, even if the plane's flipping upside down.
I'm waiting
for What's the reason for that, Mr. Smith? Well, we don't really know.
Gravity.
It doesn't matter, though, because we got it all figured out. See? These
Little
scientists.
bit of turbulence, the whole plane rattles, but flipping upside down while in flight, no problem.
Don't mind none of that stuff. We got it all figured out. We're the majority anyway, right?
I'm just waiting for cool Elon Pip Musk to just attach one of his Tesla cameras to a rocket so I can get a uninterrupted view from the ground level up to space, man.
That was a perfectly good waste of a freaking automobile. They should have had that camera on there on its way blasting all into millions of miles out into space with a regular car. Missed an opportunity right there. Holy mackerel.
Well, you could tell it looks so fake.
It looks. 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 Yeah. So, what makes these flat earthers think we got to provide any proof for any of our claims? They're silly, huh?
That's some good stuff you got inside you right now.
Oh, so obviously me.
I crack myself up with this shit, man. I'm telling you.
Everybody's going to obviously.
What? I wish someone else would join in. Oh, you're just gonna make Sonny be a fool of himself all by himself, making fun of the globe, huh? Okay, I got.
I was
you.
trying to interrupt, but you won't let me interrupt.
Go ahead.
Obvious. Obvious, you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Hey, I haven't seen you, so I'm probably my first time ever talking to you. So I wanted to.
Hey, man.
Welcome to the server, man.
Yeah, I've listened for a long time, and I've been in the server lurking for a long time. I get on voice very rarely, but trying to get on more in general.
Nice. Where is it? Your thing says obvious, and I guess I see somewhat of it. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna ask you if you think the Earth is a globe. It looks like you
I
don't.
think the Earth's a globe, man. Not a chance.
Where are the globe earthers? Defend your shit.
I know my referee tag is got cobwebs on it.
They're all around us, man. Just put on the sunglasses.
Hey, dust to dust.
I do have a question for Sonny.
Say that one more time.
I do have a question for Sonny.
Sonny,
Okay.
got a question for you, my friend.
Okay. I had to run back. I heard that, so I ran back real quick. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if it has anything to do with the vestibular system in your ears, but I was wondering, like, when you're sleeping, why you feel like you're falling sometimes or moving, and it like you wake up suddenly or you shake. I don't understand that.
Because
you
you're
feel like
you're going away from your consciousness. Your consciousness is just clicking off, and you're going into a different realm that's inside of yourself. So there's a point where that changes. So that's why I say when you're conscious, unless you're inebriated or something, you know where you are, and there's physical reasons that you know where you are, because there's these things going on in our system that never fail unless there's damage.
so our consciousness is leaving the body, or because our body,
No, I'm not making any claim. I didn't make any claims
Nah,
about
that's
that.
like a realm state, man. Like the
I
numbers
didn't.
used.
Yeah, I didn't make any claims on that. I can only talk about my. As far as that goes, where I go when I go to sleep is only subjective on my part. So I don't make any claims on that. But we do know when we're awake what position we're in, and that's what I'm saying. That's a physical reason, because cilium, these nerve cells are on one side of the hair cells. There's physical location information in your vestibular system. It's very precise since I've been looking at it for 4 years. But I used to be in the medical field for 12 and a half years also. But anyway, so that's my take on the vestibular. You know exactly, like there's no scientific information as to what could be affecting the vestibular system in a spinning system. There's you're not. We know why we're not.
Stabilizing it.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Did you see my video on the vestibular system? Here, I'll post it.
I like. See, I was wondering what your name meant, and then I read your image.
Oh, me?
Yeah, dust to dust.
Oh
from
yeah,
this.
I mean,
From,
I found that verse. I was like, man, that makes. I just like the, you know, we start out as dust and we return to it. So
yeah,
yeah, that
yeah.
makes sense to me.
So wait, that mean we spit dust? I just went to another world. My
You
bad.
looking for prey, Elbow? It's been a pretty dry day. Platypus is here, but he's not spoke for the last.
I am looking for prey, man. I only got a few minutes in it.
I'll play the Glober.
Oh no.
I know.
I couldn't even
So
if I wanted to, man. I can't stoop that low.
you can only do it as a comedy, man. Like only if you're playing a cartoon
Yeah.
character. It's funny as hell. It's funny as hell, man. Let me think about it. I love that.
I'd feel too dirty. I'd need a shower straight after. Two, just to be sure.
There's my channel. Watch, like, and subscribe if you want to.
Oh, nice. I didn't know you did videos, Sonny. Gonna watch this.
I got a couple of my own in there, but most of them are just the ones I've collected for 4 years, and like, wow. But like as you can see, I only have 457 subscribers, and I've had a solid 4 years. In March, I had my 4-year anniversary of having my YouTube channel.
Oh well, I'll give you one more, man.
I don't promote myself as much as I probably could, and I could speak in some very controversial enough shit to get me in a lot of trouble. So
Doesn't matter how hard you try and promote yourself.
because you see what a smartass I can be, right? I mean, I'm not going to try to hide that. Like, I kind of know I am. But
you seem like the type of person who get yourself kicked off YouTube pretty rapidly.
exactly, like
You
no,
let yourself
completely
go, man.
demolished. Yeah, they're just like, we'll just put that little stupid, sad Planner 2017 consciousness off on a back shelf somewhere. I make jokes about it, like it's on a dusty shelf somewhere in a mud flood building, far, far away, where no one can find it.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I thought earlier, but I forgot. Was I don't know if anybody's seen one. I think it was maybe the latest Buster show, but Iru was talking about Iru Landucci. That is, was saying
Iru
how a
Landucci.
lot of them are actually getting their channels back that got deleted. He said he got his original channel back, and apparently they're appealing to YouTube through natural law or something along this lines. I don't really know the details very well.
Well, you know what I found? You know what I have found interesting? That like in my own feeds that come across, like it started to change now, where it's showing more flat Earth content. Like before, but for a while, what it was doing is no matter what flat Earth video I put on, it would put something completely cockamamie, maybe different. Yeah, yeah, just nutty stuff like the NASA live feed or something, or you know, some pseudoscience freaking conference somewhere. I mean,
yeah.
Like Library of Congress, like discussions, like. But anyway, what I was gonna say, that's pretty good. For 86 views in 4 months. That my little coin with ladies' night playing in the background. The sound's not that great, so if you don't like the sound, just turn the sound down. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. My vestibular system in, what was that, 7 months? Oh, a second. That. 210 views in 7 months. That's pretty good.
Flat Earther, yeah.
That's pretty good, pretty good.
It's a record-breaking pace, man, for Flat Earth channel.
And I have a mud flood building. I did a video. I'll put this one in there. Of this old church. It's freaking so weird to see a church that's built of stone, like bricks, and it has a cornerstone from this weird year that's a completely different stone, where there's no other stone in the entire structure that uses that stone.
And all the underground doors and windows.
Yeah, like this church is way older, has an entire floor under the ground level. An entire floor with windows and doors and everything, with little cutouts for them. So I'm like, no, there's no freaking way. There's a couple of mud flood buildings right here in my town. I think something went to washed right through and just mud flooded only certain areas. There used to be these huge canyons. Like I found old photos of people on horses going up and down these canyons, which I can ride on my bike now, well, sort of close to them. Before they filled in this really big one, which was this one part of the canyon, you could see it was like flooded by water, like huge amounts of water. So what I figured out is that was the end. When they leveled this whole hill, they filled in all the old canyons and all the wildlife and all that stuff went away. So it became something completely different than it was before. It used to be like wildlife and stuff. It's strange to see that.
Johnny, did you see that video I tagged you in?
Hold on a sec.
And you watched the Lost History of Flat Earth, right?
Yeah. I'm watching it for the second time. I'm going through it again. Yeah.
It's quite a fascinating theory that it's an
yeah.
extended realm, and that we're just in the current area that's melted out, but everything else is most likely iced over. But I don't know how that would explain the mud floods.
I don't either. All I know is on that topic, all I know is something doesn't add up. There seems to be definitely something very odd about how there's these buildings that apparently just popped out of people that were pushing into Salt Lake City with hand carts.
Oh yeah, that part makes no sense at all.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes,
and then the people that are going out over that area, right?
You would think they had more pressing concerns than to build these elaborate, highly detailed structures
like in Utah. Yeah, like in Utah, when they go, they do looking with drones, and they see all these structures because when they get up in the air just a little ways, you can see the different contrast and the stuff, so you can kind of see that there's structures, and they seem to be walls and buildings, like whole communities, like large areas of communities that were like no longer nothing there. They're out in the middle of a desert near the Salt Lake. But that there were whole huge like civilizations out there that we weren't told about.
Entirely empty cities, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing about that is where is all the kind of just documents like people's diaries and stuff, you know, if it was orphans and such that were put in to repopulate these
Yeah,
empty cities,
yeah.
then why didn't they write, oh, when I was 5, we came to a city that had no adults in
I
it or
know,
something, you know, I don't
you
know.
can't. I know you're right. That's true. It doesn't make sense that there's a blackout of that information, but there
Yeah.
appears to be. It's not so much by what was left; it's by what that is missing, like you just talked about. Like what happened to the written history? Like it some of it didn't pass through to us. Like
It doesn't really matter because there's no way this architecture in its style and precision was made by them people. There's no way, you know. So where's all the diaries and stuff? I have no
I know.
idea, and I don't know why it's not there, but
or writing of them saying, "Look, we got here and we discovered like these huge buildings," and that part of the story didn't make it. They're just here though, that's the odd part. Like, so why are they here?
Yeah, they're
Hold
just
on a
here.
second. Yeah, a bunch of churches. That's what I know. I mean, like just simple things like that, because like I started looking at it purely in an architectural sense. Like, so I look at these buildings and I go, like, a lot of these big, huge buildings, they have the entrances on the second floor, with big, huge stairs going up to the second floor. And almost every time, they have an entire floor or nearly a floor. Some of them are only like a half floor, but some of them are at like an entire floor under street level. Now, who was building that way in 1913? You dig a big giant hole?
Yeah.
Who was doing that? With freaking, they were pulling, like around here in my city in 1928, they were no doubt still using flatbeds that were horse-drawn to get lumber to building sites.
Yeah. So first they were excavating like, I don't know, like a 15-foot hole to lay the foundation.
Doesn't make sense.
And
No one in their
once
right
that was
mind
done,
would
they covered up this bottom floor and
yeah, like this one big church. So check it out. There's one big church.
There's windows down there and everything. It's like, oh, what? This is not just one building; it's every building. So,
or like a building in one entire block or half a
sense.
block. Like there's this big, huge church, right? And no doubt most of the structures that were there originally have all been torn down. There's a couple of really big, giant houses though that are like really spectacular houses. You know, they were probably the luxury mansions. You know, they were for sure around here in those days. You know, slightly out of town, but up near the canyons and the park. You know.
The one that got me, I think, was the glass, the primarily glass. Well, it was just steel and glass basically that made up the entire structure in England. It was that he was talking about in Lost History, where they supposedly put this. I can't remember. It was
right,
hundreds of thousands of panes of glass,
yes.
and they put it up in 2 years before automated glass manufacturing. And it's
right,
like, yeah, okay,
yes,
sure,
and
sure you did.
They moved it. Then they said they
moved it. Yeah,
they disassembled it and moved it. How did they move this giant glass building? Yeah, crazy. And then just unfortunately burnt down. Oh, burnt down. Like all of those big structures just
Yeah, and
miraculously
he
burned
showed
down.
the building that was built, and then he showed the dinky little glass factory building. You know, that apparently
I know.
manufactured
Yeah,
these
yeah.
like 100,000 plus panes of glass.
I'm gonna
So
have to watch that again.
yeah, it's ridiculous. That's why I mean it's so absurd to believe any of that, and then you have the whole issue of diaries and stuff, you know. But
yeah,
not having the diary evidence is just not strong enough. It's not a strong enough issue to just disregard the absurdity of these structures and the claims surrounding them.
Platypus is putting his religious iconography in the live stream. Voice text. Don't miss that. Thanks, Platypus. For showing us your religious iconography.
How come when they post a picture of a high altitude balloon, it's always the camera's always not level and the horizon is not this well, yeah, it's not leveled, so it's not center of the frame.
No, it's me, guys. I'm posting footage.
okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
it's
It
me.
was
I'm trying to point out to Platypus that the footage from high altitude balloons is exactly the same as the ISS at 100. They say the ISS is 200 miles up. Okay, so that's about 400 kilometers. Whereas I'm pointing out that the images from high altitude balloon footage, even although it's showing fake curvature, is exactly the same as the ISS. So the ISS is not anywhere near the 200-mile marker. It's exact same.
100,000 feet? Did you say the balloon is 100,000 feet?
Yeah, it's just 100,000 feet. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I mistook it. Sorry, Platypus. I thought it was you. But I must have had a boomer moment. Thanks breaking down.
I missed it too.
I saw Platypus's name and then I saw Globe, so I'm like, I figured. But anyway, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I'm just getting him to look at the images. That's all. I've got a few more to show him as well, just to see what he's got to say about it. You know.
Yeah, similar to the official iconography.
What's the zoom rate on the P1000? I know the P900's 82x. Don't know what the P1000 is. Could just Google it, I guess.
I think it's 120.
120.
Yeah, I think either that or 100. It's one of those two.
Isn't the whole notion that you can even zoom in on the wandering stars that proves they're close? Like if they were the distance that was claimed,
Yeah, you wouldn't
120x
see.
zoom wouldn't increase its size factor by what you get in reality.
Yeah, you would stop seeing any detail. You wouldn't be able to see any detail of anything or difference. It would just be like a single point of light if it was that far away.
Yeah.
Well, if you're completely zoomed out and it just, it's a point of light, it's a star in the sky, light in the sky.
I use
You
that.
zoom in to a point where you can see detail, like Jupiter. You can make out some detail, some colors, whatever.
Yeah, that's funny that you should say that, obvious, because that's what I was thinking to myself last night, right? See people that have used the P900 or the P1000 to get images of Jupiter or Saturn, how they've got like any color or detail to them at all. These images have to be close. It's impossible to get any of these images unless these objects or images are close. Exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and you could demonstrate it. You could do a scale mock-up of it with a pebble, and put that pebble however far away Jupiter is supposed to be, and then take a P1000, see if you can zoom in and make out any detail on the pebble.
Well, I've already
won't be
done
able to.
something similar to that, right? So if you, I've got an exact distance of a couple of like high structures. Okay, so I've zoomed in. I know that they're 5 miles away exactly. So whatever it is that I'm getting up in the sky at night when I'm getting detail or color on it, it's got to be about 5 miles or 6 miles up. It can't be any further than
Wouldn't
that.
it be 72 miles about?
Well, see,
I always thought it was.
or maximum. Sorry, where I'm saying 5 miles, right? That's not correct. Sorry, I've got that one wrong. You're talking no more than 30 miles. It can't be more than 30 miles.
That makes sense. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
30 miles, so you're talking 30 times. Let's see, 100, 150, 160, 170,000 feet, 150 to 170,000 feet. Something like that.
I'll give you the exact measurement for it in a second. Miles to feet.
Yeah. What about the phenomenon that the stars disappear as you rise up higher?
There you go. So 30 miles is 158,000 feet. That would be about, that would be about right, because see when you see the high altitude balloons, they're 120 to 130, and that's where there's no stars. You can't see any stars there.
They probably can't go any further than that.
Yeah, that's where I
the
think
balloons seem to top out about 120. No.
120, 130 for a high altitude balloon, and as I say, 30 miles is 158,000 feet.
So yeah, just a little bit higher.
That's way up there. So isn't that about what August Picard? Let me see. No, he only went to.
He was like
70,
60.
70,000. I think he went to 70,000.
Yeah. Not necessarily on the firmament. Cut the shit. I'm not sure.
Don't spy planes go up to like 300,000?
No. Spy planes are around 90 and above a bit, you know. Yeah, that's kind of crazy though. If it's Walls, did you say it was about 30 miles?
Well, see the Felix Baumgartner jump. That was I've just done the calculation for that as well. So he's meant to have jumped 38,000 meters up, or 39,000. So look at how much that is in feet. Hold on, 39,000 meters. Hold on.
It's going to be around 100.
That's 120. That's 127,000 feet. So that would be correct. I reckon the ceiling's up there at about 150,000 feet.
Problem is, no. The sun and the moon get, what's the rough triangulation to them? Around 3,500 miles or something like that. Not making any claims, of course, but
yeah, but I reckon that the sun is being shone from outside.
Yeah, they're projected in.
And Wikipedia lied about August Picard. They probably first time he went to May 27th, 1931. August Picard and Paul Kipfer took off from Augsburg, Germany, and reached a record altitude of 15,781 meters, which is 51,775 feet, or 9.8 miles. Then, on August 18th, 1932, launched from Dubendorf, Switzerland. Picard and Max Cossens made a second record-breaking ascent to 16,000 or 53,153 feet. And they lied. They said thought to be the first one to see the curvature of Earth, but that's not what he even said. He goes, it looked like a plate that with upturned edges.
Man. Yeah. Fucking
Dip,
scummy Wikipedia, man.
Dipshits. Lying. Again lying. How many times they gotta lie? That we need a new song. How many times they gonna lie?
We better take it
times?
easy,
How many
ragging
times?
on Clover's number one research site. So
I need a new version. How many times they gotta lie? Gotta lie. How many times they gotta lie? How many times they gotta lie? Gotta lie. How many times they gotta lie? How could you listen to them lie for so long?
Well, I'll definitely be back by 9:30. 9:30. No, I'm lying. But at 10 o'clock exactly, because the thing ends at 9:30.
How many times they gotta lie? Gotta lie. How many times they gotta lie? How many times they gotta lie? Gotta lie. How many times they gotta lie? How many times they gotta lie? How many times they gotta lie?
My bad.
How many times?
hey, Roger, are you here?
I love that. Wow, wow. How many times I gotta lie before you stop believing in that? Every time.
Anyone here?
Hello.
Hello.
Loud and clear.
Yep. Well, it's very quiet in here. I'm just kind of like checking out what's going on.
What's happening, bro? You a glober or a flat earther?
What'd you say?
Are you a glober or a flat earther?
Well, I mean, if I was a glober, then why would I be here?
Why don't you tell us about the flat Earth then?
What'd you say?
Yeah, a lot of Globers do come here, though, so that's why we ask.
I mean, of course I'm a flat earther. I'm just kind of like I'm more very reserved about it because a lot of people kind of like just they insult me for it. So I'm just like, I keep it to myself most of the time in public. But like on Discord, I'll talk about it sometimes. So yeah. Especially like here, I kind of introduced myself last night at like 1 in the morning or something. But yeah.
How long have you been a flat earther, man?
Quite a few months. It's hard to explain. Like, I started out as a skeptic of the globe and the present model of what we are told is science or physics, and I basically started like questioning a lot, and that's how I became like a flat earther, and I'm not really outspoken about it because a lot of my family seems to reject the idea, so I don't want to force it on anyone else. But I do want to at least have some people consider questioning the narrative. So yeah, that's basically me right now.
Well, you're in the right place for questioning the mainstream.
Yeah. A lot of people are is it just me or does everyone stay in this voice chat for hours on end? Like muted or something?
We're listening.
No, I mean like I've seen a lot of people. I see a lot of people in this voice chat, but I've never seen some of the people here. I've never seen them unmute, so I'm just kind of like curious.
I'm listening, and
Okay.
I usually I talk right with new people, and
This is 24/7 flat
Oh.
Earth, so sometimes we're talking and busy, and sometimes we're just quiet. So you just talk if you want to talk.
Each with their own type of
Oh, okay, understandable.
yeah, it's almost bedtime for me. So I'm in Europe, so when you guys sleep, I usually am here banning trolls.
Yeah, we're like the changing of the guard. Roger's gonna go to sleep, and then we're
Yeah.
we're awake here on the West Coast. You know, it's afternoon.
And lucky for you, someone in the UK here is doing night shift, so I'll be here all night.
Oh, it's all right.
I'm always here.
Yeah. When you first find the Flat Earth Discord here, you might stay awake for a few days. You might think you can leave it on all the time, 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So some people will fall asleep and wake up and still on the Discord, which is interesting.
That is interesting.
I did before myself.
I usually leave because I actually have other things to do. Like I have a lot of school. Like I'm in college right now and I have to go to like a class every day. Or not every day, but like at least 4 times a week. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember those days. It's been a long time ago since I've had school like that.
Yeah.
You'll no doubt live long enough that you'll have those will be distant memories at some point.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You know, I was
Good night, everyone.
I was actually looking at something yesterday.
Good night,
What?
Roger. Sorry. I was saying good night to Roger. That's all. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good night, Roger. Let me see. So, I was looking at something yesterday where it was like it was very interesting because I was actually watching a video on actually it was several videos on a phenomenon with the moon, and I looked at it myself, and I saw that there was a wave going across the moon in each of these videos, and I think some of you might be familiar with it, but it's called
Yes.
yeah, it's called the lunar wave, and I'm not sure what it is exactly because I've also seen it on Jupiter. Like Jupiter actually has a wave go across it every once in a while, and I've also seen it on other bodies as well, like the sun, the some of the planets as well, like Saturn and Mars. I think I saw a video with Saturn having a wave go across it, and I also saw a video of Saturn with some sort of weird line going from Saturn to the ground. So it was kind of interesting.
You know what doesn't do that?
What?
Physical bodies.
What'd you say?
Physical bodies don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like this is like someone's not telling us something. So it's just like it's just kind of like why if these are physical bodies, then why are they doing all these things that make it seem like they're kind of like on either they're in their own kind of space, like not really space, but like they have their place in the sky somehow. Like it's hard to explain. It feels like they're closer than what they really are, or what people tell us they are. So
Yeah, they appear to be optical effects going on. That's what I believe they are.
yeah. I've also noticed the wave kind of reminds me of kind of like how a rock, if you drop a rock in a pond of water, it sends a wave across the pool. It looked like that. Which is interesting. And they also say that the firmament holds up the waters above, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it. So, yeah.
So look at this picture coming up here.
Let me see.
16 minutes after. It's processing.
And you know that's funny because I've watched a couple of debates back and forth from geocentrists and flat earthers. And it's funny because like when you say that about the firmament, the waters, it's like they try to say, the firmament could be considered like the atmosphere. And it's like, but that's the air we're breathing. Like that means where I'm standing right now, breathing is part of the firmament, right? Like, how could that be holding up what also atmosphere? Like, how does that make sense at all?
There's also these self-proclaimed scientists saying that, oh, there's water in space around the Earth, and I'm just like, that doesn't sound like what your model is saying. Like it's basically contradicting the standard model of the universe. Like and that's why I think the Earth is flat, because it's just like it's just like there's so much contradictions in the standard model of the universe according to science or whatever. Very weird. I've also noticed that a lot of the stuff in science is based on Kabbalah, so that's interesting to point out as well.
Sorry, was I hot micing?
What happened?
No, I wasn't sure if I was hot micing, so I got like server muted there for a second.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, bro, that was me. I dropped my phone and pressed something daft.
No problem.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's maybe far stranger than any of us think.
Yeah. It's
As far as the psychopathy of the modern, let's say, quote unquote, modern science, they're psychotic.
yeah, it's basically just Kabbalah. It's not even real foundational. Like it doesn't feel real. Like a lot of it doesn't feel real. It's just like, oh, we're floating on a ball in space, surrounded by other balls, and that does sound like what Kabbalah is describing, Kabbalistic texts and stuff like that. And they also describe the atom as a point of light, and the Kabbalah describes matter as light. So it's just like that has to be that's not a coincidence. So
Yeah, that's a good point. How much of it does feel real? None of it really.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's just
not real.
It feels like it contradicts a lot. It like we were told that we live in a ball surrounded by other balls and other stars, galaxies, etc., etc. But at the same time, have we ever actually gone to space ourselves? Has anyone really gone to space? Because if we went to space, then the lunar. I'm gonna point out something I pointed out last night. The lunar landings with the Apollo missions and whatever, it looks like normal gravity on the moon. It doesn't look like they weigh one third of their weight. It looks like they're bouncing on the moon with a heavy spacesuit, and it's slightly slowed down, and then on to top it all off, the American flag waves a little bit, even though there's supposed to be no
Yeah,
gravity.
bro. So listen. See, you're here with a group of people. This panel. That's a 2015 argument.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
I'm not trying to put you down, but yeah, like, so you're speaking our language. Those were some of the first things a lot of us started looking at a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
So these inconsistencies, but it's gotten more advanced as far as what's actually going on, like the lie itself. Like, we're not too concerned about the reason why they lied, but pointing out the intricacies of the lie itself, the actual forensics of the lie itself, that's more interesting. I mean, because it's bizarre, and I think you're onto something with that Kabbalah and all of that stuff. It's purely philosophical. You're right. It seems to be just this calculation that they put in people's mind, or something, some kind of weird thing. It doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem like it's of Earth.
Yeah.
It's
The other
bizarre.
thing I do want to point out, though, is that they've been releasing a lot more things about UFOs and shit, and I'm just like, that has to be either it's fake, or the UFOs are not what they say they are. Like, because there's so much evidence.
Give me a time where the government told you something and you were like, yeah, they're probably telling the truth.
Nah. I can't even think of one, honestly.
I know, right?
It's so stupid when you say that, man. You know.
Let me see. Can I think of
Think of a time when the government in themselves or the media told me the whole story. Like, Like literally, they would leave out the parts where like it's like telling, oh, a snake bit me, but I'm fine, and then they leave out the part that, oh, the snake's venomous and it's a rattlesnake. Like, bruh, like how are you gonna leave out that part? Yeah, that's just straight up lying to us at this point. Like,
I was fortunate enough. I never ever in my life had the notion that these institutions were there for, you know, just spreading transparent information for the masses. You know, so I've never had to get over that or break down that belief. So I don't know what it's like. So any implying that the media and the government are there to tell the truth is just
yeah,
hilarious for me.
it's called brainwashing.
Yep.
Yeah, Witsit's really good at pointing out all those numbers. Just a coincidence. All those 666.
Yeah, there's so many sixes and everything. Even the carbon atom has 6 in it, and it's supposed to be.
Bizarre. Even the other day, I was riding past an address that had 666. I shit you not. And I looked down at my, no, this is just being funny, but true. I looked down at my battery on my bike and said 66.
Oh my god, there's 6s everywhere.
Then I come home. Listen, I come home and the temperature in my room is exactly 66 degrees.
What the
fuck? So what do? I sit down and turn on Flat Earth Discord at 33 degrees volume.
God.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Wow. You're manifesting it for yourself, Sonny.
Why would somebody go to an address that literally is 666? Like it's like unbelievable. I'm like looked at him like someone would move in there on purpose at that address.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. Right near where this big, huge mansion of this like freaking. What was he like?
You never know. They could be a Freemason.
New
Yorkers are as suspicious as you, Sonny, because a lot of our buildings don't have the number 13 for the elevator.
That is true.
That's true. That's true. I've been in a building like that before. Yeah, it went 12.
The funny thing is, Jesus was basically the 13th disciple, 13th person out of his disciples, and there's 12 zodiac signs, and in the middle is basically the sun, or the serpent bearer, or Jesus, and that's basically the 13th zodiac. It's like it's very bizarre, and I'm just like, does 13 have something to do with Jesus? I don't know, but yeah, it's just a thought.
That image that Ibrahimi posted right now, that's hilarious. The ISS.
The ISS. I'm convinced that the ISS is like either the ISS.
Man. What is that?
Or like the IS next. Am I right? No, I'm just kidding.
Fucking ISS. I swear they make it look like the ISS in the sky, but it's really a fucking drone or some shit because they I swear they have like drone. NASA bought sun panel drones and they basically put them in. They basically paid for them and for God knows what reason. There's actually a news article about that.
M. Guess what? The 13th letter in the alphabet is M.
M. Mason. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Black Ops was all about Mason, wasn't the main character in Black Ops called Mason?
Cluage all.
Oh yeah, he was.
Cluage for my people.
Yeah, but I do remember there was a video on the Flat Earth, and it talked about how the ISS that people see in the sky could be just a drone. because one side is shorter than the other as far as the solar panels, and that could just be a drone. And how could the ISS go that fast across the sun or the moon? Like,
It doesn't. Every time a flat earther speaks about an ISS observation, they say it lumbers across the sky.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how they're pulling it off. Just know it's not what's claimed. Like David White had that like that apparent NASA whistleblower who was saying it was modified SRs or something that had transparent. They'd modified the hull to be transparent in areas to basically give the silhouette and image that you would see if you zoomed in.
Wow, that's interesting.
It's pure speculation, and it's like NASA.
I personally think it could be a drone, but yeah, I get it.
I don't think it's drones though.
Yeah.
Like it's who knows, man. It could be all that aerospace technology we have no idea about.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, whatever it is, it's not out of the realm of possibility for them.
Yeah, they have not even they have millions of dollars, so they can spend it on whatever.
Trillions at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have the money. I mean, it's the people that own and run the world. They have the money itself.
Yeah.
There is no figure. The money is theirs. They create it as they need it. So they have technologies beyond our even our imagination at this point, No
they're just trying to blow up that dome, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Fishbowl when they were launching the nukes?
I think it was Operation Fishbowl or something like that, but
yeah, I always get mixed up on them.
But yeah, they were not launching
Jump,
the
Dominic,
sky.
and Fishbowl.
Yeah. I was watching a video on that, and it was like wild because the rockets were exploding at certain points, and it looked like they were hitting something. So that's interesting. Something else to think about. If we're giving NASA all these dollars and shit, like, then are they using it to try to get out of the firmament or something like that? I don't know, but it's very hard to imagine what they would be spending it on, because I mean, the other thing is they could be spending it on underground shit, because there are several underground tunnels under the earth. So and nobody knows what they're used for, as far as the public, anyways. And I wonder if NASA is funding these underground bases or whatever, the Dulce base, the fucking Area 51 deep underground space, the DUMS, deep underground military bases, stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're going to speculate that there's possibly extra land out there, there could be massive infrastructure they're constructing.
Yeah.
Places we don't even know about, Who knows?
That could be possible too. But then again, if it's possible, then what is?
They could be building utopic cities somewhere, and we wouldn't know about it,
Yeah, exactly.
For them and their little club.
It's a big club, and you're not in it, says God to the meat Freemason. Like that's gotta be karma right there. Just fucking. They always say that shit. Like, they always say that, oh, it's a big club and you're not in it and shit like that. And they're so vague about it. And then as soon as they try to get into heaven, God just says the same thing and sends them down to the abyss or whatever. It's fucking.
Yeah.
So think about this: $62 million a day, and what they're doing, they're shooting rockets horizontally because that's the only way they can go. They're telling them, and see, listen, if you sit in on the evil little backroom discussion about it, then you start to understand. So yeah, we're just gonna shoot them all horizontally, boss, because that's the only way we can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll shoot a couple off, and they, no one will catch that they go parabolically and go back down horizontally and then down, just like the ones. We'll see how far we can go. Let's see how many rockets we can shoot horizontally before they run out of fuel. Yeah, I know. We never even. Yeah, we haven't found that far yet because we run out of fuel every time.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're doing? Like they're shooting them out there. They're wasting all these taxpayer money to shoot things horizontally from Antarctica to try to see how far it is, and they've never reached the end. Or if they have, they're not telling. They're not telling anyone about that little detail.
Yeah. I personally think that there's this Earth is an enclosed like dome, but at the same time, it's possible that there's other land out there. I mean, I'm not outruling it completely because anything is possible at this point with the flat Earth thing, and it's really it's really possible that there is other life outside of our crater, like the so-called aliens that we see or whatever could be from other landscapes outside of our crater or whatever. It's kind of think about.
Crater.
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying crater because this is kind of like think about it this way. Earth, as we call it, it is basically kind of like a shallow hole in Arctic ice wall or whatever. And if there's no dome, then that means that there's potentially other craters outside of like the Earth crater.
No, there could be a dome. There
Yeah.
still could be. There still could be some kind of
the
like I don't.
Antarctic basin, basically. That's why.
Yeah, we're in the Antarctic crater. That's a good way to think about it. We're in the Antarctic crater. We're in a
Yeah.
crater in the Antarctic. What's outside of that? Yeah, we don't know.
No idea.
We don't know. But we know we have gas pressure.
Yeah.
Can't have gas pressure without a container. Period. End of story. Second law of thermodynamics. Never been violated.
The other thing I was researching was this was way before I got into flat Earth, but have you ever heard of the cube symbol, the Saturn cube thing, whatever?
Isn't that like the black cube?
Yeah, the black cube.
Really,
I'm
that
not
particular
sure.
one.
I'm just.
Yeah, so that's what I was researching before I got into flat Earth. But that was like I didn't realize what it was until I got into like the whole Kabbalah thing and like the Freemasons, and I'm just like, okay, it's basically a symbol that these guys basically venerate for some fuck knows reason. And I'm thinking like, are they using symbol? It's like they say, signs and symbols rule the world. And
Yeah,
maybe,
absolutely, man.
yeah, and I'm just like, maybe this is one of their main symbols. So along with the pentagram, the hexagram or the cube or whatever you want to call it is also a part of their symbolism. So I'm just like, okay, so that's weird, but also pretty interesting at the same time. So I wonder where they got these symbols though. That's what I'm wondering. Where did they get these symbols and why are they using them?
They probably came
That's
from.
how they communicate with each other.
The secret societies are like the hidden, the mystery religions. You know, you remember? You heard that before, right? They rule. Yeah, mystery religions. We're told like what happened to them. They just disappeared after the burning of the books in Alexandria. Like then there's no more mystery religions. I don't think so. Like
Nah.
yeah, there are. They're still here. They're like the same people too.
Yeah, exactly. They're the same. They're
Exactly the same people.
Yeah.
They are the same lineage of all those people. Whoever were the rulers back then in biblical times, that's who are still the rulers. They still are.
Yeah.
Still are. There's been no change in hands ever in all of history. That's the only continuum we seem to have here, that these lineages have always been the ones that said, we're the ones that get to rule over other people. Like a bratty little child. We have to be the ones. So we'll steal all the money, we'll trick people because we don't deserve it ourselves because we're crummy little jerk-offs.
The funny thing is, most of the time...
Can I get the role that I can post in VC, or...
Isn't that funny? That's hilarious.
The funny thing about that is, most of the time we prove them right, and it's sad. And it's really fucking sad. Most of the time people prove them right. It's tragic. Anyone else have any thoughts?
I'm down with Jenny and Lou.
Jenny and Lou.
Hey.
I'm down with those two. Looking for
Hey,
proof.
Lou. What up, bro?
Yo, what's up?
We just need some proof.
So, do you believe that there is more land?
There could be more land, but when I'm talking about more land, I'm just talking about stuff that's being left off of the maps. Like,
yes,
I don't think there's like, you know, those maps that you see of like other lands like that are supposed to be like following like the whole Admiral Byrd account and shit like that. No, I think that's all nonsense too.
Further out there, like the 1,000-year-old Japanese map found in a monastery, like that one. Like, that could be bullshit. It could be bullshit.
Have you seen the moon map?
Oh yeah, I have the crater, the moon crater map or whatever.
Yeah, but you gotta see the lost history of flat Earth, though. You gotta see that.
Not a reflection of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, this is outside of that. But,
it's too weird.
Anyway.
It's too weird for Lou. I'm sorry, Jenny. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Lou, do you know about it? Have you heard about it?
Well, was I in the right area when I said reflection of Earth?
Oh, yeah, I didn't. I thought you were saying that to someone else. Sorry. Yes,
No,
that's the one.
yeah. So I know what you're talking about, and no, I haven't looked much into it, but that's because I threw it out on its face. It's ridiculous.
I know it seems like that.
It does
watch
sound
Lost History, right, Jenny? Watch Lost History about
sir.
it. Because what it is a freaking snapshot. It's like a freaking flash bulb image, dude. When I saw it like that, I was like, holy shit.
Dude,
reverse
I
image.
promise you, you look into it, you're going to be like, oh.
You're going to go, I know.
And the reason why I say that is because the person that came up with this map, I actually came across, I think it was this person's material like a year ago. And I'm like, man, I'm just not jiving with this really. But anyway, in the video, it shows him like actually mapping out the distances and the positions. I mean, it's not exact, but it's very interesting. But yeah, like Sunny said, really need to watch Lost History of Flat Earth. In fact, for your convenience, Lou, I can DM you a link.
And another thing I want to add to that whole moon reflection thing is that the Freemasons are very big about the reflections, and they like to show reflections of the moon in water. and then pan upwards to show where the moon actually is. So why? So potentially
Wow.
the moon could be a reflection, and they're kind of putting it in our face the whole time. But
Ooh, that's just
I
some
never,
icing on the cake.
I never put that. Yeah, I never put that together. That's wow. You're right, though.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for that point.
The thing is, in here, a lot of times, like it, you guys all recognize that what you're doing is all speculation. You're like, but yeah, we're just going. Right now it's okay. We're going to go into speculation. Fine. You want to do that? Fine. But
yeah, but check it out, Lou.
I've never speculated on anything and convinced myself that it's actually happening. Okay.
Yeah, we're hold on, we're right with you, Lou. That like I know about falling down all these different rabbit trails, and like I eventually just go, that's full shit. I'm not even gonna look at that one. I don't have time. Like that one, like that's too far fetched. And that was my first opinion of the first time, and I stopped watching any of it. I'm like, I don't want nothing. But then I just watched the whole the Lost History, and the way it was pointed out, and the preciseness of latitude, longitude, and everything where you see. I saw it. It's like the dog picture that's just a bunch of dots or whatever. And then all of a sudden it focused in, and I go, whoa! It wasn't anything like I was thinking it was. That's what happened to me. I'm not saying I'm giving it full weight or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm not going to fall all the way, but I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry, Sonny. I was trying to wait for you to finish. I apologize. So this material that I'm posting and then that I sent to you, Lou, this is actually material that David Weiss has on his Sun and Moon app.
Okay.
And then
I don't agree with everything David Weiss says. I agree with a lot of it, what he says, but not everything.
Well,
it seems if he's pushing this, I think he's wrong to do that.
Well, actually, Lou, I've seen a lot of people kind of get attracted to this topic. In fact, where I posted it from was Norb's World. I don't know if you've ever heard of him or not. He does the universal disclosure cosmic egg model 3D CGI rendition of Martin Kenny's model. So I've seen it in different places with different people. And like Sonny said, it was really put together well, sir. I can't recommend it highly enough.
It is. You can't deny that.
So there's a lot of focus on this material right now.
So you're saying he's done a good job at putting together a presentation to sway your mind into some fantasy nonsense.
Well, no, just to point out inconsistencies, just like really just splaying it out there for your purview. For you look at this and you just you ask yourself what sounds.
Okay, so the person that so the moon map is mentioned in these two documentaries, okay, but the person who does it, Vibes of the Cosmos, he's the one that he actually did a book on it. So he goes super in depth with all the measuring that he does, however he does it, whatever you want to call it. It's very fascinating. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's very fascinating, quite interesting. Seems like a big, huge group of coincidences. That's my opinion.
He stitches together many dots across many different topics with valid citations.
How does it explain how?
Yeah, the
it's
material.
a reflection of Earth. How does it move through the sky like that?
Like an astronomical clock.
Now, he never claimed that the moon's a reflection of Earth. He claimed that the map was imprinted on the moon by a civilization.
Well, some
to do that, or the
not a civilization.
I think it was.
Well,
I think I heard.
It's
Sorry,
not a
everybody.
reflection of the Earth.
I no. Well, hey, I can't remember who said this.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You're coming in low. Maybe that might have something to do with it. I'm sorry. But anyway, I forget who said this, but they speculated that it appeared as if it was like, and forgive me for my description because I it's pretty close to what the person said, like almost like it was like a photo and it's like a negative, you know?
Yeah.
So I find that very interesting because a lot of people speculate here again that, you know, the moon could potentially be something, the material like something like crystal, you know, because it conducts electricity and, you know, the moon emits its own light and things like that. So that's why I find it interesting, Lou, like connecting the dots with all of this. But there's two different people. The Vibes of the Cosmos is the originator of the moon map, as far as I know. And then you got the EWAR material, the two different documentaries.
Yeah, just
I'll
respect.
send you
Like,
the.
I don't know how you don't have to send me more. Like seriously, I want to be respectful about it, but honestly, I have like zero interest in this.
Hey,
I honestly.
sure.
That's fair.
That's evident.
You can look at old maps and like there's other lands and other maps too, so we could disregard all that too.
You mind if I say
Well,
something?
what made me think of it is it's very odd that what is portrayed as Lemuria is like really kind of close.
It's in the Indian Ocean, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like very strange. Like, is there a side of Australia that's like, you know what? Actually, let me put up the
I mean,
get my.
you find this submerged pyramids out there
Jenny,
all over
that
the
video
place,
I
you know?
just posted there, it says intelligent design, Earth and Archangels. That's one done by UAP, similar to what you're talking about. It's like,
Oh,
as if,
UAP's been around for a long time.
yeah, it's as if the continents of the world are imprinted on the moon's surface. Yeah, that's similar to what you're talking about there.
Sweet, thanks. I'll check that out for sure.
We all just agree that speculation comes before discovery.
Well, look, if what we see on the moon is supposed to be what the Earth actually looks like we don't have any maps of Earth that look like what the moon looks like.
Well, he
So
went
why is
over
it?
that, man. He went over that. The idea that
Yeah,
any maps
But
available
the
to
idea
us
that the
have been
idea that you're
skewed,
trying to
you know?
sell me
Yeah.
though is that
I'm not trying to sell you any idea.
well, okay, the idea here is that we don't know what the Earth looks like, and we're supposed to look in the sky at the moon and say, "Now I know what the Earth looks like."
No, it is far fetched. But look, look, he said it's a reverse image, so that means it's
Yes.
upside down and reversed. And then when you took the reversed upside down and started doing some matching up, it was uncanny. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true 100%. Anyway, like I wouldn't give it a percentage. You know, I don't know, but it's
what is
it's very.
peculiar?
It's just
if you
more
look
information
the
at the end of the
difference,
day, and that doesn't hurt lunatics.
the difference between the Mercator, which we all are familiar with, and the difference between the gold Peters, which apparently distorts the continents less. And then you look at some of the other projections and how distorted the continents look. I think that this is definitely up for debate in terms of
you know what
continent
I found?
sizes, continent shape, all of that.
You know what I found interesting? I looked a little bit on Wikipedia to learn a little bit more about geodesic, like, you know, surveying and such. And I scrolled all the way down to the bottom of the page to look at notable geodesic surveyors. And of course, there were a lot like 100 years ago. And then, like, pretty much all of them are dead except for like 4. That's weird. And they're old. So nobody's surveying anymore, I guess. I guess it's settled science, right? I mean, isn't that odd? I mean, shouldn't they be? I mean, I know it's just Wikipedia. I guess I should look more into it.
No more doing rectangular planar surveying. You can't do planar surveying anymore. Everybody's gonna see.
I get a mic check.
Yeah.
So yeah, but Sonny, I'm glad you pointed out, Sonny, that it's a reverse, and I don't know about upside down because it's
I think it's upside down reverse. Yeah.
well, it rotates, so the upside down. I don't understand what you mean by that. Like the yeah.
Like it's an
The-
inverse image. Like so, it's a like a negative,
well,
but
inverse, I
upside
get.
down.
Oh,
From what I gathered, it was reverse image and upside down.
okay.
But I could
Yeah,
be
he
wrong.
showed that in the video. But it's to make it so that it kind of resembles the AE projection with Africa pointing downward. But it could have been any which way. It's just so that you can start to visualize it is why he mirrored it and then inverted it.
And I'm not sure if you guys are talking about the same footage I've seen, but the map, the AE map, is only representing like a portion, like the bottom right portion of the supposed moon map image.
Correct.
Which is just crazy.
I know
Yeah,
that
so
you down Ewar's channel a long time ago, and it was just fucked up because I was in the middle of watching the video while it happened too. Like they just immediately took Ewar's channel down, and I was just like, okay, so where is he gonna go now? So I haven't found any new channels of his, but I hope to see in the future, maybe.
Yeah, they
Well,
took
he
his
wrote a book.
second channel
Did?
down as well.
Yeah.
Hold
Oh
on,
no,
let
I'm
me-
thinking Vibes of the Cosmos. I'm sorry about the moon map. Sorry.
I was gonna say
Stand
Vibes of the
corrected.
Cosmos is the one that wrote the book. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Ewar wrote a book. He made a documentary, but he didn't write a book.
Two documentaries.
Hey guys, what percentage of the moon would you say looks like a map? Would it be a
All of it.
33 and a third, or
You mean which portion of us is the map?
I like the question. Answer the man's question. What? Say it in percentages.
so is it, what is it, 33 and a third? I mean, what is it? I mean, how can I say this? Sometimes the moon, you look at it and the light's so intense, right? You can't see what some would say looks like a map or a face or a man on the moon. Or
I personally think the moon is a malfunctioning sun, but that's a whole nother thing altogether.
Oh wow,
Would
no, we can't do
percentage
that.
Would you say it? Would you say it's a
Linda,
third?
what do you mean we can't do that? It's just as legitimate as what we're talking about.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's the same thing. A flash bulb.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
Flash bulb
There's
sun.
a reason.
It's a bit funny that they call it the new moon. Why is it that this moon seems to disappear for so many days, 2 days approximately? You can't find the moon anywhere on the face of the earth.
Yeah,
And then
that's
all of a sudden it re-emerges in phases. It is odd. So what that guy just said there about the sun, are we seeing a pattern of new sun and new moon? It's odd. Yeah, it's something to consider.
Hey guys, there's kind of a reason I asked this. Is it a third of the moon where you see these dark spots? What would you say if you had to give me a fraction?
Yes, I would say
What would it be?
I would say the
No.
dark spot is kind of like
definitely missing.
it looks like it could be a map. I mean, but
I'm asking like a fraction. Can you guys hear me? I'm like a fraction
Yeah, we can hear you.
of shadow opposed to light, right? So like a fraction. Is it a third or a percentage? Is it 33? What is it?
I would say it is around a third.
Okay, so
right. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's
don't
a
know.
reason I asked that, and just before I give you the reason I asked it that way, I would also say that I don't think we should say the moon produces its own light, right? Because that's highly speculative too, right? I mean, I'm not saying.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't
saying that
like when a lot of people say that it, as a matter of fact, does. If you're going to say that, I think it should be prefaced like with there's a possibility it might be doing such a thing. I'm a big fan of people being clear about how they preface their sentence when they're making claims or talking about stuff like that.
Yeah, even when you talk about the moon being like some kind of crystal or something like that, and then you talk about what light is, where does the source of light come from, right? I mean, the source of all light, right? So, yeah, like many light bulbs in your house, but whatever. So when I'm speaking of, it doesn't produce its own light. Yeah, we need to stay on that. But when I'm saying a third of the moon, it reminds me, and I don't want to get into like. Go ahead. So it reminds me of something biblical, and I don't want to get into the biblical, but I would just want to say this because it kind of supports Elijah's claim. So when we're talking about like a projection, and there's a point where a third of the sun is struck or smitten or hit, you know, and a third of the moon and a third of the stars. And I don't know if it's like a sign in the moon and we only see it at certain times, you know. Certain times it's so intense, light you can't see it, and certain times you can. So I don't know. It's very interesting.
No, Star, I don't see any problem with anyone on this server quoting scriptures if it's backing up reality. Do you know what I mean? Or looking at things. So
Yeah, I mean the Bible is a flat Earth book.
let me finish. It shouldn't exclude old text or biblical text of any sort if it's adding up to reality. You know what I mean? If we want to put that forward, it's not a problem.
Meaning that the Bible says that it's its own light source, that God created two lights, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. And I guess stars are their own light sources as well.
Yeah.
So
one more thing, guys.
Speculate that the moon's not.
You know, I just want to point one thing out. Also been waiting for a minute.
One more thing.
If there's an old text that says things that we're seeing happening in the sky, what's the problem with that? There shouldn't be any problem, you know.
Right. And one other point is, I mean, how long has these shadows been? Have they been forever in the moon, a third, or has it been more prevalent? You know, how much history do we have on this? What we see in the moon. So
not very much. Not very much at all.
Anyway, so I heard a couple people talk about the moon map and when they're talking about it, saying like I could see how it might look like a map. You know why it looks like a map? It is a map. It's a map of the moon. Okay, so like, all what you're doing is you're imagining that you might be on that thing, like, or that you could be on that thing, or somebody at one time could have been.
No,
or, you know, like
wrong,
on that
wrong-orama.
No, that's not what was being.
Wrong-orama. How would you be on a flash plate? A photographic flash plate?
well, not like necessarily on
I just
the thing
describe
itself.
it?
But what I'm saying is like you're saying it's a picture, a negative, like so like you're basically saying like we can see ourselves in that thing, like I'm looking in the mirror.
So lunatic,
it was a snapshot
just try watching the video so that maybe, I know you're not interested in this, but he describes it in the video. He discusses all the gases, all the layers of gas that we have in our sky.
I did watch some of it. I don't think I finished it, but
he explains how to take
I don't understand.
to take like an X-ray. You need to use certain gases to create a snapshot image, and then that image can be fused onto something. So it is wild speculation. We all agree. But the idea is that if the moon is this flat plate, that at some point in its history, there could have been some event that caused sufficient lighting of that plate that then created that negative impression on the moon of potentially what the surface below actually is.
I've seen some of this stuff. I do watch UAP sometimes, and like not really for these kind of videos. I think he's done much of this type of stuff, but I think I saw one of his where I think I don't know if I watched the whole thing or not. But yeah, like I'm just saying, like
no one's saying that we went there.
It is interesting if you live on there. It is interesting if you like sci-fi or fantasy novels and stuff like that. Yeah, interesting. But,
There's so much speculation on what the moon is exactly, but there's so much pointing to so many different things that we don't even know what could be true at this point. Like, there's so much myth about the moon too, like with the moon being like. There was this one Chinese myth where it was like the moon was an egg for a dragon or something like that. It was weird. It was very weird. But there was also a myth about the moon being like a goddess or something like that. But I don't know what religion or mythology that is from. But I feel like every myth has some truth to it. As to some,
yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen like when you have a half moon or a quarter moon and it's upright like a cup, right? It's usually dry. But when it's tilted over like you're pouring out the cup, it rains.
Did you guys see that picture I posted with the 48 different colors of the moon as observed over Italy?
Yeah, that was a cool picture.
I like the purple one.
Even the brightness differences between waning and waxing, I think there's a lot to the moon that we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there sure is.
The other thing is that I noticed that the moon, when it's a crescent, it does remind me of the god, like the bull horns, the Apis god or whatever you want to call him. Like for example, Moloch has horns that are shaped like a crescent, and not only that, a lot of the bull gods have horns that are shaped like crescents too. So I'm just wondering, does the moon have something to do with the bull god of ancient mysteries and whatever? So
I don't know what the esoteric connection is to that.
Hey man, yeah. I was kind of listening, not entirely closely, but you mentioned bull gods, right? I've been researching, and you brought up one like Moloch, right? So you got a bull, and if I may be wrong, but I think he's a storm god, and then you find Baal, who is also a bull god, right? With a name very phonetically similar to bull, the Baal god versus bull god, Also a storm god, and then you got Zeus, the storm god, who more often than any other animal, I believe, can transform into a bull, right?
Yeah.
And then you also have Marduk, who is wearing like bullhorn headdresses and like engravings in the walls, and he holds like three lightning bolts at the same time he wears bullhorns. So I see the connections that you've seen as well, and there's something special about. Oh, and I heard you mention just a minute ago, like the Egyptian cow god Apis or something, some sort of storm bull god as well.
Yeah, it was the Egyptian cow god. But yeah.
So I wanted to raise a point here where perhaps we're misunderstanding this. That Lost History of Flat Earth described it as the Taurus. If you look at the zodiac, the Taurus is the bull, which many people used to praise. And the Taurus is actually the root word for toroid. Now we know that everything on this planet is like a toroidal effect.
That's officially denied, that like a Taurus
linking
field
the Taurus instead of a Taurus, like a bull-godded, a man with a bull head. Like think about the Taurus in terms of magnetic fields.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The officially Taurus as like Taurus, like the zodiac. Officially, the etymology of that and like a Taurus Taurus is like officially unrelated. But they even have something called a horned Taurus field. So it's hard for them to hold up their belief that they're not related, especially when there seems to be winks and nods that they are.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. I've seen a lot of videos on like the Taurus field, the how the flat Earth is actually itself is actually a Taurus field, which is interesting. Like an interesting concept, but that there's a lot of things pertaining to the bull god as far as like mythology goes and stuff like that, and it's very interesting to see that. And I think that is a archetype too. But yeah, go ahead.
So, two other things that came to my mind were you have in Exodus them worshiping a false idol, which just happens to be a golden bull statue, you know? And then you also have, so like Tor and bull are both, you know, synonyms. And while we were talking about torus fields or toroids, the opposite, or like the geometric inverse of a torus, is a bull. Although they call it a hyperboloid, but oid is like a suffix and hyper is a prefix. So the real root there is bull. So the tor and the bull are like matching parts to each other in geometry.
That's interesting.
BOL, not BO.
Yeah,
WL.
Hyperbole.
Yeah, hyperbole is like is like in rhetoric or like linguistics, and then but yeah, hyperbolic or hyperboloid, you know, it's like an hourglass shape.
But yeah, like you said, the Bible does state a golden calf, and I don't think that would have been misinterpreted to be a toroidal field.
No, but what's interesting about the Bible and Torah and bull is that you have the Torah and then you have the Bible. You have the first cow and then you have the second. Yeah. Torah, the first bull, and then Bible, the second bull.
What? Oh man, I've never thought about it like that, you guys.
There's something
I've never heard
going on.
anybody talk about
I
that.
actually never thought of it like that, but yeah, you have a point.
Wow.
So like Tor, the toroid. Tor is that root word for the toroid, and then like Torah, it's what's a toroid? It's coming out of the center, but yet neither of these religions actually talk about the center that much.
Well, is the Torah supposed to be Jewish mysticism?
No,
Not
Torah
Jewish
refers to
mysticism, just Jewish scripture.
Yeah,
Kabbalah
refers
is
to
Jewish
the first
mysticism.
five.
Kabbalah
The
would be
first
like
five books of the
mysticism.
Bible is known as the Torah.
Okay, thank you.
And then someone just said center, and right, the center is the centaur, like a centaur, and the center of a circle is the bull's eye. I mean, this shit just keeps on piling up.
Yeah, the centaur of something.
Although a centaur is a half horse, half man, so it would be the minotaur. That's included there too. But I was trying
And
to
it's
connect
still
it
got
to
that
center.
Tor. It's still got the Tor word, the centaur or the center.
All right, weird fun fact, you guys. Weird fun fact. In the game Pokemon Go, there's a Pokemon that looks like a bull with horns, and his name's Taurus, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Of course, that's just like a literal meaning of bull.
That's a literal meaning of bull. But I want to point out
saying something else from that it wasn't. My bad. I heard you guys wrong just now. Okay.
It's okay.
Sorry.
But I did want to point out something. You know the Star of Remphan, according to the Bible, like the whole Star of Remphan, Star of David thing, right?
Yeah. I've never heard that first name.
Okay, Star of Remphan is basically the star of I think it was Moses, but I'm not sure. But he was pointing out to the pagans or the Canaanites that were worshiping Moloch, and he said something like, ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Kayun, which means Saturn. Literally, it means Saturn, and the thing about that is Moloch is a bull god as well, and I also noticed that I was talking about how the cube and the hexagram are symbols that are prominent in the Freemasonry and I think it's like secret societies and stuff like that. And I noticed that also correlates with secret societies where they actually worship sort of like Moloch, the bull god. So I have a feeling that Moloch plays a huge role in like the parasitic people that run this world. Like
Yeah, Moloch is the god that they used to sacrifice their children to.
exactly.
And it
They
was a
burned
blood.
bull.
If you see the pedophilia and the attack on the youth by our leaders and pedophilic overlords,
Yeah,
it does
exactly.
make sense.
You guys are making me feel better with my guilt and having had my children watching all that iconography. Like I feel so guilty that I allowed my kids to like I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Which iconography exactly?
No, all the stuff in Disney. Like all that
Oh,
stuff.
God.
All that iconography from Disney, all those messages. Like
Hey,
Disney
don't
to
feel
me,
bad about it, man. Don't feel
Disney to
bad
me is
about
the
it,
safe
man.
place compared to what else is out there these days. Disney's actually it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. Like the new stuff out there is homosexuality and transgender and all this other crap mixed in and virus culture and
End of the
scare
world.
culture and
That's coming to
Aliens.
close to you soon.
Yeah, they grew up. They're bigger than
One
that at
thing.
that time, so that's
at
good.
least with Disney I can prepare my kids for like the Wicked Witch who might
One
cast some
thing.
spells.
One thing recently that I didn't necessarily agree with, it being a cartoon, marketed to children, and that was the movie Soul. I mean,
I heard about that. I never watched it.
You know what? That is interesting because the movie kind of reminded me of like the tricked by the light concept, like the white light tunnel at the end of death. Like right as you die, you see a white light tunnel. I seriously wonder if that's like that has something to do with what inspired the movie. In fact, I'm pretty sure it did because a lot of
you're getting into like metaphysical stuff, maybe.
But I'm just
So,
saying that does have a lot.
See, it's a religious movie actually, and
Yeah.
it's put out there as cute and funny, and kids may not understand it when they watch it as a kindergartner or something. Yeah, but it'll influence them subconsciously, and I just don't think it's right. I think the parents should help the children with anything religious. It's just so seemingly, innocuous. So I just hope, it's just a shame because the parents are indoctrinated and then thinking, oh, it's a cartoon, it's okay, and they let their kids watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope maybe the title would indicate that it's a serious topic, but the way people are nowadays, I'm not so optimistic. Sad to say.
Yeah, it is kind of like tragic.
I got something to share if you guys don't mind. A
Yeah.
little off topic, but I was researching, mythology type stuff, and I found out that in Mesopotamia, that one of the names for moon, one of the more popular names for the moon was Sin, Sin, or at least that's the way it would be pronounced.
I think I've heard of that.
Right? And so I just looked that up, and it says that it was either called Sin or Nanar, which makes me think with the whole feminine aspect of the moon that like a Nana is connected to the moon god Nanar. And I've also heard it's making my memory jog and think of some other female goddess called like Anana. You ever heard of Anana?
I have not.
I think Anana might actually be a female bull goddess.
Wow. Okay.
Because there's some dude
but
breaking
wait.
down.
That
There's
would be
some
a
dude breaking
cow.
down Rihanna's that famous musician Rihanna, right? There's a music video where she spills milk, and at the first time
Dude.
she says like, right, and she says,
Wait.
"Oh Nana,
Oh.
what's your name?
That's
Oh
it.
Nana."
Really? Okay,
That's
so
what.
wait, hold on, time out before you guys go on with that. I get little tiny bits, specks of information that kind of tell me that milk is an esoteric type of symbology in some way, and I don't know where to safely research that. Do you guys know, like the esoteric type of occult symbolism with milk?
I think it's just gonna be our job, me, you, and Redacted, interested in this bull worship stuff.
Oh, well,
I
I've just
think
seen it
also
in movies. I've
consider it in the light
seen it in
of
movies and stuff.
all bodily liquids that come out of something living have an energy. So whether it's
Yeah.
blood, whether it's semen, whether it's milk, there's some energetic aspect to it. So I would say that
Yeah, I get
the
that.
occult would look at it that
I
way.
just thought of something, right? So Moloch is a bull god, right? And the word milk is like one vowel away from being Miluk or Moloch, the bull god. I'm just saying the name of milk might have something to do with the bull god in Mesopotamia or something.
So, what it seems like what
Ew.
you're telling us is almost everywhere you look, that you're going to see bull there.
Well, especially when you involve an understanding of phonetics and which like letters are most commonly substituted with other letters throughout history.
Yeah, the etymology of words is fascinating.
The definitions, the deaf Phoenicians. I've heard of that.
Right.
Yeah. That is an interesting concept because there's a lot of stuff that goes into vocabulary, right? That correlates with a lot of mythologies and our history. It actually reveals our history, a lot of it, and it's very interesting to look at. Like for example, if you look at mare, the horse, it's hard to explain. Like there's a word called nightmare, and mare actually means horse, right? So there's also the myth of the Trojan horse. Like it was a beautiful horse, right? That the Romans were like, oh, let him in, and then the Spartans just came out of the horse and they killed them all. And that kind of makes me think: was the moon? Is the moon like? I'm not saying the moon is anything like a Trojan horse or anything. I'm saying like is there a myth associated with that, like the moon being. And to go back to what you said about the moon, the name for the moon god was sin. We live in sin. So I wonder if that has anything to do with the moon. I seriously wonder.
You
Well,
know
it's
what?
really
That's
interesting how
fabulous
the two
because
things are sin and sun, like one's sin and one's
yeah.
sun. And I don't know if those ever happened side by side, but that's where we find ourselves now. And what you're saying about Trojan, to me, that seems like a combination of Tor for like the Tro part, just slightly reorganized, and Jan, which is like in January, mentioning the god Janus, the god of doorways and passages, which is exactly what the Trojan horse did. It got them inside of the doorway.
Yep.
It got them inside the gates.
CERN is trying to open doorways. I know that for sure, because they keep like opening like weird doors to other universes, and they claim that they have found parallel universes via CERN. And I'm just like, I'm just over here like, how could it be any more blatant?
Well, I heard just yesterday that another epithet of Janus, god of doorways and portals, is Cernus, Cernus. Cernus.
Wow.
So
Yikes.
that might that might be the namesake for CERN.
Yeah, they could make up any old acronym to make it look good.
Yeah, Cernunio. Shiva, the Shiva statue outside of CERN. There's
That's
so
weird
much
too.
going to CERN that's not even funny. Like it seems like they're trying to break out of whatever this dome is or whatever this flat Earth is in order to contact whatever's outside of outside of our realm.
Well, yeah,
And
it's been like.
why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Exactly. You wanna know what's outside, but maybe curiosity killed the cat, right? So.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
I'd find it really odd that Hillary Clinton referenced at least 3 times the highest glass ceiling to include that there's about 1,000 cracks in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're
I
almost,
mean,
reaching that glass ceiling. Yeah, that kind of
well,
thing.
that would definitely be a double entendre because, I mean, so consider it what you will. Coincidence? Yeah.
It's not. I don't think there's any such thing as a coincidence at this point. In fact,
There's a meme. There's a big meme dude out right now. I guess it's from
yeah,
TikTok.
he's funny. He says there is no such thing as a coincidence, and he has this 1,000-eye stare.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
he's a black man with light-colored eyes, right? Or are they hazel or something?
And he has like really wide eyes. I don't know why. He kind of looks like one of those aliens or whatever.
Yeah, he's just like trying to program everybody. Tell them there's no coincidences, so figure it out, people. Let's go. Wake up.
Yeah.
Pretty creepy.
Yeah.
There's something going on with the cows, and I think it was like deeply important to people of ancient times. Like even today, like cows are the most respected animal in India, right? And then we have expressions like holy cow and sacred bull.
Or bullshit.
Yep. Or bollocks.
Yeah, exactly. That's like it's so weird how language has developed and it comes from a lot of root words that actually mean something. But it's like, where did all these words come from? So like
I can tell you the official story on that.
The Tower of Babel, of course. I mean,
no, that's not the official story. That's like the modern official story.
Okay, the bot was the official story according to modern society.
That the 100 most spoken languages in the entire world as of right now all belong to 7 or 6 different first original parent languages, and that the one that English. It's really funny. They'll say that Indian languages, Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, Romance languages, German languages, Russian languages, and maybe one that I can't think of, all come from one that there's no historical evidence of, but that the similarities in all of these have forced them to hypothesize or theorize that that they just came up with a name for it called Proto-Indo-European, and it's the 8,000 it's the hypothetically 8,000-year-old language that almost all that the majority of languages spoken today actually came from.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow. You got a link for that by chance?
If you just search PIE with periods in between, like PI is the acronym, Proto-Indo-European, proto like prototype, Indo like Indian, but Indo, and then European, Proto-Indo-European. And this is a ancient language that has no written evidence, no physical evidence whatsoever, no artifacts, but Sanskrit, ancient Greek, ancient Latin, ancient German, and ancient Balto-Slavic all have similarities in them across the board that make it obvious that they all came from an earlier parent language. And so we've just named it, just a make-up name, just fill in the blank sort of name, Proto-Indo-European. It's not very creative. It's just talking about how, like, everywhere from the top of Russia to the bottom of India, all throughout that sort of area, geographically, all speak just one language turned into many different versions over time.
I want to point out that you said there were 7 main languages that came.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's weird because 7 is a huge number in everything. Like there's 7 chakras, 7 planets, 7 main planets.
Mm-hmm.
7 seals of the apocalypse, 7 heads of the beast, 7
Days
colors of
of
the rainbow. It's like
7 days of the week, 7 notes in a piano.
7
Hey,
days.
you know what? So sorry, you guys. I'm just Googling it and I'm trying to find the best link, and I'm just trying to find like what looks like the most credible. And I wasn't really impressed with Wikipedia. Oh, Wiktionary.org. Okay, Wikipedia's right here. But it doesn't say, the Wikipedia entry does not say Proto-Indo-European.
Yeah.
I don't want a dictionary or a comparison.
No, I can explain
I
that.
want the
I
literature.
can explain that. Yeah, I can explain that.
Well,
Indo-European is the category, the family category. So all of these languages belong to the Indo-European language family. But the hypothetical first original language in this group is called Proto-Indo-European. That's referring to a specific language, and then the language family is called the Indo-European language family.
So you don't by chance have any type of citation or reference handy?
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure if I can post it, but especially if you go to like Etym Online, ETYM Online. Okay, well, if you go to Etym Online, it's a good etymology website, and you just type in.
Okay.
If you type in an asterisk, type in, like Shift 8 or whatever your asterisk button is on, type in an asterisk and then press search, and it'll give you a list of every single Proto-Indo-European root word on its site. And in the definition, it'll talk all about Proto-Indo-European for each of these words.
Yeah, I'm seeing the language chart, the Proto-Indo-European chart. I wonder, and I also wonder, did the Tower of Babel thing really happen? Because
It's probably a metaphor, man. I mean,
it's probably a metaphor. But
come on, right?
At the same time, it's like it's weird how it's near the location where the Tower of Babel was allegedly stationed at, I guess.
Well, just think about the naming scheme of the Tower of Babel. It's where everyone, was cursed to babble. When you speak incoherently, you babble. It's like, and that's the curse put upon them. And it's also strange we got Babel and Bible being so similar. That also kind of bothers me.
Bab-El, Elohim.
Yeah, El was its own like pre-Christian god. They kind of maybe borrowed the namesake of it when they used Elohim. But like El alone was, I guess, one of the was the lead Canaanites god. Just El. So the Canaanites worshipped El and Baal, and I think they're mentioned in the Bible. But they're pretty old gods being called El and Baal, like pre-Jesus gods, kind of. I hope that Etym Online trick is working out for you, Jenny. If not, I can direct message you something better, maybe.
Didn't you say there was no written evidence for?
Can you put the
original
link?
language?
Can you put it? Can you? I'm sorry. Can you put a link to it in the voice text?
A link to what?
To Etym Online. Which one you're using?
Oh, ETYMonline.com. I mean,
Gotcha. I was just wondering if you could put the link, but okay, no problem.
Maybe. I'm not sure. The only reason I'm hesitant is I haven't checked if I even have permission to post on here. But You check. Live stream voice text. I'll just post something random to see if I can post.
I got you.
Okay.
I posted it.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. Mm-hmm. Cool. That's the one that came up for me. That was interesting what you're talking about. All those words that are go with the bull, like all that, and all the sevens. You guys are blowing my mind for a second there, man.
Right on, man. What all of us really need to become masters of is the International Phonetic Alphabet. You ever seen how, like, when you like look up at the definition of something, it'll have the like natural way of spelling it in English, but then it'll have like the funky combined letter way of spelling it, and like upside down letters and all sorts of weird stuff. That's the phonetic spelling. And linguists got together like 100 years ago and gave one symbol, alphabetic symbol to a one-to-one matchup of every sound the human mouth can make. So they gave every sound its own letter instead of like A being A, you know. Each of those would get their own symbol in this alphabet, and it's been done. There's a good chart out there explaining it.
There's a good channel, by the way, I recommend. It's called Autodidactic Channel, and he's pretty good at explaining the flat Earth and the modified history of modern
yeah,
name for it, narrative.
I agree.
Yeah.
Shout out to Autodidactic. Shout out to Martin Liedtke.
Yeah.
Shout out to the freaking British Flat Earth British.
The Martin Liedtke and the Flat Earth British are one and the same. So
I know.
It's Flat Earth British.
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 And there's Flat Earth British sub also, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't there a Tartaria channel?
Yeah. Flat Earth Tartaria and what was the other one? What the Flock TV.
Those people, you know what? Listen, those people listen to us because even David Weiss, he's using the same arguments that we've been refining here, you know?
Really?
Everybody's getting online with exactly what we've been saying in this server.
Nice.
Yeah. So I know they listen.
That's cool.
Out of all the Flat Earth channels, Autodidactic has to be my favorite. He explains a lot. He actually does, and he does a good job too. So that's cool.
Yeah, I've listened to UAP for a lot of years too, a few years as well.
Yeah.
I posted a screenshot of what I wanted you guys to do if you wanted to look up Proto-Indo-European root words. And they are hypothetical. These are guesses of how people 8,000 years ago spoke, or 8,000 BC spoke, who gave us, gave us English and Latin and Greek and Russian and Sanskrit.
I have a feeling. No, go ahead. All I have to do is what?
All you have to do is go to the website and search an asterisk mark, an asterisk star, and it'll give you all of their root words.
Oh, wow. Cool.
I posted a screenshot of that.
Yeah. I might actually do that if I have the time. But yeah, I'll look into that because I've actually been trying to watch a channel called Chiron Last. Now, let me tell you something. This guy doesn't believe in the flat Earth necessarily, but he does believe that we live in sort of like a Matrix thing. But it's very surreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know all about Chiron Last and Autodidactic. And one thing about Campbell is that he seems to have a real good heart, but he like makes the golden mistake that like it's the first lesson a truther should learn. It's like we're here now doing what we're doing because we realized we were believing things without having the patience and like analytical diligence to actually look into things. And we all got to make sure we don't repeat the same mistake that led us here that we realized we shouldn't make, where it's like, don't make up your mind until there's actually good enough substance to an argument, And one thing I saw him do is like talk to a guy for like 10 minutes about Oregon energy, and he instantly was like, yeah, it's real, guys. Everyone go buy an Oregon pyramid.
Oh,
Yeah, I agree.
I really hate that on the fence shit with the
Yeah,
simulation.
yeah. What is who is this though? Autodidactic?
Autodidactic. He had like one interview, and he just completely bought into Oregon energy and Oregon devices, and he needs to wear a necklace every day with made of crystals and epoxy.
Yeah.
It's like maybe there's something to it, but you definitely weren't told enough, because I listened in on your conversation. You put it on video for all of us to see, and you just seem like anything that sounds sexy, you're down with. As long as it sounds cool and spiritual, then yeah, I believe it.
Let me see something. There's also another channel called There's No Place Like Home, and she describes the whole question and narrative. She has a whole question and narratives series, and oh my god, she does an excellent job at explaining. She gets straight to the point. She literally does no nonsense. She gets straight to the point. She just says that there are basically gaps in history, and that there are so many things that we are not told. So
Can you post the link for that person?
Hold on. There's No Place Like Home. I have it bookmarked.
About Chiron Last, I've been trying to get through one of his series called The Golden Web, and it's all about etymology. But then in the first 5 minutes, he's making his own etymological connections that aren't backed up by anything but his just guess, but he's presenting it like it's official. And I don't mind that. Like, it's what we call folk etymology. And folk etymology doesn't necessarily have to be wrong, but it does need to be announced when you're claiming that this word, like if someone said Taurus is connected to Taurus etymologically, like a toroid field or Taurus field with the animal Taurus, it's like, just so you know, officially they're not related whatsoever. But I don't mind you saying that you think they are, even though you should recognize that officially they're not.
Oh man. Okay, I wanted to be impressed, but the first thing on our list for videos is Trey Smith books. Come on, man. That dude's way out there.
I ignore that stuff, but let me show.
Okay.
The thing is, though, could any of us point into someone that we don't have serious complaints with? Because, like, where is the perfect truther out there? There's people I just see making mistakes, having like overconfidence in their claims, and like being impatient and just buying into things, and sometimes just lying. It's like, man, who could I name that like I think doesn't mislead people?
Let me see. What's your name, Jenny? Hold on, let me see.
I found one. It says, I found a video from a month ago. Question the narrative, how they control us. I put it for watch later.
Yeah, let me show you the playlist. Hang on.
Damn, she's got a lot of playlists.
Yeah, I gave you the playlist linked. It's the question and narrative series, but that basically goes into the basics, and it goes into, and even supports. It actually supports the theory that the ISS is actually a drone in the air flying around for like several years on end, and
looks like a lot of I'm not saying it's the same stuff because she talks about giants, cool, but
it's a
like
drone to
first,
make. No, wait, I'm sorry.
It looks like the first couple of videos are kind of like along the lines of what Ewar talked about in his 2 different documentaries.
Check out Genesis 1, the Genesis 1 reset.
Are you guys talking about that redhead mom?
that one blew my mind because I thought about it and it was like she basically had this theory where it was like the fallen angels were basically the pre-Adamic race of the Bible. And when Adam and Eve were created, the fallen angels were ruling the earth practically, and that's how the serpent or something tempted Eve or something like that. But at least that's what I got from it. But
Well, I was listening to somebody yesterday looking at different seemingly abandoned areas like Google Maps, and some of the areas look like fucking circuit boards and shit. Like pointing out different coincidences where they look like circuit boards.
The
It's like
circuit
WTF.
I know. I've seen some of that too. Do you have a link
Yeah.
of one of those? I've seen some of that. Just a
You
little
know
bit
what?
of.
Let me look at my history. But okay, I found the Genesis reset one. All right, I'm always wanting something to watch. I'm
I
getting
thought you
bored
were
with.
talking about these guys that explode. There's this channel called Explomo. These guys in Europe going around finding these freaking mansions.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
mean,
watched those
oh my
guys
God.
before.
This one
Yeah.
had this one had carriages hand painted, the fabric, just in tatters, like just
Oh, I
demolished.
don't
But
know
these
it.
pieces
Yeah, I've
of
watched
art,
them before.
like finding it just there with all these cars from World War II, like
That's
going
a
back to
whole
like
community of people.
1900. Yeah, like wow.
Yeah, it's super cool stuff.
All his paintings are there, all the antiques, freaking chandeliers, just everything's there. Like someone was making lunch and one day said, "All right, let's leave." Left all the books, some of the clothing.
Hey guys, check this out. This seems really weird to me. And it's kind of like not really, but maybe sort of related to what we were talking about with the moon map. Not to get back on that topic, but for interested parties, watch that video. Okay, anyway, I was looking through my history to try and find a video that I don't remember what I was looking for. Isn't that great? What does anybody remember what video I said I was watching? Probably not now.
I also noticed that a lot of the
circuit board videos, Jenny.
What?
The circuit boards in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's.
You know, I also noticed that the planets influence a lot of people's behaviors, like as far as the paradigm goes. Like every time there's a conjunction or something, the paradigm kind of shifts, but it's to the point where it's kind of like it's almost insignificant, but it's still there. Like you can tell that people have changed ever since.
Perhaps only
I think
through
the
your eyes.
Great conjunction on the 21st of December.
Yeah, exactly. The great conjunction on 21st December.
I didn't see a paradigm shift in people. They were dumb before it and they were dumb after it. So I didn't.
I kind of
Yeah, man. I took a long walk underneath the stars that night. I gotta tell you, nothing really out of the ordinary.
I kind of saw that after that conjunction, a lot of people started like discovering more things about like the truth of this world. Like for example, people started exposing the government, started exposing history and stuff like that. And a lot more people have been actually coming out with a lot of these videos on the flat Earth and stuff like that. And I'm just like, wow. So
I don't think so, man. I mean that stuff.
I found it.
That I've seen that stuff happen my whole life.
I've only seen it more right now, like during this year. So
that might be on you, not them. I don't know.
People will be
what to tell you,
waking
man.
up for.
Yeah, it's your subjective experience. So if you say
Sonny,
It could be you.
I would say it
Yeah.
could be you
Increase
having a
your-
paradigm shift.
You might have increased your truth discovery rate.
fair enough.
And then you noticed a lot more material or something like that.
Yeah.
It seemed like there was just more material available, but it was you that was putting in more time or more focus to it. So
Now there are times throughout the year where I'll notice like a lot of the channels I'm subscribed to, like really produce some excellent videos. You know what I mean? Like there's certain days and certain months where I'm like, they're on fire. And then other months, I'm like, oh, not much conversation going on, not much mind-blowing stuff getting released this month. But then, sometimes it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
But it's also the
I can't wait
timing. It's
I can't.
if you need that message now. So sometimes you don't need that message, and you go back to a video that you watched before, but suddenly now it makes sense because you put some other puzzle pieces together, or you're now ready for that. So it's got to do with timing as well.
Yeah,
when they're not saying stuff that's very interesting, would you prefer them to make stuff up like the regular news?
We could arrange that for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disregard the possibility like the luminaries have an effect on
wise words, Solar.
behavior, but just don't have to kind of piece it together in my mind. It seems like there's far too much like subjectivity involved in it. Don't know.
In what?
How to see it objectively.
In what?
Where's
luminaries, alignments and such having an effect.
Yeah, because we can't know. If we can't know, then that's the way it is.
Yeah, I know.
How are you supposed to know something you're not meant to know?
Yeah, I agree with you.
And it's not quantifiable, so you can't get a baseline and then say this is how much percent they deviated from that baseline due to said occurrence. So it's a challenge.
Yeah.
But I never understood how stars affected people till I understood that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, absolutely. It made no sense beforehand.
Well, it still makes no sense. It just.
But it was nice talking to y'all. I'll probably be back later, but yeah. You guys have fun.
Man.
All right.
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July to y'all too. All right.
Yeah.
See you later.
Cheers, man.
Every astrologer will run away from answering the question, what are the mechanics of how astrology operates? What is the bonding force? What is the connection between up there and below?
You mean
no
orbital
astrologers. Astrologers, as in like
maybe it's magnetism.
They're all gonna run away from saying like, what is there that you have any indication that you've ever observed that shows that the stars have an influence in any sort of energetic or physical way to what's below, besides shining a dim light on it?
Because here's what I think what happened was that somewhere in the past they made astrology look stupid when actually there's much more correlation, and also it's a geocentric view.
Oh, hey man, I'm all down. I'm completely down for astrology to be valid. In fact, it's one of my favorite things to look into. However, no one has the answer for you, and every astrologer is going to run away from answering that question.
Yeah,
it's just how
you're
it is.
right. You're right. I think
you're referring
right.
to the cause. I have a guess. I have no evidence for this guess, but it's just a guess, and that would be magnetic fields, magnetism.
Well, I'd say that's the fundamental force of how a lot of things operate. So that's a good that's a good suggestion to throw in the hat, right? But we're still going to want to measure it somehow, right? Like this star is giving off this magnetic force. I mean, but we don't measure that. Not in any sort of noticeable
you can
way.
still measure the magnetic fields emanated from your body, and also that would affect your body.
Now we can do that. You're right. We can measure a human's magnetic field, absolutely. But we've never like measured some particular star having some particular effect on your body's magnetic field. I mean,
we can't isolate the variable, and we can't manipulate the variable.
Yeah, there's no way.
Right. So it's a good idea. Like whenever someone wants to say the cause of something might be magnetism, I'll say, man, I'll keep it on the table because fuck yeah, magnetism, man. it's in charge of a lot of things.
Agreed. I think what we're discovering now is that every star has like almost like a cymatic frequency, and what we know about the human body is that when we're exposed to different frequencies, it can have differing effects. So the way that I see it is that it could be the Schumann resonance of the Earth, or it could be the frequency of the star, or it could be frequency of other luminaries in the sky. There could be many overlapping frequencies that could cause certain effects in a human body. But like once again, we can't isolate just the stars or just the sun or just the moon and only subject you to that to be therefore the cause, a proven cause of an effect.
Yeah, man, you got your head in the right place. You know, you got your head on straight on your shoulders. And now that you mentioned that, right? Maybe it's worth inventing some sort of like a grain silo. You know, in my hometown, they turned a grain silo into an indoor rock climbing facility, right? Because they're like 200 feet up. And what would be interesting if that was made out of lead, and you could somehow like actually isolate a patch of the sky above someone in like an open topped like lead silo, right? And see if there's a particular influence of the stars above them that's shining through the ceiling.
Isn't there already like a? I'm sorry, guys. I mean, there's like a set time in Siege, right? So I know we've been GMO'd for years now, but I mean, just think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the stars are for signs, seasons, and time, and there's a time for everything, right? So certain seeds you plant at certain times of the year. So it does have a direct effect on life, right?
I don't know. That could happen
I
to a
don't
different
know.
temperature.
I don't know if you want to take this with a grain of salt or not, but I would be willing to stake a high stake on that. Any ER staff member that you talk to, they're gonna say that on the nights of full moon, they definitely have an increase of patients that come in.
Have you thought about? Have you thought about this when it comes to full moon nights? Is that more people will be out and feeling confident to do things because the visibility is clear? Like
so the light is affecting them.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying on a full moon, you know, people are going to stay out later because the visibility is so much better.
At what point does light not affect living things?
I used to too, because like I'm a full-on cancer child, like, and so I used to go out when I was younger, go out because the energy I got from the moon was freaking over the top. I got in so much freaking trouble. Swear to God, man. Now I'm older, and when I feel it really powerfully, I can feel it going by. I stay inside sometimes now. I've just gotten smarter. Like I know it that it does do something to me. I'll just keep it right there. It might not do anything to anyone else, but it does something really drastic to me. I was born in July, and and my birthday's in a week, and the energy coming up to my birthday is something. The next new moon is on the 9th, and then so.
Happy early birthday, man! And did you hear me earlier say that another name historically for the moon was sin?
Yeah, proverbially living your life in sin. If you're living your life in the moon.
See, no wonder I got in trouble. Holy crap.
Dancing in the moonlight.
See, there's no accidents here, man. So like I'm willing to claim what's mine. Like I know the mistakes I made, and like I can see how that wild behavior of mine, that like it's not necessarily that we become those things, but there's some things that we fundamentally are. Who knows why that is, right? It's like eye color. Why do you have the color eyes you have? You know, who are you as a human being? So, but when I found correlations that lined up extremely well with certain other types of things, and it actually had an effect that I could see for real in my own life, which may even be hard to describe in words, you know. But nonetheless, there, as far as like the moon and what we talked about.
What's fascinating about the moon, and most farming almanacs will actually describe this, is that you should take cuttings and plant seedlings according to the moon. So when the moon is waning towards becoming a new moon, you shouldn't plant seedlings. And then when the moon reappears from the new moon, that's when you should plant your seedlings. So I started doing seedlings before and after, and the ones that germinate after the moon has had its new moon phase. Within 3 days, they've rooted. Within 5-7 days, they've broken the soil. And within a week, they're a healthy plant. And the ones that were seeded before the new moon phase will often sit for 2 weeks before they catch up. So it's quite it's quite an interesting thing to actually see. And the same thing with cuttings. If you take cuttings before the moon, or when the moon is waning down towards a new moon, effectively the cutting just dies. It doesn't root. But if you take the cutting after the new moon, boom, it roots and it grows like you can't believe. So it's crazy.
I heard a similar thing from Santos Bonacci, when there's some like ancient Greek philosopher who said that any good doctor should also be an astrologer, because just like you said about seeds growing, he said there's wrong and right times of the month to perform surgery if you don't want someone to bleed out.
Wow.
There's a time for everything, right? And so everyone used to look at the moon to tell when it's going to rain, right? So if it looks upright like it's a bowl, it'll hold the water, so it won't rain. But if it's tipped over, you know, as it rolls through the sky, if it's tipped over, then it's pouring the water out and it's going to rain.
And from what I understand about this place, like the people that are making these big moves that we're seeing around us every day, that have been for the last 2 years, right? Those people making these big, bold moves are looking at signs in the seasons. So they could possibly can't outrule the possibility that they know more about what's actually happening above us. That's all been concealed information from us. Doesn't mean they don't have it. And we're told, according to their religion, that they do watch the skies and that they know about the times and seasons. They know all of it.
I keep that on the table. Yeah, I definitely keep that on the table. And I honestly expect that. But of course, I wouldn't defend it too much. But yeah, man. Yeah, I keep that on the table for sure. What's the expression? Millionaires don't use astrologers, but billionaires do.
Yeah, correct. Jeranism does book sales, and he tried to acquire the book that links the luminaries to stock trading. And you can only get it in like a physical hard copy. There's no downloadable. And the hard copy version was like $15,000 or $30,000. It's some stupid amount for some hard copy book.
Wow.
And the average person wouldn't pay money for that because they would think, what the hell, this is ludicrous. But the person who wants to pay for it will pay a lot and then make a lot. So that saying about the billionaires are the ones who follow the stars in terms of when to buy stocks. There's something in trading called the Fibonacci sequence as well. And it seems to follow certain rhythms according to certain patterns. And, you know, for me, what's interesting with doing a lot of propagation, I grow bonsai and stuff, is that when the season returns, the stars almost return with the season because the sky sort of shifts by that 20 degrees or whatever. So when you see certain stars, you would know to plant because you would now be in the summer season or the spring season. And then when those stars go away, you would know, okay, you're entering the fall season, so you better stop and plan on your harvest. So seeing the stars may just signify a place on the sky map. It may not be as direct as a specific energy frequency, but when those luminaries appear closer, like in summer, that sun cooks you. And then in winter, midday, you go and stand in the sun and you feel nothing. There's no heat there. Those kind of interactions are very peculiar, but to watch plants rebound every 6 months, they go into a dormant state for the winter, and then this flurry of life returns in spring. It's a beautiful thing to witness. Now, is that star related or sun related or moon related or frequency from those said objects? Or it's fascinating to watch. And like that other guy said, most doctors or when you look back at the geniuses, they were often studied in multiple fields. One of them was horticulture, because when you grow seeds and you cross-pollinate and you do that sort of thing, you get to see life in an accelerated form. So you get to see radical birth, and you get to see the vegetation period over a couple of weeks, and then the harvest, and then the plant dies. And all of that happens just within 1 year. We can compare that or extrapolate that then up to the 70, 80, 90 years that we're going to get on this planet or plane. It's like a microcosm. So when these guys studied these multiple fields, they could have a much deeper, more rich understanding of what they were looking at.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quickly that, let me see, Obvious mentioned that the plasma event prediction, excuse me, that Norb's World kind of went with Martin Kenny. I guess, I don't know if that was a collaboration or what, but, they had predicted the 2020 thing and it passed. And so I said, yeah, that makes me sad that didn't work out, that prediction. And I guess I didn't think that all the way through. And Obvious said, sad we didn't get wiped out. But no, I was thinking if I'm from the aspect that Martin Kenny made the prediction and it didn't, I'm glad it didn't pan out. I mean, because I wasn't prepared. But
Yeah, it was more like a rapture prediction, now that I think about it. It wasn't just kind of arbitrary plasma event. It was like the whole pole shift thing,
Yeah, and so, I mean, I didn't follow a lot of what he had to say, and I don't know if it was astrologically based or, he's a syncretist. I know that. I just don't. I kind of just really, it didn't vibe with me. I mean, it was interesting. But, I'm not saying he's wrong, but he obviously got the time wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Can't really say much on it now because I've kind of forgotten a lot of the details around. I need to watch it again, but I mean, the prediction was the kind of big thing with it, If we give it any validity.
Yeah, so
we wouldn't really want that kind of validity, to be honest. So,
you guys know 4th of July? 4th of July is actually esoteric.
Well, wait, one last thing. I will take my hat off to Martin Kenny. He is living off the grid completely. I don't know, I guess in some community that's a little sus, but be it as it may. I'm kind of jealous, so that's all.
I always get mixed up with names. Is Martin Kenny the one that's really deep with magnetism? Or am I getting? I think that's someone else.
Well, he came up with he made a model with his own hands, and then of 3 different realms, like Earth-like areas. And so he collaborated with Norb's World, and so he did the CGI rendition of the theory. And so I'm not saying I'm completely on board with the theory, but nonetheless, I find it fascinating. I'm honestly kind of really flabbergasted by the idea of the moon map because, that would, the electromagnetic field, how they're always talking about how the poles are going to shift. Well, with that idea, moving around like an astronomical clock, I mean, it's just, I'm not being very articulate right now, so please forgive me, but hopefully you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm following you.
Yeah. So I just like to have an open mind about different ideas myself. I mean, I'm happy with that it's just not a globe. It's less scary if it's flat. Allegedly. I don't know, depending on how you look at it.
Not sure. It's a whole bunch of unknown at the end of the day. And yeah, at least we can know some things.
Well, I just find the idea that it's fascinating that there's a lot more people that know a lot more than we do.
Yeah, I kind of came across wrong on the whole astrology thing when I was speaking a bit earlier.
Oh.
And I don't know why I worded it that way, but yeah, it was the whole idea that astrology is very difficult for me personally to quantify, but I do believe in it. And I know that the secret societies do understand this stuff down to a T, most likely, because they actually know what this realm is, They, so yeah, I meant more that I just don't get it from
Well, if that's the
down here
case,
on the
then
ground, but I've not looked into it properly either, so I'm just totally ignorant on it. But yeah,
well, you know what that makes me think of is that, we're not getting out of this terrarium dome, whatever you want to call it. And, there have been people who have created like a terrarium that's self-sustaining. It doesn't have to have anything done to it. That's a little bit like, okay, wow.
yeah, I saw
I
that.
think
It
they
was
said 10
I think it was
years.
the British guy. No, it was something like 40 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Started with
chew on that
just a
idea
seed
for a minute.
and some water and left it. I think he said he watered it once in something like 40 years, but that's it.
On
That's just
astrology,
mind-boggling.
what is the most worshipped star to the controllers, the elite, whatever you want to call them? What star would you name as their idol?
Like Venus?
No,
Like the
not
light
planet.
bringer? The light bringer? Oh, star.
No, yeah,
Stars.
star.
Stars.
Which star comes to mind when I say oh, this is the one they love the most? They worship this star. It's Sirius. All right.
That's what I was going to say. Honestly, I was going to
Say Sirius.
Sirius, yeah.
You're
Dog star.
serious.
So check this out.
You're serious about that.
It's a dog star. Backwards
Right.
of
So
God.
check this out. The dog days are 20 days before the sun aligns with Sirius and 20 days after the sun aligns with Sirius. And today is the mark of the very first dog day.
What?
Whoa.
The 4th of July is the beginning of the worship of Sirius.
Oh my
for the next 40 days, called the dog days.
That's too
That
weird.
makes so much sense.
So I was born in the dog days. It's all explained now.
I'm gonna send a screenshot to the main chat just in case any of you want to save it or anything to remind yourself later.
Now,
Dude, I love looking at origins of holidays that people do just without even thinking. The government tells you can celebrate on this day. Oh, yay, we get to go and be with everybody. Yay. I ultimately refuse I refuse to participate in these quote unquote holidays.
So, you know,
I just
Christmas, Easter, Lent, Passover, I mean, literally everything between like December and April, like every holiday between December and April is literally moon worship.
Yeah. So
And then serious worship happens, you know, 4th of July until August 11th. And there's some date, August 29th. I forgot who it is, but it's like the baptism of whoever the upside down cross represents. Not Satan. There's like some sort of guy who is like crucified upside down in the Bible. Some apostle or some saint or something. I forget.
two people, but I think wasn't it Paul that was crucified upside down? Is that what you mean?
I couldn't tell you. It could be him. All I know is that I was just talking about how August 11th is the end of the dog days, worship of Sirius. And then, you know, 18 days after that is some sort of important esoteric holiday too, of like some sort of upside down crucifixion.
What date?
Wow.
The
August
last
29th.
one you said? What date? Oh wow. Okay.
August 29th.
Whoa. So bizarre.
And that's some strange stuff going on there that
Yeah, I find stuff like that interesting, and then you look at what the propaganda media, you know, puts out there. You know, I think a lot of coincidences happen.
yeah,
What they
that's easy.
talk about.
That's easy for you to say, Jenny. I was born in exactly the middle of the dog days.
Really?
Wow. What the hell?
And you guys know that the sun is the planetary ruler in astrology of Leo.
Yeah, I knew that. I'm a Leo.
Right? And so if you ask, you'd say, why in the world? What's the connection, right? Like, why in the world would the sun rule in Leo? And that's because Leo, you know, lines up with early August and late July. And if you ask Google, when is the hottest time of the year? They'll say like July 11th to August 11th. So that's probably why that's when the sun rules over the zodiac. So it matches up with that sort of time.
I remember a whole bunch of really sunny birthdays, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right, man. Very hot and sunny.
So, what sign does that make you, Sonny?
Cancer.
Oh, okay. Got you.
So, do you guys understand the differences between tropical sidereal and true sidereal?
Is this etymology again?
No, this is astrology.
Oh, okay.
Well, I made a
moon. The one is the moon's rotation over a 23-hour and something period, and then the star or the sun from the same time.
That's maybe a sidereal month, but that has nothing to do with sidereal
Oh,
astrology.
sidereal. Okay.
Well, you're onto something there. That's a real thing. Like a sidereal month is different than a full moon month or a synodic month. A sidereal month would be when the moon returns to the same exact location in the sky. That takes 27.3 days, while a full moon doesn't occur in the same exact location. It moves a few angles, moves like 2 degrees further every time it's full throughout the year, and you know, cycles and whatever. But that takes 29.5 days compared to like just returning to the same spot. It only takes 27.3. But I'll send a picture. There's 3 kind of popular, and for a good reason, to be honest. But there's 3 different popular forms of astrology, and I'll post a picture in the. It's I hand drew it because I got sick of talking to people in this other Discord about astrology who didn't even know like the fundamentals of it. Yet they wanted to tell me all sorts of like deep messages that they know. I'm like, yeah, but what do you even know is like how grounded are you in this? Like how intact are you with the fundamentals? And so I did this hand drawing picture. I'll post it, and it might be a little overwhelming at first, but if you take the time to look through it, it's not that complicated. And okay, I found it, and it's sent.
You seen the moon jump like overnight? Have you ever seen that?
Have I ever seen what?
The moon jump a few degrees overnight. 10 degrees.
Oh no, I've never seen that. That's pretty cool, man.
Apparently it happens all the time. There's some people in Australia and New Zealand that talk about it all the time. They have I think it's after the new moon, like something like, is it the new moon or when a new phase comes in? I don't know. It's like 10 days later or something like that. On the day, like it always jumps. I got to figure out exactly when they said that so I can figure out what they were talking about. Because I vaguely remember it. But I did see it when they were talking about it. Like, holy shit.
So you're talking about the sun, or I'm sorry, the moon makes a drastic jump in which stars it's in front of.
No,
well, yeah, go ahead, Solar.
Thanks, bud. I watch the moon when it's in its new phase. It's normally right by the setting sun, so you only see it in the sky for a very short amount of time. But when it's most visible, or where the jump occurs the most obvious, is when it reaches full moon, and the full moon now rises on the horizon. And after full moon, when it starts to wane, you'll watch it rise a little bit later every night, and then it starts to jump at all different locations from that horizon point. But in the new phase, it's always right by the sunset, so it disappears very quickly. So it has to be in the new phase, or the full moon, or just after the full moon, where you watch it. It'll rise on this one tree, then it'll move maybe 2 or 3 trees to the left the next day, and then suddenly it'll jump 5 trees, and then it's rising.
Wow.
Dude,
So
if there's
it
anything
doesn't
you can tell me
space
on that,
equally.
I'd be so excited to watch it.
So just watch the moon rise, and the moon
Well,
rise is
someone's
normally
got this,
after the
right?
full.
I mean, someone's filmed this, right? I mean, come on, like you can send it to me, right?
I haven't. It's about
you would
setting up a
think so.
camera that in a static position so that you can capture that.
Again, it's not like, for whatever reason, like all it took was me and a few others looking at the sky. And I don't mean like casually, like, oh hey, there's the moon. Oh hey, look at where the sun is at noon. Like we were fanatics about it. We were staring for hours at a time, collectively. And it was during this time that we realized a lot of shit is like, is, I don't want to say not supposed to happen, but like when you're under the heliocentric like drug, like you see things that aren't supposed to happen, quote unquote, and then you just swipe it under the rug like, oh well, you know what? Maybe I saw it, maybe I didn't see it, but it happens all the time if you pay enough attention. So like with this, I mean, not that it's not notable, but it's just something that was just easily observed.
So you're referring to anomalies with the heliocentric model.
Right, right. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I got a thing about the sunset too, because I've seen it. There are times of the year where it's like dead center in between like buildings, right? And so I was thinking, well, why would it be moving left to right, like horizontally, basically, when I'm looking west? And so someone pointed out that New York isn't exactly north, south, east, west lined up the directions. So So I said, okay, I'll pull a compass out and go figure out what the heading is. And it turns out, like, well, the street that I was on was facing northwest, and it was still going from left to right, which is, to me, even worse. Because if what I'm looking at is caused by the Earth's turn, I don't know how in the world it could make those maneuvers because I'm turning on this Earth.
Yeah, and that degree jump, you can't explain it in either model, because if this moon is neatly spiraling outwards, that should also be pretty clockwork. And whether you're on a ball, it should be pretty clockwork. And then the moon is irregular, and that's very peculiar. And then when it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, it stops and starts to go back in the other direction. So if you've watched this moon rise towards the left every day, and then suddenly it stops, and then it starts going back towards the right. So now, what stopped that moon's momentum and sent it back in the opposite direction? And then when it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, it stops and moves the opposite direction.
It's just so incredible.
It's inexplicable.
The moon is all over the sky all the time. I mean, throughout all the seasons.
That's what I'm telling you, man. See that synchronicity of the movements itself of the moon? How is that possible without it being a mechanism?
Yeah,
It's a mechanism. It has to be a mechanism of some kind.
well, yeah, you've got at least four, I thought it was 5 orbital movements for the entire system. But then you have different bodies that go in all different types of directions, stars and whatnot. I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and shake my head. But does that make sense what I said, Sonny, about the orbital mechanics? I mean, it's just the synchronicity that would have to be involved with
exactly,
all of that.
because then it really, what it kind of points to is that these stars, they seem to be further away. They don't have any parallax amongst themselves. Very odd, And then things that are moving at different speeds, like those are all synced up around Polaris, right? So they move like a record player, right? So that's going on. There's a known, kind of resetting that happens. There's a timing involved with that. So then you have these closer ones that are moving just like you would think of as hour and minute hands and month, like the month hand, okay, the moon, the sun coming overhead every day.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Yeah.
Oh man, such a good tune.
Any of you guys absolutely sick of how much is on a truther's plate?
I know.
Dude.
I'm really sick of it, to be honest. I didn't want things to ever be this complicated in my life, but I can't help but fucking see all these goddamn connections and rabbit holes. And I'm not the type of guy to spend too much time wasting his energy into like a dead end. Like, I'm pretty good at discerning what to dive into and not, to like better myself. But I gotta tell you, I'm getting real sick of how fucking convoluted and fucking esoteric and hidden and mysterious and complicated it is. All these goddamn connections.
It's really not. Like, think just because they're playing a psychological game on you. Don't forget about that component of all this. Sorry to interrupt, Jenny. I'm just trying to say that remember, right? Water is level. Like, in order to talk about level, it has to be. I mean, I mean, go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, sorry, man. I thought I was on the right page as what he was talking about a second ago. So I think it's good to know a little bit about a lot of things
Yeah.
because but this is the reason. Because if you happen to make an acquaintance with someone and they happen to open the door to coincidence theory, you can say, hey, why don't you look into this? I mean, not say it like that, but lead up to that point, and then that person falls down a rabbit hole, and then we all know what happens after that. It's one after another.
Oh, there's tons of upsides to what I've researched and what I know, right? Like, I'm sorry about the traffic passing by, loud ass motorcycle. Anyways, I'm happy about all the things that I've learned because they bettered my life. And I say the more you take in, the more you can bring out. So every day I'm adding to what I can take into my experiences so I can draw more out of it. Like I learned a little bit about Greek mythology, and then I watched some sort of movie, and it turns out, like half the characters were references to like Greek figures. It's like, oh, I enjoyed that more than someone who wouldn't, or more than someone who wouldn't enjoy it as much because they didn't know about the Greek references or whatever. But like when it comes to like the topics that like seem like the ancients had some sort of profound understanding and how it's been hidden from us to understand things in the same way they did once. And the fucking obstacles that have been put in our way to keep us from having our birthright understanding of things that should have been passed along. And now I got all this decoding to do. I got all this research to do. I got all this explaining. If I even want to have a single person in the world to talk to about it, I got to fucking convince them that their whole life is a lie. And it's just a lot to take on,
Oh, wait
That's
a
what I
minute.
was speaking
Hold
to.
on.
Well, Jenny, come on. Come on. Can I?
Of course you can. I didn't know you were going to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say before. Like, it's very simple, actually. Because again, we know what you need in order to have gas pressure. We know what you need in order to have light, right? In order for us to create light, there's some shit that you got to do, right? You know what I mean? Like, and something that Dave Weiss says in his interviews that I didn't think about, but obviously we all know. Like, so they think that the sun is like this big burning ball of gas, and then some people will say no, it's not. It's plasma, blah 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 blah. But it's just like really dense gas that turned into some plasmic gas or something like that. Anyway, but the point is, they want you to think like it's this big, burning this thing. But in actuality, like when it comes to plants and things like that, like it requires not a fireplace, like that's gonna dry it out and kill it. You know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be growing any plants if you have like some seed set somewhere and planted somewhere, and then you got like all of these fires just waiting to,
I'm not sure how that was a response to what I said at all.
how simple it is. Like all of this plant life grows and dies and grows, this cyclical nature of everything. It's obvious that it's not just a burning ball of fire up there, as you wouldn't use a fire to plant and grow crops, right? Like it takes something else, like it's something electrical about this place, like no doubt about that. Like water, gas pressure, all of these things are very simple to understand, but the heliocentric model is like directly opposite of that. Like you have water in a vacuum, you have gas in a vacuum, because we are in a vacuum.
Oh yeah,
like, that's the thing that's confusing.
This is what Ken Wheeler says. He says simplicity is divinity.
Yeah, I think what he was also saying is like sometimes we feel like we've got too much on our plate. Having this
Yeah, that's what I
understanding
was responding to.
and looking at the people who can't even fathom the first step let alone the 50 or 60 steps that they need to come along with you on to get them to fully appreciate the magnitude of some of these things. I also agree with Elijah's point is that if we take it back to the simple fact, like gas pressure without containment can't occur. So we can argue till we're blue in the face, but there has to be containment. So if we keep things very simple, we can maybe negotiate some of those difficult things. But I would say don't go try convince the average person of what you've just discovered. Every seed germinates at its own speed.
Yeah, Jenny said this. Jenny said something like this earlier, just like what you said just now, and it's the whole message of my name of like being a jack of all trades or just getting in touch with the basics of a lot of things. You don't need to know all the fine details of everything.
Yeah, you don't need to be you don't have to be an expert,
right.
But you know, if you listen to
fundamentals,
if you listen to someone who seems like they're researched in a topic, I mean, doesn't mean that you're making that claim, right? Just because, I don't know. I think it's a lot of connecting the dots type of thing.
well, like say I have my windows down, right, and I have some sort of esoteric, truth or sort of lecture playing on my speakers inside my car. And the other car next to me has their windows down. And they hear, whoever I'm listening to talk on the speakers, and it's reaching their ears, and their car next to me stopped at the red light. They might judge me and thinking I agree with every single thing that is coming out of the speakers. You know what I mean? Like some sort of sermon that I follow. But what they don't understand sometimes that I'm just listening to everything this person has to say to take the meat and spit out the bones.
Yes. Yes, I would agree with that.
And you gotta take what makes simple sense. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that is such a lost acronym. I love that. That was from back in the 80s. We used to say that. The mid 80s.
Oh yeah, it's KISS, right? KISS. Keep it simple,
Yep.
stupid.
But we used to use periods in between each letter. It wasn't that evolved yet. It was weird. Yeah. So, yep. I'm a simple approach type of person to flat Earth. Absolutely. But this is a crazy thought. And I appreciate everybody who debates flat Earth in here, mostly using the 3 points. If anything else, that establishes that for people, or they should realize that they believe things instead of know things. But shoot, I was going to make a point. Sorry, you guys, I lost it. Give me a second. What did you say just before I started talking? By any chance, do you remember?
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
take your time. I was saying, you said it earlier, and I forgot who just said it right now. But sort of like get in touch with the fundamentals and the simple truths that you can apply to as much as possible. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate all the work everybody does here, but really, you don't even need to make the 3 points because you just have to know, the radius. I mean, how they came up with radius.
Yeah.
Isn't that a more simple argument than that? If you were considering it a tier,
You're
like a
absolutely
tier
right.
of argument.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because 2 and 3 are basically predicated on if 1 exists.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
like if it's a globe, then it's also spinning, and if it's a globe that's spinning, it's also traveling and orbiting the sun.
But the 3 points is so essential for people to make the conclusion that they believe in scientism. So
So now, did you see the video that I posted? I think this would be a real treat for you, Jenny. And I hope I didn't just stumble on some like old shit that someone just newly posted. because he posted it on his page today. But it like gives you a peek into the psychology of what's going on with normal people, people that don't like doesn't seem to argue about this stuff all day.
Where did
And
you
it's a
post it?
pilot in the live stream, and it was probably. Let me see if I could just post it again.
Oh well, thank you.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it's
didn't
this
see
guy
it.
talking. It's a guy talking to a pilot, and the pilot is basically talking about some of the things he sees, like exactly what I was talking about. You're looking in the sky, and then you're like, huh, is that normal, like in the sense of heliocentrism, like is that
Right.
supposed to happen?
Yeah.
And he was basically saying with him and his colleagues, like all the time, especially the ones in the South, they're always having questions but not really pushing too hard because they're afraid to lose their job or afraid to be
Oh
looked at as
yeah.
some sort of conspiracy theorist. So the
Right.
way
Right.
he
Right.
spoke about it was it just seemed it was so refreshing to see someone who
Be honest.
could have this
Intellectual.
conversation. Just yeah, it
Sweet,
was
dude.
amazing.
Thanks. Good
I think this
find.
is it here.
Thanks so much.
See what
Ooh,
I
pilot
did was
symbol. Nice.
what I did was type in flat earth interviews and on YouTube, but what I did was I went to the filter and I typed in from relevance. I clicked on upload date, and that's like all the stuff that would come up if the algorithms wasn't screwed with these. Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, this is from the FE Clock app FAQ list. Okay.
I don't think that's Dave's clock. I think that's the other shittier one that he's been talking about. But okay.
You know what? I think that's the one I downloaded. I'm gonna have to undownload that stuff because I know that app because I know Dave's is you got to pay like $3 or something, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's worth
I
it.
think I
Yeah.
got fooled. I think I got
Well,
fooled
I'll have to
earlier
report it
on
then.
that too.
I'll have to report it before I uninstall it.
I just wanted to say one thing to Fundamental.
Yeah, what up?
With going down this rabbit hole, there's a lot of side branches. And
oh yeah.
And a lot of these side tunnels or branchings, they can be very heavy topics and they can really sit on your soul. So I sort of look at them as different browsers in my mental space. And then I choose a browser that I'm now going to pay some interest in. Like when you go into the adrenochrome and like pedophilia and all that shit.
Right.
I'm a parent, so to hear this shit, it literally makes my blood boil. And I can only do so much in that field before I have to just completely step back out, like shift that browser across that little window, and then go on to something else that's a little bit less intense.
I feel you, man.
Pace yourself, man.
I totally agree with that. Lord, protect us from those side branches.
No, that's why my name is what it is. The fundamentals. Like you don't need to go explore every branch into the last and thinnest twig. What's most important is to keep going down the straight and narrow road of that trunk of the tree.
Stick with the fundamentals, right, Mike? Wait a minute, my mic. I can't do my battle mod voice today. Hold on, let me try it. Is that a little bit? Is that a little better? No, sorry, it's not cutting it today. Can't seem to do it.
I've actually been trying to categorize all information into the most basic genres and categories, so that like if I were to ever like I'm hoping to eventually kind of present it as like a sort of alternative educational tool, right? Like me giving you maybe like a very good understanding of the definitions of the 300 most generally descriptive words. Those would be like there's hyper specific words, but then there's words that can be utilized in more ways than others. Like a dentist is only a dentist, but like there's words that aren't so specific, and so I've been trying to figure out in what order, like say the 300 most generally descriptive words are categorized in a sort of a hierarchy sense.
Yeah, I think I gotcha.
You want to hear the first 12? What I think are the most basic words of all time?
No, back that pickup up back over there, up against the barn. Back it up to the barn over there. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to hear about this barn though. What's that about?
So that'll my joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you try it. Hold on. I didn't mean to rumpus.
Dang, oh my God, boy, you're fucking it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I know. That's
Too
right.
many cooks in the goddamn soup. Boy, let me tell you
No,
what.
Fundamental needs to try it
What?
now. I gotta hear Fundamental do it. Come on, Fundamental. Let's hear your best Battle Mob voice.
I haven't listened to him enough. Maybe I could listen to a few
You
more
gotta
sentences.
slow it down till it rattles, kinda. That's right.
Dang, oh my God. I reckon
You gotta,
so.
That's what we're talking
you gotta
about.
slow it down till it rattles.
Say, Ewins is just moving a little bit too fucking fast for me.
Yeah, you gotta
sorry,
do it real so.
I just
So
want to say that if anybody wants to see the moon through a telescope live, I'm on Cinema One.
Cinema what?
Cinema One. Ooh, I'm gonna have to see that.
I get a pretty good view of it out here in the country with my own telescopes. We got a digital one, hooks up to a computer, but I don't like that. A lot of images are programmed into it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to see. I was gonna get one of those, but then my girl said she wanted the ones with without like all of the imagery and shit.
Yeah, without the downloaded applications, yeah. If you can get a digital one that just hooks up to your laptop but doesn't need a image application or enhancement, yeah, let me know if you find one.
Speaking of, you guys, whenever you guys are done watching the moon thing, do y'all want to go watch that plane video? Well, not plane video, but the pilot video. Because not only that, but he says a couple of things, and I'm like, well, I want somebody who knows to verify that what he's saying is on the up and up. Because you never want like some honest-looking actor, smart, just saying stuff, and he did say a couple of things where I was like, what, is that true? So if you guys are interested in watching that later.
Mic check, you guys.
Yeah, Jenny.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, thanks. I didn't know if Discord was going janky on me. Are some guys watching a video or something down below, or what?
Oh no, I was just busy talking to my girlfriend for a little while. I'm back now. How's it going?
All right.
All right, yeah. I was just telling my girlfriend that next week I'm gonna have to attend the astronomy telescope gazing sort of I don't know Facebook group. I'm not saying that. Just
Nice.
I know that there's like a park in a certain part of my town that people go and meet up with their telescopes to do astronomy type things. And I don't know
Nice.
if I'm gonna be the only. It'll be surprising. I'm definitely gonna figure out how many flat earthers are there. I'm not
Whoa,
sure.
you go, dude. Hmm.
Right. I'm gonna figure out how many flat earthers meet up at the park for the astrology or astronomy meetup to do some stargazing and whatnot. But I'm gonna go there next week for the first time. I was deciding just now, and I'm gonna figure out how many flat earthers, and I'm also going to ask their help figuring out some sort of apparatus that I can build to film with my phone or a GoPro or something through my telescope, because my telescope is badass and it's good to look through. But it'd be awesome if they could help me figure out some way to film through my telescope with my phone. I've done it, but
Would
my hands are shaky, so things went like in and out of frame.
that would be epic?
Yeah, I'd like to do some like live streams or something of the moon through my telescope. Just kind of chat, record it, upload it to YouTube. Who knows?
Does your
That would
telescope
be great.
have an SLR adaptation?
Is that an S? You mean a DSLR?
Where you can actually screw the camera onto
No,
the front.
no, not. We don't have anything that actually like came in the box that attaches something like that. It has like hookup points, like ports or whatever you might want to call them, asphyxiates, or it has a part for me to screw in some sort of attachment, but the attachment didn't come with it. I'd have to buy it. But maybe they have one spare. Who knows what's going to happen when I ask them in person. Do you film through your telescope?
I don't, but my friend had one, and if it's got that little screw attachment point, then it means you can screw lots of different camera settings onto it.
Yeah, my girlfriend specifically told me that like there was an option when she bought it for me for like camera attachment stuff, and she decided not to. It was like a surprise birthday present that she got it for me, but she really shelled out, man. She spent like $350 or some shit on a telescope. I don't use it enough either.
So
it's kind of a regret of mine not using it more often.
My mate would use his camera, and then he would download the footage onto his laptop, then open his WhatsApp, and basically send out the footage through WhatsApp, and then it was now on his phone, and then he could use it however he wanted to. So that
right on.
If you and then you've got a high quality file, you can also drop the resolution down if you need to.
Totally. Yeah, I'm pretty good with files and videos and stuff. I shouldn't have any issue uploading it to wherever I want, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I'm not sure if I'll be able to film next weekend, but I'll definitely have an interesting time hooking up with the astronomy club, if I will call it that.
The more footage, the better, man.
What's that?
The more footage, the better.
Right on. Jenny,
what's your opinion on the lunar wave?
Crow has the same issue. Like I said, where is that perfect truth? Or we're like, what's up with all the certainty? Can we back down the certainty and add a few like I thinks or I feels in front of your words? The lunar wave, right? Like I've seen I've seen a few of his footage. I don't do his like paid subscription thing, so maybe there's a lot of stuff that I haven't watched.
Yeah, me too. Same.
But I haven't heard more than like maybe 5 people talk about it, or 5 channels talk about it. I know the Glowbusters, they talk about it, and Toro himself talks about it, and some people who've interviewed him like bring it up in their conversations with him, like, how about that lunar wave? You're famous for it, right? And I say, well, I think I saw maybe like 3 different videos of, right, like a very strange sort of distortion happen on the moon, right?
Yeah, it's very strange. Yeah, very strange.
And I've heard some explanations of how that's not like due to the camera itself, and what's left is like some sort of atmospheric disturbance. But it would be a very strange. It'd be a very strange atmospheric, distortion if it were the atmosphere so evenly across.
To me, and this just is wild speculation. If it's not like a Matrix kind of thing, which that's a little too far fetched, maybe, but if it's not inside the firmament, which I don't see how that's possible, could it be like a liquid gas of some sort making that distortion?
I mean, it would be very on the same page of how a liquid, gaseous distortion would look. I mean, because you're spot on. It looks like a horizontal ocean wave is crossing your vision, right? So I feel you. I feel you. And what we got to say is, if everything's on the table at this point, all we have is an observation.
Yeah.
And
See, the
and
thing is.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry. See, the problem with that one is that has to mean that the moon would not be in the firmament, and people are talking about how they think that the sun is a projection. So that also means not in the firmament. So, like, what's going on? That's why I like to speculate.
Right on. I mean, what we have as a community of truthers, you could say, is a lot of different, observations that don't fit the model we were all taught, but that we would, and that we got us somehow. It's a work in progress is the point. Don't believe anyone who say they got it all down. Like, there's no one who understands it all. So what we should really focus on is making progress. We should come here in these discussions like we're doing right now and try to synthesize, right? We need to bring different information from different corners of the earth and different corners of people's mind and experiences, and try to bring them in here to synthesize and like that's why it hurts so much to hear like bickering or like arguments, like unnecessary arguments on here, because arguments can be part of the process of synthesis, synthesizing, but sometimes you just got to say, let's be done with that. Did you forget what we all came here for?
Right. I totally agree that debate should be for not, well, I mean, I've got this
progress.
quote.
You gotta bounce things off each other.
Yeah. All right. So this is what I've thought. I'm sharing a GIF, a meme, whatever you want to call it. But so this is how I stand. Same as you. Should not be victory, but progress.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite quotes. If I had a handful to choose from.
I see Shines quote someone or something that says, the most honest thing we can ever say is, I don't know. Just wanted to shout that out.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of members in here that take that stance. Admin included.
I mean, we're all of us here, we're just like slightly older babies. And babies know jack shit,
Sort of.
Oh, we all start from scratch here,
We're adult babies.
we're just
I don't
slightly
know if
more
that makes sense.
experienced blank slates.
Yeah.
So and it's too bad because one of the greatest gifts of humanity is the ability to like keep records and pass along information verbally and what do you call it? Literarily in literature. Like we can speak and we can write literature and we can give shortcuts to the next generation, so it doesn't take so long for them to learn the lessons that we had to learn through experience the hard way. They can
That's
just
such
hear a good piece of
That's what.
advice and save a lot of time.
that's such a romantic idea.
Listen, guys, this is why we need to attack academia and curriculum. Curriculum as parents and demand our children be taught what they should be taught, not a bunch of liberal bullshit, 300 fucking genders, but how to survive on Earth, how to treat people right, and only what we can prove as truth.
Here.
We here want academic levels that destroy their model and show that they're all off into pseudoscience. That's what we want, we wish for. I don't know about others. I mean, I'm at the end of my life. I'm trying to leave something for the next generation.
I hear you, Battle Mud, and that's why what I was saying earlier about me developing something that I hope to be like an alternative educational tool. It's like I want to give someone some sort of tool. I want to like facilitate this where what I offer them is a very clear and concise, maybe like chart of some sort. I don't know if I'd ever call it a book, but like some sort of chart, diagram, or a series of diagrams or something that just gives as solid of a foundation of understanding in general of just as much as possible across the entire board, and just give it to them in a way that like they can know what I know about the basics of reality, and by the time they're 10, for the time it took me to be 25 or whatever.
That
Like,
would be amazing.
I'm working on it so far, and I'll share it with you personally sometime if you want. What I got developed so far.
Well, you'd be better off. I mean, are you talking about a learning system for children?
No, literally just like a diagram. It's going to be a very detailed and like humongous diagram, right? And it doesn't have to be on one sheet of paper. We can like have drawers or like do it electronically with all the cool functions of chart making you can have on a computer instead of just like written out on pen and paper.
There was somebody in here. There was somebody in here in the server. I think it was maybe a year ago that wanted to do something like what you're talking about. So,
I wish I knew them. We'd work on it together.
I know he's not on the server anymore, and it's kind of too bad because he would just be happy as a clam to collaborate with somebody.
I hear you.
Hopefully, it's just been too long since I've had that conversation with him for me to remember what he, what.
Yeah,
it was a website.
Don't worry about it.
But everybody, so you're just kind of talking about collaborating different points of truth into one source. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that my philosophy, and I can back it up with my chart, is that everything is connected, right? Like a lot of people share that, right? So if everything's connected, what's the sort of like just how like every twig at the very edge of a branch, right? The very last thinnest twig, every twig is connected, and so and you could make a drawing or a diagram or a video showing of like literally any tree. You could show the branches leading up to those twigs and literally, visually demonstrate how they're connected. And so,
you know what Native Americans call that? We call that the web of life. mankind doesn't make up the entire web. We're but one string in it. And what we do to
Right.
the web, we do to ourselves.
That's beautiful. I'm gonna use that and I'm gonna look into that because that's spot on, man.
Damn, I love that. I need to write that down, Michael, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's why we believe every step, every movement you do on Earth sends a vibration to the entire web of life, causing change.
Yeah. So that's exactly the philosophical message that I'm trying to exemplify in the diagram I'm trying to build, right? So everything is connected, and I'm not drawing it like a spider web because it's not like circular. It's kind of like a sort of like top down, sort of like an upside down tree almost. It like we're disregarding the roots, just like the visible portion of a tree, like a tree chart, I guess they would say. I think that's a term. And what I'm basing it off of is descriptions. So I mean, descriptions are very useful and very profound, and especially if you want to get to specific words and like what words are more generally descriptive than others? Are there like archetypes of description? And then are there like, semi-types or, different smaller categories of description? Like we could say, like, here's one thing I've always wanted. Is there a diagram of emotions and the way they're related to each other? All I can think of is that there's a diagram of like the cycle of grief or whatever, or like denial and then like bargaining or anger or you know what I'm talking about until acceptance at the final step. You ever seen the five stages of denial?
Of grief.
Yeah,
They normally
7
call it
stages
the 5
of grief.
stages of grief.
7 stages. There's 7 stages
Right.
of grief. And denial is
See?
all emotions play into them.
Right. Denial is the first one, and then acceptance is the last one. There's like anger and bargaining in the middle with some other things. So like I'm trying to do that. Like you could say that cycle, you could give that cycle a name, and then those other things would be like the steps of it. Right. So I'm trying to think of the words that are as the broadest as possible. Instead of using words like denial, I'm saying, well, that comes later down the ladder. That's a subcategory. Let me get to the largest categories and start from there so I can lay it out simply and visually to like some newborn baby or something where they can get a grip on reality of like as much reality as I have a grip on. Like everything I know the basics of, I want to give them an understanding of all those basics as fast and clearly as possible.
The 7 stages of flat Earth acceptance.
No, that's just geography, man. That's just geography. Oh, / cosmology, right? That's geography.
Denial. They normally get stuck there.
Hey, that comes with a wind flute audio download. Peace music. Enjoy, Chen.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Native American Pearls of Wisdom.
Okay.
Read the true peace.
Okay.
It's kind of like the Avatar movie with that they're all connected.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that movie.
That
so
web under the
much.
earth.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I think some people say the web underneath the earth is mycelium.
The what beneath the earth? The internet?
No.
Because mycelium is sort of like a internet.
Well, yeah, it definitely is. Michael, what'd you say the name of that was? I'm gonna try and find it in the document with the word.
The true peace. I just posted it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I found it. Okay.
It talks about the oneness of all things.
So I'm a big fan of when really fundamental aspects of reality come in a specific number set. Like there's 5 platonic solids, and that's just how it
Yeah.
is. There's 5, you know. And so I'm a really big fan of when really profound aspects of reality come in a number, like like the 7 classical planets, the lights in the sky that actually move every night compared to where they used to be. It's I get excited that there's 12 organ systems of a human body. I thought that was one of the funnest things I ever learned.
There's so many things like that. There's so many things like that. Yeah, I'm with you.
And so I enjoy tracking down these sorts of like profound options or whatever that come in a set of 5 or 10. I mean, I don't even care if it's 100, but like one of the things I come across recently is that there are 5 components of language, and to me, that's just something I wish I heard earlier in life.
No doubt, right? That's why whenever we get young kids in here and they start talking flat earth stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, I am so happily jealous for you. I would give anything to be your age and talking about stuff like this. It would be great.
It's a good product here to get introduced to as soon as possible in life. I mean, what we have here is a community of pretty fucking loving people. I mean, we want the best for each other, and it's very obvious that we all want the best for each other. So, it's a good group to get introduced to as soon as possible. Other people, I mean, capitalism and culture every sort of culture in today's world, it kind of encourages ripping someone off legally. If you can rip someone off legally, good for you. You made a buck.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations. You sold something to someone at more of a value than it's actually worth.
You're
You're
a shrewd businessman.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not shrewd. I'm family valued. You don't pay till you're satisfied. I broke my back to... I should have been home nights at 9 o'clock to see my children, but because some 90-year-old lady wasn't happy with her driveway, I didn't make it home till 11. But she sent me home with squash and potato soup, so I was happy.
Yeah.
As long as it was tasty.
Can the guy who just said that about capitalism explain why capitalism necessarily has to do with ripping people off?
Sure, I can address that.
I'd have to teach you a bunch of contractual law. And then economic law for peasants versus people who know what they're doing. Estate owners, trust owners.
Real quick, just so I know who I was.
So keep in mind, it falls under the category of individualism. So you might have to demonstrate how individualism can be used to rip someone off.
Well, it's simple.
Okay.
Your ignorance is my gain.
You might as well try to prove the globe while you're at it.
If I sucker you into a contract, you're not privy to the definition of every word in. And you break the contract and I get something for free, then I'm just a shrewd businessman. But now I have all your stuff.
Nope, your pen ran out, so it doesn't work.
Oh, my printer's always full.
He can't sign it because the pen is broken.
A shrewd businessman always got a box of pens.
Some Bic ones. Those don't run out.
Right.
Just like the lighters.
I got one of them pens where you just change the insert. It's got a clock on it so you know at what time you signed away your life. It's a joke.
But you don't have to necessarily have anything to do with contracts in order to engage in free market capitalism.
Nobody
do you
said you
want?
did.
You asked me a question about that earlier. Would you like
But
to talk
with
to me
every
about it?
purchase, there is an assumed contract. You know this, right?
Well, yeah, I
It's called a
I
purchase
acknowledge
agreement.
that, but I mean, it's not like a contract that you sign
It's written in
necessarily with your
law.
parent.
Purchase agreement contracts. Look into it.
I know, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that
In other words,
contract has to be
you as
one
a
that rips you
consumer
off, though.
can expect a fair product for a price you paid, wherein they have to honor their advertisement, truth in advertising. You think if you're unhappy with a product you bought, you have no recourse? You can't get your money back? You go to Wendy's and order a bacon double cheeseburger, but you take the big dick sandwich?
Nothing about it is actually on the system itself. A system is abstract, and it's all about how the people, operate within this system.
It is.
When it comes to capitalism, I got no beef with it. Like I said, like it's innocent, it's neutral. But what did happen was capitalism, secretly turned into corporatism, and it's still under the disguise of capitalism. So I don't mean to hate on some sort of abstract system concept. I'm only hating on the potential it has and the potential it showed in today's world to easily be hijacked and turned into something else that we're all dealing with now.
Can you give a specific example of this corporatism that you
Give
speak
me
of,
control
or
of
should I give
somebody's
one?
a country's economics, and I care not who makes their laws. Do you need a better example?
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of subsidies. So I, for one, think we should do away with
Conglomerates
all
that make
subsidies of all
monopolies.
kinds. And as long as we have subsidies of any kind, this is by definition not free market capitalism. So what I'm saying is the kinds of problems that you're describing or you're thinking about are not problems with capitalism. They're problems with taxes and regulations in places that they shouldn't be, and subsidies in places that they shouldn't be. We need to be politically active to overturn these things, reverse them, and then there won't be anything to complain about.
Yeah, all people, everything has the potential for good and evil, and people have to police them, but they don't want to. They want to buy throwaway stuff, replace it when it breaks, and they don't care about the laws. Now, I wouldn't say
nobody likes to write
I
their
wouldn't
congressman
say that-
either.
I wouldn't say the taxes and subsidies are the problems. The problems are the conglomerates, the corporations who we've made illegal monopolies, but they just conglomerate. They'll monopolize everything, but be under 150 different company names as a conglomerate.
Using the political system as a pipe dream.
Yeah, well, I, for one, have only up to this point in
Only
time
if
in my
you're a
life
crackhead.
purchased one thing from Amazon.com. I'm hoping that you guys can say something similar. At least I'm not being part of the problem.
I haven't.
That's a far better solution than looking to politicians. Because
Yeah, it's both, though. It's both, though. The news is, buddy, it's both.
it's a pipe dream. I've been following politics for 30 years, and it doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican, you get more war, more debt, less civil liberties. It doesn't matter which side you choose.
Well, the same bloodline families are always up for vote. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not the
then there's
Democrat
that.
or the Republican, it's the manipulation of the parties. It's not the system, it's how the system's being used, manipulated, and controlled. All things have the potential for good and evil. It requires participation.
Which really doesn't happen.
One way or another, you're going to change one system for another, so eventually all people have to participate in that system, or else you're going to have corrupt systems. Those at the top are always going to take charge, motivate things in their favor, and it's going to have a trickle-down effect, just like a pyramid.
Well, there's no other option. There's no replacement.
Just another system. You can put whatever ism on it you want.
Yeah, but technically we didn't choose this. We didn't choose this one for ourselves of our own volition.
We didn't choose any of these laws or contracts. We're born
No.
free. We don't owe allegiance
Right.
to kind of abstracts of dead
Right.
men.
Right.
We choose to follow them. That's what needs to change.
Well, that's willful ignorance.
It is.
Yeah.
Try to enlighten
I mean,
people
I know a
to it.
little bit about that, but
Try
not
to
enough to say anything or submit anything to the court. You
Well, you
know?
try to enlighten people to their true authority as a man or a woman, as a human being, and they just walk on by it to talk about some other crap.
Hey, question, Michael. Have you ever seen a cat dig up the ground?
Yeah.
Like a lot? Or because I might have like a mole problem in my yard.
I don't know. Country cats do that all the time. Hell, my outside cat, he buries his shit. He don't care. He digs a hole, shits in it, and buries it up.
No, I don't think that's what's happening.
Hey, some of them do like to catch some moles and bugs. Some cats like to eat bugs. They smell
Well,
it.
I think this cat likes to eat bugs and she's like tearing up the yard. I'm gonna have to start getting a squirt bottle on her ass or something.
My Maine Coon, that motherfucker will eat grasshoppers. He's happy as soon as summer comes every year, chasing grasshoppers all day.
Yeah, grasshoppers, maybe that. I don't know, but it's digging up the dirt. Like, I just saw her do it with her claws, but I didn't know if it was already like that, like from a mole or something. But yeah, I didn't know cats eat bugs. She was well up into a fairly good-sized tree the other day. I'm like, you go, girl. I mean, I feed her every once in a while, but not regularly.
Right? Do you know why cats bury their shit? I know why country cats do. There's a lot of coyotes in the area, and they're trying to hide their scent. They don't want the coyote to catch on to their scent.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch this cat right now catch a bug. Oh yeah, going in for the kill. She's like in the ground.
Hey, now.
Let me see if
This
she
is
starts eating
kind of
something.
a nature kind of show now that you're kind of pulling.
Dude, where I
It's a
live
little
is
off topic,
amazing.
you know. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, bring it back to Flat Earth by all means. I'm just
kidding.
yeah.
Don't
But
be
this
saying
where I
anything
live,
bashful, you know.
where I live is just a little bit of like the Twilight Zone. Like I don't like it, everything that's going on in the world. I mean, I got a little taste of
You
it,
have
but
some
nothing
tremors
like.
out there?
What's that?
You don't know what tremor is? It's a big berm.
Tremors? No.
It has,
Why
it
are
has
some
worms
allegedly
for
going
its
on right
tongue.
now?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're messing with me? Okay, thanks.
I was.
That's all right. But yeah, so there's like all kinds of bird drones around here and making fun of the parody. Birds aren't real. Fucking bastards. They put in a lot of effort into all of it. I have to give it to them. But yeah, there's like owls, there's hawks. I don't know. I don't think there's eagles, but so yeah, I'm pretty close to Illinois, but there sure is a lot of terrain once you get over into Missouri. So would a cat have to eat a lot of bugs to sustain themselves or what?
No, bugs are chock full of protein, man.
So it'd be like eating jerky for cats or something. Doesn't take much to. I mean, you can survive on jerky, can't you?
We can survive on grasshoppers and crickets and
Ew.
larvae.
Oh God! Please don't let me ever have to resort to that. Please, please. I hope never. Oh, I don't know if I could do it. I really
Maggots,
don't. No.
earthworms, spiders.
Maybe if they were in a stew, maybe.
You got it. No, you just eat it alive. You eat the whole spider alive. You want
Oh
all of it.
no!
You want all of it. It's packed full of energy.
Hell no. Grasshopper, sure. Okay, maybe. Spider, F no. No.
Don't eat the poisonous spiders.
Well, yeah, that would be helpful. Jeez. So, are you saying that you've done that? You've eaten bugs, Michael?
Yep. Jungle survival training. Yeah. Had me a few
Oh,
maggots.
so how many did you get to eat?
Had me a few maggots for dinner in Guatemala. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
It was a mean couple days, but hey, I wasn't hungry. You can eat tree bark. A lot of people don't know that. Certain barks from certain trees you can eat.
No kidding.
Did you name a couple?
Yeah, what kind of tree? Just name one.
Sycamore. You can peel
Okay.
sycamore. Eat that. Elm. Maple. You don't want to eat a lot of it, though. Helps with digestion. Also has
Fiber.
fibers and
Fantastic.
Actually, that's the type of wood pulp that they use to coat shredded cheese with. But they call it cellulose. They call it something like that.
Yeah, I would prefer grubs in the survival. You put them in a bag, keep them alive for days. Fresh food. Fish and grubs. You can use grubs to fish with.
Oh. Now
Well, you can
that,
eat-
sure.
They're not that gross. Grubs aren't.
Oh, I thought you were talking about eating them. I don't know what they are. Are they a bug, a slug? I mean, what the hell is it?
Well, grub is usually something that's in a metamorphosis. It's either going to become a beetle or a butterfly or a moth.
Yuck.
To layman, I just say maggot,
Oh, okay.
But like ask Bong someday. They got grubs down there as big as a fist, man.
Yuck! For what?
They're beetle larvae.
Yuck! That's so gross.
Well, they're chock full of protein.
I guess so. I don't know if I'd want to chew it.
So it's called the Hercules beetle. You find one of these in the jungle, you're eating good for a minute. Here, I'll show you. You're eating good. Eat the legs and all now. Don't use it all. Mother Nature gave you that. Don't throw nothing away. There's people that actually have these things
so gross.
for pets.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't think I could ever
If
eat
you
that.
were starving, the walls that stop you from eating that would just slowly start disintegrating, and you would look at it and
I'll
you'd be
take
like,
your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
well, Battlemod said I could. I'll eat just the head first. Here, let's start with the head. Squeeze all of it. Squeeze everything out of it before you eat it. Squeeze it all out.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you for that tidbit.
You don't want that toxic shit.
Ugh.
You can find grasshoppers that big too.
Ugh.
I was in Thailand, and this girl ordered this Thai girl. She ordered this like barbecued grasshoppers. I think that she didn't think that I would eat them, and I was like, oh, and I just chowed down on them.
Ugh.
They're not that bad.
If you say so.
Native Americans used to eat roast grasshoppers like popcorn. Sit around the sacred fire and tell stories while the children ate roasted grasshoppers and crickets. Smoked crickets, smoked grasshoppers. It was a treat.
I guess that's better than popcorn.
Yeah, you just pop their heads off and the guts come out with them.
A lot of societies eat bugs as a regular diet.
Yeah, I kind of knew that, but just not a pleasant thought for me.
More protein and like the same quantity of like uncooked beef.
Yep.
I think it actually is a little bit more.
How about silkworms? Anybody here ever ate silkworms?
The answer is C or D, none of the above. Ever. Yuck.
I've never had any kind of grubs before, but I've always been curious.
How do you prepare
C
the
would be all
silkworm?
of the above.
How do you
Oh,
prepare
well.
that silkworm?
If it's in the kitchen any way you want, you can saute them, fry them, barbecue them, bake them. The
Like the
silkworm is
forest gump.
just another grub. I mean, you go through and individually squeeze the insides out of each and every one of them. Then I'd saute them, season them, serve them with the morel mushrooms.
Just for
Maybe
context,
baked
just for
squash.
context, just
Please,
for context,
Michael, just mute yourself and then unmute yourself if you're in trouble.
Just for context, Michael, I'm standing here and my nose is crinkled like the I smell poo face, you know? It's like, ugh. Yeah.
Oh, I bet.
Yuck.
There's worse. I could show worse.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Like eating brains or something. Like cow or something. Or some
Chilled
other
monkey
animal.
brain.
Sure, yeah, monkey brains.
There's worse than that.
Okay, so what's worse than that, Michael?
What up, brothers and sisters?
Hey,
How are you all?
doing good. What's up with you?
Not much. Just thought I'd drop in and see what's going on around here.
Just talking about eating bugs.
Nice. Whose new giant plan is that?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Oh my gosh, Joe Biden. Why doesn't he get fired? I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. He's just
I thought you were
too
gonna
much.
say, why doesn't he keel over?
That, I guess that too, but I don't want to be that morbid, I guess. I mean, but
That's
I can agree with it.
nice when it comes to him. Oh man.
Kamala would be worse, though, I think.
Oh, I'll have to find the video for you guys. I'm gonna pause what I was doing. Hold on. It's the newest Biden clip as far as I know, but I could be wrong. Let me see here. Just give me a moment.
You can eat
Oh, okay,
steamed
I
bugs.
found it. I got it. It's only like 50 seconds. No, 35 seconds. You guys go watch it. So funny. It's not even funny anymore. Is the name of the video. There we go.
You can eat ants, termites, stink bugs, beetles,
No.
grasshoppers, crickets, snakes.
I'd like.
grubs.
Will you try the stink bug thing first? Because I'm a little leery on that one.
You can eat, hey, you know those things most people call potato bug? It's
Yeah.
actually, it's called wood lice, but you can eat wood lice too, raw.
Ew.
Earthworms.
That's making me itchy.
Yeah. A stink bug.
What about
would
fire
be
ants?
kind of
Do fire
perfume.
ants taste like hot tamales?
Most ants are good and high in protein.
Can you eat fire ants though?
You can eat an earwig. You know what an earwig is?
Ew.
Yeah, I think that'd be the last one I'd eat though.
I'd eat that motherfucker first so he don't get in my damn ear.
Ew, no.
You can eat a praying mantis.
Ugh.
Probably has more calories on it.
Okay, I can't look at those pictures.
Of course, we already covered maggot delight, right? How about dragonflies? Could you eat a big ass dragonfly?
Probably more so than other bugs. Most other bugs.
How about a snail?
Well, lots of people.
I'd rather eat the dragonfly. I'd only want to eat locusts though, like
Okay,
on my own
alright.
accord, you know.
Bees and wasps.
Which ones would be the easiest just to swallow? I guess so that's what I'd be interested in.
Grubs.
It'd be the
That's why
grubs,
I said
right?
Grubs. Stick with the grubs. They're kind of
Ugh.
bland. They're bland. They're chewy though.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to chew them.
You clean them all.
Make them into a smoothie.
Put them in a bag with some bark and a few other things, some edible vegetation, and you call it trail mix, and you just eat a handful.
Throw some
every
fire.
4 or 5 miles.
Throw some fire ants in, you know, to make it spicy.
Right.
Okay, guys.
You know, field onions, must plants.
All right, this is super funny, but it's really not funny. I mean, I know you guys can see it, but
How
I'll
about a
crawl
weed-
in your mouth while you sleep.
How about a weevil bug?
Oh, I don't know. Take that off. Can't look. I'm not. You can't look. Somebody post memes. That just gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking about that. It's true though. I mean, we do eat bugs, right? Allegedly. I don't know if I would believe the statistics that are out there, but
Depends on
okay, Michael.
how many bugs you got in your house.
Okay, Michael, I want you to answer this question for me. Is it bad to have this meme in the live stream? I'll delete it right away.
No, that one's funny as hell.
I saw that. I had to steal it.
If it was my child, they wouldn't see me walk in.
Right? Okay, what about this one? This one's pretty good. I saw this one recently. Joey baby. Here we go.
My
Fucking
brother's
weirdo.
gonna be. My brother. That
I
little
mean,
boy.
that's definitely.
Why is Joe Biden sniffing that little boy?
It's not a little boy, you goof.
It is too. Yes, it is. That kid got a chin like that's a man.
Oh, you're gonna do that? Okay, you're saying.
Oh,
Oh,
I
she's
done did
trans.
that. We crushed that a while ago.
Really? I
Don't
didn't
make
know. I missed it.
that ain't no girl.
Well, all I know is she just so happens to coincidentally be at the right place at the right time, and now she's just like the spokesperson.
For nobody, because children don't vote, so who cares? Even my daughter said, Dad, is that a boy or a girl? I said, what do you think? What's your first? Well, my first thought when I looked at it was, why this little boy got piggy tails? I was like, all right.
Oh, come on, Michael. She really.
Hey,
It's
if you're beautiful, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 13-year-old baby girl says that's a boy, Dad, do you listen?
You know,
it's not the right boy at the rice time. It's the right boy at the soy time.
Soy.
So awkward. I mean, I guess I don't know. I'd have to consider a lot of things to. I do think there's a lot of stuff with that going on. Absolutely. In fact, I'd almost be willing to contend that there are some fake people doing that, like saying a child is transgender when they're not. And so, but that's only my opinion. I don't have anything to back that up. Ew, shish kebab grubs. That's so gross.
No,
Michael,
you
I
got,
have to eat
hey,
soon. Stop.
look, you gotta watch my video.
No joke, I'll be able to eat my food if I'm thinking about bugs.
These guys live in the jungle. They eat what's there.
Well, sure. If that's all I knew, then yeah.
I mean, you can use the grub to catch a fish, or you can get tired of fish and just eat some grubs.
Well, hey, you know what? It's kind of free food, so I'm all for it. People that want to eat bugs. Yeah. I don't know. It'd have to take a lot of psychological reset for me to consider that a main food source.
So how does bug eating work on a spinning globe?
Good question, Dave.
It's probably mostly the Glovers eating them for the most part.
There's 2 globers in here right now. Have y'all asked them for Earth curvature measurements yet?
Yeah, have anybody done their homework? Can present your report.
Lino, Tomo, and G. Platypus, please present measurements of Earth curvature. Thank you.
Or possibly any related questions thereof. Well, if this isn't a hello darkness, my old friend moment here, I don't know what is. Okay, so who did you say were globe earthers, Dave?
According to their labels, it is G.E. Platypus and Lino Tomo. Come on down. You're the next Glober on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Haha. Yeah, come on down. You're the next contestant on the Flat Earth is Right. But that I liked how you said it, Dave. Thumbs up. Okay, so I think Lino Tomo, hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't think he's new. I could be wrong.
No, he's not new. He's been around. Like the bug eating. What's the tastiest bug, Michael?
Yeah, good question on that.
He must have stepped away. Anybody else feel free to answer if they've eaten any bugs. It's like that Klaus Schwab guy says, you will eat the bugs and you will like it. The guy at the financial guy, whatever, that's running all the virus bullshit. Anyway, you will eat the bugs.
We will sleep in the pod. Will own nothing.
Okay, I just saw the meme get posted. Reminds me of the "Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson" parody, where he's smoking weed and shit. It's so funny. Oh, okay. So I know GE Platypus. He's definitely not new, Dave. Right? Is that all we got for Glober on the fence right now? Okay, so for some reason, I feel compelled to be subscribed to Paris Hilton, and I guess her team has come up with this. It's called "quote unquote" Paris Tries. So her first debut to this series, she's trying cereal. And I do believe that's a robe she's wearing. She's sitting at her kitchen table being a silly little blonde. And there's one point where she makes a really, for me, it was a for real laugh out loud moment. Actually, there's
Talking
more
about
and more.
Paris Hilton, Jenny.
Yes, I'm a little bit of a fan.
I saw a video with her. She was trying some tube steak, but that's another different story.
Oh, yeah, that's old tea, though. This is the new Paris. She's rebranded. She has this, I don't know if she's trademarked it. I'm sure she's has, but it's called Sliving. I think it's supposed to be yeah, it's supposed to be slay and living or something like that. It's something she invented, a word she coined. Famous for being famous. That's her. So just like
Yes,
from a social aspect, that's why I just find her interesting. I mean, she's just kind of, I don't know, just a big player on the world stage, I just like to
Like you just
observe.
said, she's the ultimate example of just being famous just because she's famous.
Oh yeah,
She
she was
she hasn't done
alleged.
anything.
Yeah, she's the one who started that, and then the Kardashians kind of did it after her. So yeah, she's a big trendsetter. But so yeah. But yeah, she's definitely one of those types of people that it can afford a lot of whatever they do to make themselves look younger. God knows what Paris really does. Because she definitely, I don't know, to me seems to age well. Another person I can think of, I don't know what she looks like now, probably not so great anymore in the last half decade or something. And that's Cindy Crawford. You know, that was her career, her face and her body, model, supermodel. There are more stars in our galaxy than there are atoms in the universe. Direct quote. Neil deGrasse Tyson. One hand clapping, people. Hand clapping.
Did I just hear
That
you
doesn't make any
properly?
sense.
Did I just hear you properly when you said Neil deGrasse Tyson said there are more stars in the universe than there in our sky than there are atoms in the universe?
Here,
Is
let me
that
say
what
it
you said?
again.
All right.
There are more stars in our galaxy than there are atoms in the universe. If that's an accurate quote, that's a bunch of poppycock.
How could that be when every star has probably got trillions of atoms if they exist?
Duh. Thank
So he's
you.
totally backwards on his quote.
I guess true to form, right?
Yeah, exactly. True to form, total full of shit, 100%.
Way to go, Neil.
That quote makes no sense on many levels. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like almost like a traitor to humanity.
Hey, but is the
Good
Earth
God.
pear shaped? Is the Earth pear shaped? That's my question.
It's pear shaped.
It's a little chubby. It's a little chubby in the middle, you know. Like pear shape.
Pear shaped.
He was looking
Hey,
at
let
his.
me find my funny video of him. There's two funny videos I got of people parroting him. Hopefully they're still there.
In the
I think he
same
was looking
interview,
at.
in the
He was
same
looking at.
interview, he says the Earth, when it was created, it was still spinning.
Yes,
Right?
that's something that really irritates me.
Right? That's
Even
the
when the earth was even when the earth was created,
it was still spinning.
it was spinning.
That's mind
Yeah.
blowing. What the fuck?
It
Like
might
he knows. He knows. Just believe me.
It's like get the fuck out of here.
Astrophysicist.
Yeah. This is what we got.
Astro. He reminds me of
science communicator.
The Jetsons dog Astro. That's how much of a physicist he is. Astro.
His boy Elroy, daughter Judy.
I love that song.
No shit.
Hey, you guys, wasn't there like the iPhone watches like from the Jetsons? Didn't they talk to wristwatches in the Jetsons, you guys?
I think
Yeah,
so.
they did. And I remember thinking when I was like 15 years old that I would have a Jetsons car by the year 2000. So where's my fucking Jetsons car? Go ahead, Jim.
This one older lady, she's, I don't know, really hip to the technology, and she has one. And I catch her playing on it sometimes. I'm like, okay, Judy. And she knows I'm making a reference to Judy Jetson. Maybe one day that seed will flourish. predictive
His daughter was
programming.
Judy. Jane was his wife. Get it straight.
I found it. I found it. I think
His
the other one I
daughter
had.
Judy. Jane his wife. There you go.
Yeah, I used to know every single word to that theme song. This is not the one. This is one of them, but this isn't the other. There's one other one, and I think that's the more produced one. Where it, yeah. Let me. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody, Dave? Do you know if you watch this real quick? If you happen to know of a different one, it may. I'm guessing that it got deleted. That's a
I'm
shame.
currently operating a motor vehicle. I can't look at anything.
Oh, I got you. You never know with YouTube. You got a video saved one day, poof, the next day.
We got a VC verified here named Dust to Dust. If y'all talk to them.
From Dusk Till Dawn, that was the good show right there.
Yeah, it's a Tarantino movie, wasn't it?
Yep.
Dust to Dust, good evening. You want to talk to us or what? We can try that again.
I guess he no talking.
Is that what he said?
I don't know. There he is. Go ahead, Dust to Dust. Hello. Mike unmuted, but I didn't hear anything. Did y'all hear anything?
Well, alrighty then.
I guess not.
Sounds like a war zone in Allentown. Fireworks are going off like crazy.
People living there in Allentown, are they closing all the factories down?
Are they closing the factories down? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, Billy Joel song.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, my daughter loves Billy Joel. Yeah, the legend for sure. Yeah. I'm like, wait a second, what's he talking about? I'm like, oh, fact. Oh, okay, Billy Joel. Took me a second. I mean, even every night people are shooting here, even when it's not 4th of July.
There in Kentucky, there's people already shooting them off as the sun ain't went down yet. I mean, it's behind the horizon, but I'm sorry, the sun hasn't went away yet, not went down. I gotta quit saying that. What do you call it now? A sun away?
Yeah, I guess we gotta come up with the new. I mean, there's nothing wrong with sunset. You know, the sun is still setting. It's.
I guess
the sun is gone. Yeah.
Sun gone.
Yeah.
Coming back tomorrow. Let's hope. There's no guarantee, but it usually does.
So far, so good, right?
Well, I guess everybody in the world woke up one day and the sun was just gone.
Shit,
we all last about 10 minutes, right?
Right. I'm sure we all thought of that at least once, right? What happens if the sun would just not show up one day?
calling 1-800-GOD. Say, we need that sign back, please.
Yeah.
Kind of sustains life around here. I'll be.
All I know is my mood is completely different, bro. When the day is beautiful and perfect like today was, my mood is completely different, man. I feel different, you know. The body feels different, mind is different.
Yeah. Good weather definitely can have that impact on you.
Absolutely. That's why I'm just thinking of relocating. As each year, as the winter comes, I'm like, man, like each winter's hitting me harder as I'm getting older, you know. Think about Florida or something like that. Now I understand why people move to Florida, you know, when they're from here.
Well, especially last year or so, Florida's become popular, at least with people that have any sense. They're not following a lot of the bullshit, you know.
All right. I mean, imagine like 90 degrees, dude, and like you gotta wear the fucking mask. Yeah, man, people are putting like I just can't believe people are putting up with that shit, you know. But it is what it is. To each their own.
Yeah, the sad part is that so many people don't realize they just have the power to not consent. You know, so a lot of this stuff would go away. We just didn't participate.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all it takes.
So many people, they said it on TV. Here, we got to do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. With CNN say today, oh my God, we got to do this. Let's turn off CNN.
What was that? Which one's that? Want to share it?
And the proverbial tumbleweeds continue to blow across the landscape of globe proofs. There's not one shred of scientific evidence for the spinning space monkey ball religion. That's just my opinion. Somebody could think there is something.
That's a fact.
They want to say something. And somebody I was talking to the other day,
You're roboting badly, bro. I don't hear anything. I can't hear it at all right now.
something like they discovered the globe when I was trying to explain. Checking of the mic. Am I back?
Sounds good now. Sounds like you back, bro.
had no idea what I was saying. She wasn't none too important anyway. Oh, the other day I was talking in real life to somebody about this subject, and they were sort of halfway interested. And they were stuck on, but the globe was discovered 500 years ago or whatever they said. And I was trying to explain to them it was never discovered. Nothing was discovered. They just made up shit. They looked up in the sky and made up shit. Basically what happened, right? Nobody ever discovered a ball somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. How do you discover a ball? Yeah, like you said, they looked at the stars and they hypothesized, the infinite distance away. That was the root of heliocentric fantasy, the idea that the stars are infinite distances away.
Yep.
Because somebody in the past, like some evil bastard, figure out that stars are just a part of our own perspective and they move with us, right? You can never get close to them. You can never, all you can do is observe it. So they figured that out. They figured they can tell any story to people because they know nobody can ever get through stars. They're just part of our perspective. They can fool people like that. So to this day, nobody actually knows anything about stars, man. Everybody believes they're infinite distances away. It's just something that you gotta take their word for it, and that's it. Meanwhile, like every night, you look at the little twinkly lights right there, right above your head. Some are just shining, some are twinkling, some are blinking, some are changing colors. But they're right there.
Whatever they are, they're part of our realm. They're just right up there. They're not.
Yeah.
They're
Whatever
not
they are.
infinite distances away. They're just there.
Yeah. Just there, exactly, bro. Can't really say much about it. Just observe it in the awe.
It's unfortunate that whoever got together, the Jesuits or whoever it was, made up this whole globe model, just to give everybody answers, and then act like they figured it out and it was facts. They didn't have any facts at all. They just made shit up. I know I'm simplifying it, but they didn't verify anything. Made up elaborate stories and did the math. There you go.
Yep.
Put it in the textbook. It's done with.
And all you can do is you can take the word for it. You can never examine this for yourself. You can't do anything with this information. All you can do is take their word for it.
Yep.
And if you oppose it in any way, if you speak your own mind, you're crazy. You're just crazy. You're not part of the scientific world, man.
You're going against all the smart scientists in the world. Why would all them lie? People have studied this and figured it out. No, they didn't. They learned the same bullshit you learned.
Yeah.
I'm on a straight stretch of road here. Let's see if there's any new people joining us here. Looks like all globe deniers, as far as I can tell. You crazy science deniers and globe deniers. What do you have to say for yourselves?
All right, they have balls calling us science deniers, when in reality they're actually science deniers.
Yeah, it's the ultimate irony, isn't it?
Right?
People calling us deluded when we're the ones that step back from the delusion and actually examine what's going on.
Yeah.
How about the fact that science needs to keep putting out stickers and signs like science is real, believe in science.
Yeah.
Believe in science to reinforce your globe religion. We need stickers, t-shirts, like television programs, science communicators, all this fakery just to convince you to believe in the fantasy.
Yeah. Gotta believe in science. Everybody believes in science.
You know?
They're doing science on the ISS. They got science going on over here and over there, and they're growing lettuce. All kinds of science.
Scientism, it's literally the new age religion, bro. You know, this cerveza bug is all part of it, you know? It's all part of the same religion, man. Trust us. We're the men in white coats. We know better. We're taught about it all for you. You don't have to think. You just believe us. Roll up your sleeve and get in a line. And bro, like when people believe, like think about it, man. Like they know, like when they make the kids and people believe they're spinning on a fucking ball that flies through vacuum, like all against your senses. Like how hard is it to fucking trick them about this invisible bug, you know, or anything? Okay, pull up their sleeves.
That umbrella. Once you get somebody to deny their senses, and they're open game for anything.
Exactly my point, bro. You know, once they got you on a spinning ball, dude, like the rest is so easy, man. Because once you're on the ball, you don't know who you are, you don't know where you live, you don't know where you come from. You're lost and confused.
You're just a speck of dust in an infinite universe of nothingness.
On a spinning rock that flies through the infinite nothingness, forever and ever, covering trillions and trillions of miles of distance. Like, man, once you start painting a picture in the mind, it's like, whoa. Destruction of the minds. You guys hear the fireworks now from here?
I hear a couple things popping off.
That shit is popping like crazy, dude.
So nice of the government to let us out of our houses to celebrate our independence today. Woohoo!
Go out and wave your flags.
Wear your mask and wave your flag.
Yeah.
Unless you've been Fauci-ouchie, then you don't have to wear the mask. But if you still want to wear it just for the hell of it, go for it.
What's that, Fauci ouchie? Is that what it called?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Dr. Fauci, he's like the smartest doctor ever, man. I respect him so much.
Oh, yeah.
He has done so much for humanity, man. I would go on for hours talking about how great Fauci is.
Oh, he's a hero. I got his poster in my wall. You know?
Next to Bill Nye.
Yeah, next to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson now. We gotta build statues for these guys.
Yeah, those guys are up. All those guys are just brilliant geniuses. I can't think of more brilliant minds than those guys.
Yeah. Let's not forget Michio Kaku and Brian Cox and these guys, right?
Well, in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the
You were roboting there real bad. I didn't hear, but I know what you said. You said a Michio Kaku quote now. But are you roboting again, Dave? I can't hear anything, bro. If you want to drop out and come back in. That worked before.
It's just you two hanging out in the room, huh?
So good. Chilling.
120th power. This is the biggest
I'm gonna go step to my backyard and see if I can see some fireworks. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
All right. Have fun. Happy 4th of July.
You too, the man.
Is it quiet in here, or is my thing just not working?
It's just quiet in here. What you want to talk about?
I was hoping we could use the groovy thing to play the last 20 minutes of when MC Toon came into the Discord. Is that possible?
Play what?
I would love to play the time when the Globe Earther MC Toon came into the 24/7 Discord. The last 20 minutes is absolute gold.
He's got that handy. Did anybody hear that? Has anybody got the MC Tune clip?
I'll send the clip
can
in
run
the voice. I'll send the clip in the voice chat if anyone knows how to put it onto the radio station thingy. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, in the text chat, if somebody can play it on GroovyBot, I don't care. MC McClown is a clown. Has no idea what he's talking about. So
Bro, you're going to love the last 20 minutes of this. This is unbeatable.
pretty sure DJ in the house.
Yeah, it's pretty sure you need a mod to play the groovy.
Yeah, we need a DJ or a mod.
Oh, we don't have any mods in here?
I think they're all AFK at the moment. Nobody's responding.
Battle mod, wake up. We need you.
Yeah, he's the only one I see in here right now.
So what made the
Battle
clip
mod
so special?
Just a quick summary. So he's debating all the guys in the Discord, and someone brings up the experiment where they use 2 different lasers, and the lasers they have to refract differently, but they all get the exact same result. So that confuses him. Then he panics and says that the Earth must be 10 times bigger or something at the end.
That's their go-to position. It's so big. Even though it's got a radius and a diameter, they'll say it's so big.
So it's flat as far as we can see, but you make it bigger and it starts to curve. I like that.
Yeah, something like that. You know it's curved because it looks so flat.
But you know, you make flat lines bigger, they start to curve.
I guess we don't have a DJ here right now. Maybe somebody will pop in here in a minute. You guys feel free to conversate. I got to bounce off here in a minute. Starting to see some fireworks in the sky here. Reporting from Kentucky, as far as I know, there still is not one shred of scientific proof for the spinning monkey spaceball religion. Dave signing out. Y'all have a good one.
Battle Mod's still not in the house. Any mods listening? We need some mods. Any mods out there?
The mods are in check-in. Looks like Cyrus is active up there. Lunatic. They're all in check-in.
Thank you. Damn, check-in's locked.
So that, in my experience, that's because they're having a meeting. I don't see anybody who's not a moderator or at least a gold plus in there.
What? Where? Where?
Oh, I see Oof up there. I retract that. Up in VC check-in too. What are all the mods doing hanging out up there in their
I
society?
have no idea.
Excuse me, Mr. Battle Mod.
He just went up to check-in too.
Oh. Hi, GE Platypus.
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm in the middle of get beget in voice text, trying to articulate one of the dumbest things I've ever heard uttered in here.
I see. Is it really strange being a globe earther hanging out in flat Earth discords for hours upon hours?
Well, I must be here for a reason.
Are you slowly coming towards the flat Earth truth, my friend?
No, I just find you guys. I'm going to say entertaining in the most flattering way possible. Not.
Yes, we all know
not like,
globe earthers
not,
always
not
after
like,
entertainment.
Yeah. I mean, are you
know,
looking
Linda,
at this?
I know, Linda, we heard about your rover on Mars and your drone on Mars and all your space travel and adventures. We know, Linda. Yeah.
Yeah. What triggered you about my question, actually?
It didn't trigger me. I thought you were asking a legitimate question. Your original question was 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So 0 degrees Celsius plus 0 degrees Celsius is 64 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's absolutely not how that works.
Really? So how do you add up temperature then?
Okay. What you're trying to do is put an object that's at a temperature with another object that's at the same temperature. Nothing is going to happen. If we pretend, hold on, I'll go back up. I'll go back up.
Say, no.
Hold on a minute.
When you have a 32 Fahrenheit object, yeah? You get me?
If 0 Celsius equals
You
32
have an
Fahrenheit,
object.
then
You
0
have an
Celsius
object.
plus
You
0
have an object.
Celsius.
Listen.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
didn't talk about 2 or 3 or 4 objects. I speak about one object because when you talk about temperature of something, yeah, you talk about the temperature of that something. Singular. One. So to increase its temperature, to add up another 32 Fahrenheit to its temperature, that implies that you need to heat it up to increase the temperature. That's what you're doing. And that means adding up, yeah?
Yeah,
The
but what
temperature.
you're attempting
It
to
adds
do
up.
is what you're attempting to
Is
do is
32,
heat
is
a
30,
temperature.
no.
No, you're
Listen,
attempting to heat
the
an
simple
object with
question,
another thing the same temperature.
you deflected the simple question.
No, I did not.
Trying to explain things like uh, multiple ice cubes together and stuff like that. I didn't told you a frame where you have 1,000 ice cube. I just ask a simple question. 32 Fahrenheit plus 32 Fahrenheit. How much does that equal?
It's still going to be 32 degrees Fahrenheit, my friend.
No.
Give
So
me, give me,
you
give me two. I'm
no.
being summoned. Hold on. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm being summoned by my 4-year-old for something.
They get
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
I posted a video, that Sabine Hassenfelder video, where she adds two temperatures together just the way that you're saying that you would add the numbers together.
Okay, I know my left and right hand are both pretty much the same temperature, so when I touch them, yeah, they don't increase the temperature and they don't make it double. It doesn't add up like that.
But she did the same thing with the math. She used the example of taking a 20 centigrade glass of water and adding it to a 20 centigrade glass of water, and then
Okay, when you have a glass of water of 32 Fahrenheit, how do you add up another 32 degrees Fahrenheit to that water? By heating it up, right? That's the process of adding temperature by heating it up. You can do that by using friction, which causes heat. Yeah, you can use electricity, which an electric arc, so you can cause heat increase. Electromagnetic induction to heat a metal, or yeah, you make a fire. There's many ways to do that, to achieve that. I wasn't talking about the methods. The question was very simple. But people like to deflect into, explaining, hey, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. I didn't ask what you can or cannot do. Because I already know that. If you can't add up another 32 Fahrenheit degrees to a liquid, which it already has, that means that you will not be able to physically heat it up. It will always be at a constant temperature. Am I wrong?
J Ace, are you there?
Yeah, so. Are you back?
Oh, he was already here. He was talking.
Oh,
How you doing, Get Back? How's everything, brother man?
not bad, thank you. How are you?
Can't complain about anything. Enjoying the sound of fireworks.
Oh. They are celebrating in your
Yeah,
place.
they're gonna be shooting for at least a couple hours more. Sounds like Baghdad out there.
What? Oh, is this July?
Yeah, 4th of July. Yeah, Independence Day fireworks.
Yeah.
And here in Pennsylvania, it gets crazy, man. People shooting their guns.
A lot of worship.
Yep. Sounds like Baghdad out there in the shock and awe era.
The system's holidays.
Yeah.
Got some special guests here.
Yeah, I was trying to. Oh, who is it? Who's the special guest, Radvin?
I'm looking.
Yeah, he was here and he bounced.
That's okay. Yeah, the other one's only got listening passes coming down if they make it.
Were they trolling or something? Or like.
One question was, does Australia exist? And the guy was like, no. So we went, flags.
Does Australia exist?
Yeah.
How's things in Romania? How's things in Romania, bro?
That platypus got so triggered about my meme question. Have you seen it?
No, platypus. Oh my gosh, platypus. This guy's a glober, yeah.
G platypus, yeah. He's a glober.
Oh, now that I see this name hang
I
out
saw
here.
a funny meme, and it was saying if 0 degrees Celsius equals 32 Fahrenheit, then is 0 Celsius plus 0 Celsius equals 64 Fahrenheit? You know? Yeah. And he was trying to explain to me how you cannot add like temperatures together, you know. Like you take 2 ice cubes, you put them together, and yeah, it's not
Right,
a
right.
temperature increase or anything
Exactly.
like that.
Yeah.
I know. But when you mathematically do add up 32 Fahrenheit plus 32 Fahrenheit, that physically means that you are increasing the temperature of an object. You are heating it up with another 32 Fahrenheit. So you make it 64. And I wasn't asking or explaining if that process is possible or not, because yeah, that's how we do it. We heat things up to add uh, more degrees to an object, and yeah.
So what happened? He just got muted? Like he muted and...
No, he said he has to deal with his child.
What the heck was that?
But he was triggered like, hey, you guys don't understand. You can't add temperature, but actually, yeah, you can mathematically and physically too.
How's the things in Romania as far as this, as far as lockdowns and all that go? Like, did they lessen up anywhere?
Well, to be honest, and people here are kind of heavily brainwashed into the mainstream media and government politicians and stuff. They all watch TV and yeah, they say,
But are you
oh,
guys
these
free to...
politicians are corrupt and are lying to us.
Are you
But
guys
they
free to
believe the
travel?
media.
Like I know in
Uh,
Boston, Croatia, like there's no traveling, dude. Like without without this passport. So,
yeah,
and if you wanted to leave
uh,
Romania, can you leave it? Because I know each country in Europe is different, have different
yeah,
statutes.
you have to take a COVID test, that
And
test,
you pay it
and
for yourself, like out of your pocket.
yeah, you have to pay it, yes.
It's ridiculous.
And
The way it's
at
looking,
the
bro.
moment, I think they are doing some kind of stuff like they don't take serious these tests anymore. They want you to show a shot proof, you got shot.
I mean, yeah, the way it's looking, I don't think I'm ever going back to my country, dude. Like, like if this is the way it's gonna be, we're fucked.
Yeah.
We're stuck where we are, and like we're fucked, bro. And nobody cares. Everybody's just playing along.
Yeah. I'm not afraid, of these, but seriously, to take something that I don't know what it is, I'm sorry, but no.
I cannot even comprehend that people don't even ask what's in there and how does this help my immune system. It just blows my mind, dude. They're like,
And
they're fucking
this
fighting to be
winter,
alive.
yeah, they are making this Delta thing now. They're saying that if you took one brand of the shot, then you have to take from the other brand and mix like a cocktail, Yeah, and that will offer you
These
a
are medical
greater
recommendations.
immunity.
Oh yeah. Just don't ask how. That's like my only thing is like, dude,
Yeah.
nobody, not grown men and women, dude, letting their children be injected without ever asking what the fuck is in there and how does this help my immunity. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the scary thing is, dude, we're surrounded, like, this is, like, like the whole society is these people, like, we're just like, we're like literally the black sheep, and like that's the scary thing, dude.
Yeah.
You know, how do we go from here? How do we? Fuck, dude.
Well, I've seen things like in Australia, Sky News. They have all these news saying what happened in China and stuff like that. Like, check.
Good, you're good.
Yeah. And yeah, I try not to say, like here in the live stream, because yeah, it's a taboo subject. But yeah, if you watch Sky News Australia, you will understand what I mean. But it's also still mainstream media, and it's not very trustworthy.
I haven't watched television since 9/11, bro. That's when my shit changed, you know. My TV literally went out like.
I watched on YouTube, just couple of headlines and stuff like that. I happen to.
I don't even
follow.
like literally completely tuned out of mainstream reality or hoax reality for I don't even know past many years. The only thing I watch on TV is fights. Like literally, like I don't know why.
I'm telling you, this television Sky News Australia is different from American and European, like 180 degrees.
But who are they under? Like who owns it?
Of course, the big ones, yeah.
So they just give you a slightly different perspective, but the same bullshit.
Yeah.
They make you think what they want you to think, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like what all networks do.
They blame it on the Chinese government and stuff like that. The Canadians also.
That's the whole game, cat and mouse, like blaming them this, blaming that. Meanwhile, nobody questions the reality, or the fucking actual existence of this phantom bomb.
Yeah.
Once they get you playing the game, it's like you pick a side and you're like, oh, but in reality, this shit is not even real, dude.
They are pushing it like it's a laboratory weapon and stuff like that. That's what they say on Sky News Australia. But they will never say it's fake, it doesn't exist, or anything like that.
Or that it's been isolated and proved to exist. Cockspot, it's microbiology. Show it to me. Where is it? I mean, no one like the countries, governments, societies get locked down. No one asks this. Like, that's the scary part, dude. Like, that's the scary part. Like, this is actually, this was able to happen. This took place.
And with these accusations, they are kind of blaming China, trying to make them guilty and make them answer, responsible for this worldwide.
What do you mean? What would they expect
problem.
from China? What do you expect from China to do? And what does China do in this case? Like, what their defense?
They are invading Canada and USA and Australia too.
Hey, what if we just go out and bomb China? What do you think about that? Think that might happen?
It won't be a solution, and trust me, the Chinese people are very poor. Like
That could be like the reason. They'll blame them for the pandemic and then bomb them. Just like Syria or Iran.
That's a real American idea.
If you mean by us, the U.S., they just bombed Iran the other day.
What?
Yeah, they dropped
like that.
On Iran. Yeah.
I didn't.
Really?
Oh.
Like, I don't like the lame stream and the news and all that shit either, but sometimes I put it on mute and I watch it in the background for a few minutes a day, you know? And I get updates on some of the crap that's going on that I'm unaware of. Like in BC, Lytton, BC, another Paradise fire happened about 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Have you
They
guys thought
show
like
you what's happening, what they are doing, but their story is obviously a lie, you know, like reasons and that stuff.
have you guys thought that the reason we're bombing like Iran and we're fighting like Syria is because they're not with the Illuminati? Maybe they're like free countries,
More than likely, I do believe the only 3 banks that aren't
free from
under
the Federal Reserve.
is Iran, North Korea, and what was the other one? Fuck.
Syria?
I can't remember the last one.
Afghanistan?
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Libya?
That's it. Libya, yeah.
We already
Those are the
bombed
only-
Libya. Check out
Crazy.
Gaddafi, right?
North Korea is probably not even a real country, guys.
Yeah, the way I see it, if you take away the invisible lines on the ground and consider us all, you know, not agreeing with what they're doing, right? Then it's just Earth. It's not really Canada, Libya, the States, or this or that. It's just Earth, and the dumb scumbags are doing whatever the fuck they want.
They kind have a governing system which is not founded on slavery of man, subduing the man. They won't allow that. Yeah, in Libya, that president Gaddafi, he was paying all the Libyan people and students that high school.
He was making his own currency, right? Away from the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, if they
We got
wanted
free
to
education,
go,
free healthcare.
if they wanted to go in England and study at Oxford, the Libyan government was paying for his study.
Free education and healthcare for all of its citizens.
Yeah.
That's why we bombed him.
Can't be having them make the rest of us look bad. So.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking euphemistically or whatever. You know, I don't mean you and I as we. When I said if you mean we by the states, I don't mean Mike and his fellow countrymen and women. Yeah.
Understood, bro.
Yeah. Me too. When I speak about USA, I'm not talking about the people living there. You know, I talk about those Washington politicians, the system, the beast.
I consider myself American these days, and I love this country, dude. But like, like you know how I talk against government and all the oppression and everything. But I consider myself American, and I love this country, dude. I love the people, love the land. That's what it's all about, you know.
Yeah.
I'm against whatever oppression and evil bastards, and that's it. I understand that.
I'm afraid this is gonna last until 2025.
Yeah, this is gonna go for a long time, dude.
In the beginning, I thought it's gonna be like 3 years. I was taking it like when mankind started, you know, from the 90s, they started heavily with this corruption, worldwide, and real estate frauds, overpricing houses and stuff like that, which led to the great economical crisis. And yeah, was like 3 decades where you should had like 3.5 years of sabbatical years, a year where you don't work, you don't do anything, of rest. That's how I see it, as a punishment from God, like for the whole world. Because this system is copy paste of the heavens, but opposite.
Does anyone care to explain to me why they don't like Jason? Does anyone want to explain to me right now why they don't like Jason? Why he's there crying in the voice chat, telling me that people don't like him? It's fucking unacceptable.
Jason?
Yeah.
Jason.
Yeah, Jason.
Bro, don't worry about the people, man. Concerned trolling is, no, just don't worry about it, dude. He's his own man, let him deal with it, alright? Thank you.
Because, like, I'm not gonna lie, he's a calm lad. I'm not gonna lie, like he's a top notch geezer. So, next time you speak to Jace, put some respect on his name. You know what I'm saying? People these days, they fucking, you know how it is.
Yo, my dude, you gotta gain respect. You can't just tell somebody to give you respect, bro. Respect is.
Alright, flat. Respect.
I'm just saying. Like, I'm not. I'm just saying, bro. You can't tell.
Yeah. I agree. But like, come on, it's Jason, mate. Like, fucking hell, like.
Yeah, but maybe you know Jason. Nobody else knows Jason, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Well, you don't know him.
What?
Oh, you don't know Jason?
No.
Damn. Wow. On the side note, let's talk about Earth. I think it's flat curve, mate.
How about you tell me what you believe, bro, and tell me what you know.
Tell me what I know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I know.
Go ahead.
The Earth is a globe.
And now tell me how you know that.
Because if the Earth was flat.
No. No ifs. Tell me how you know the Earth is a globe.
Well, technically, you don't
trying
know
to explain.
You don't know anything, do you? With that knowledge, you don't know anything.
Go ahead, tell me.
Because there's evidence. Photos of the Earth being round.
Photos
of the Earth.
Photograph.
There's
Can
there's
you
photos
provide
of
us? Can you
Yeah, I
provide
can.
us
What,
one?
you're sitting general
Sure,
right now,
please.
mate. Yep, no worries.
DM it to me.
Who's saying
DM
that?
me
I'll
one.
DM it to you right now, son. I'll DM it to you right now.
Yeah.
I'll share. Are you aware of the live stream? I'll share you a picture of the Earth with you in live stream. Check this one out.
Yeah. Check. Let me check it out. Look, where's the live stream? Sorry, I'm a bit lost.
Yo, can I show you a photo of a King Kong climbing a building?
Yes.
You want to see
Direct his
Godzilla?
attention to the live stream, gentlemen.
Wait, where's the live stream? I can't see this shit.
Right above this channel where the live stream voice text.
Oh, there we go.
Which one do you believe in? Pick one.
What? Damn it, what the fuck is that photo? I'm sorry, like, what is that?
Those are official photos of different globes all slapped together from different times from NASA. Which one of those do you think is the real Earth?
Well, which one do you believe in, yeah?
Come on, right, you can clearly see that they've just tinted the colours, man.
True.
Come
I'm
on,
going
man.
with that. I'm going with that.
Come on, right?
Oh, okay, how about which one of these four are real?
Well, obviously the one in Europe.
No, the one in America, bud.
Why? Why is that any different to the
Well,
one in
because
Europe?
I live in
Right.
Canada and America, so it's got to look like that.
Well,
That
let me
is
tell you.
probably
Let
the
me,
most
let me tell
stupid
you
thing I've
something.
ever heard.
Let me tell you something, mate. Let me tell you something. If the Earth was flat, then why when you go in
That's all you got, bro. All you gotta start is if. How about some pro? Like, do you have anything about? Do you know anything about the globe?
Okay, I'm gonna start, mate. I'm gonna.
You obviously triggered. Can you just
I'm
calm
not
down for a
triggered.
second,
Yeah.
bro?
Sorry.
Don't start your sentences with if or imagine.
Okay.
Can you just tell me what? Yo, calm down, homeboy. Calm down for a minute.
All right. Okay. I'm calm. But listen to
Tell me-
this.
Yo, listen.
A
Can you
flat
calm down?
Earth. A flat Earth. Yeah. I'm calm, bro. I'm calm. A flat Earth. Yeah. If you went into a plane.
Bro. Like, yo, what's up with you, bro?
I'm not mad, bro. Come
Dad,
on.
he's trying to explain something. Just leave him
Yo,
for a
dude,
minute.
you gotta stop talking, bro.
What do you mean? Just leave him to explain for
Yeah,
1 second.
Can I talk?
Yeah. Let him express, man. Don't cut him off.
Come on.
Go ahead.
So
Carry on.
if the Earth was flat, then every time that you went into a plane, you'd literally just go straight back down because of the center of gravity. Like, come on, that's common knowledge. You went to school, you'd know that. And also,
Center of gravity.
yes.
Whoa.
Dude.
Whoa.
What is center
What type,
of
boyo?
gravity?
Come on, Yeo.
Yeah. What is gravity? No. What is gravity? I don't know anything. Okay, you're educated,
Gravity is the
and I am
force that
uneducated.
pulls you down to the core of the Earth. That's what gravity
One
is.
more
Been taught
time.
that
One
now.
more time.
Okay.
One more time.
Okay. Listen to this.
I
If
didn't
the
hear it.
Earth was flat, okay, everything's
No,
flat.
I don't want if. I don't want if. Bro.
If
I want to understand this gravity. I got that part, the if part.
Okay.
You said gravity will pull you, keep you on the earth. It's like, oh, okay. What is gravity? This thing. Go ahead. You were saying a force that. What?
Okay. Let me explain.
That pulls you to the
No,
center of the earth. Is that what you said?
No. Let's go on.
No, it's not.
Because let's go on a new.
Go ahead. Tell me what you said.
I don't want
No
to get
problem.
into this.
No
I don't want
problem.
to get into this. Let's go on to.
Okay. Well, you want to say? Okay, right away. It's fine.
I want to
Fine.
bring up another point. If the Earth was,
Yeah.
if the Earth was flat, then surely if you went to the end, you'd walk off.
Come on, man. Of course. If space.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't gone forever, man. Like seriously.
The Earth doesn't go forever.
said the
Did anyone
Earth
say?
is
Did
going
anyone claim
forever?
that?
Yeah.
Who claimed that?
You said it's
Who did?
space. If you go to the end, so you're telling me if you went to the end of the Earth, what would there be?
Nobody claimed.
What's at the end of space?
Listen,
How about
1
that?
second. Okay,
Space
guys,
is
I
on
don't know where the.
forever, doesn't it?
Are there moderators in here? What's Elijah doing? How about Elbow? What's breaking down the wall?
Yeah,
Elijah.
Cyrus
Listen,
is-
sir.
What?
Yeah, let's
What's
let's
up,
get
man?
control of this real quick. Get. Okay, the issue is
I just got it. What's up?
Okay, yeah, we got somebody that's just going crazy asking about the edge, and if the Earth was flat, you would just fall back down because the center of gravity. That's the point. None of that's true, bro. No, we're not claiming an edge. You barely left your what? Where do you live? England? Have you ever left England?
Everything flat has an
Right.
edge.
That's the point. Is that it's
Everything
not an
flat
object.
has an
Yeah, that's the point. The Earth is not an object in space. You've watched cartoons your whole life, so you need to relax. It's not reality. That's why we're trying to help you understand reality. They've lied to you, so those lies don't matter anymore. That's the thing. You can't even define gravity, let alone explain how it works. It's not
Yes, I
reality.
can.
It's not
Yes,
used.
I can.
It's
Max.
not okay. Listen,
No, you can't.
relax. It's not used in engineering or science. You don't even have a claim for it. And now the silly flat earthers are going to help you understand your religion. Thanks.
Max, what shape is flat?
There's no shape to flat.
Okay, well then there you go.
Are you thinking 2D?
If
What are you doing?
There's no edge.
So the shape we say flat is just the observation of the surface. It's pretty much all it is, right? So can you what now? What were you gonna ask?
No, just carry on.
No, I was. Oh, no. You carry on. No. You were asking questions, and I want you to keep on asking questions.
Just talk, man. Talk. Put some sense into it.
Okay, ball Earth. What's your ball Earth has a size, yeah?
Okay, tell me why the Earth is flat. Come on.
I will tell
Because
you.
you already
Because
okay. Well, then, if you want to
when
skip
we
around,
go
are
out,
we going to skip around or listen? Are we
I'll
going to have a
answer.
conversation, guys?
Yeah, can you guys
Yeah.
talk? Can you keep on? Can you
I know
actually
you got to let
focus?
him speak.
Sure, man.
You're asking questions to cut him off. Let him speak.
All right. So, because when we go out to measure for sphericity, and the results are no, we do not measure sphericity. There you go. That's why we say it's flat. We're not saying it's two-dimensional, motherfucker. Don't get your head twisted now. No.
Yeah, all you got to do is
It
find
has
the measurement for
topography.
Earth's
Land
surface.
has topography. Yeah, but we're saying across large bodies of water.
Okay,
there's no
hold on.
curvature that is found, right? So, do you know the rate of curvature of the given Earth model, of the ball Earth model?
Can I
It's
test
approximately
his
8
knowledge?
inches per mile square.
Yeah.
Oh
Can
yeah,
I
please
test
begin.
his
Please go
knowledge
ahead. Yes.
on
Yes.
on the globe?
Test his knowledge. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Has he shared his picture of the globe yet?
No, he hasn't. I don't think he has permissions.
What do you mean? Picture of the globe?
Of the ball
Did you
Earth.
send to anyone
You
of
said you
us?
had a photo of the Earth to show us.
Oh yeah, you can literally just search up Earth, and notice how when you search up Earth,
Which one
comes
is
up
it?
a picture of something round, not flat.
Yeah, which one is the
which
real
one
one?
is it?
Images.
Which one is it? Because the continents change size from year to year.
I can't send images in here, mate. I can't send images in here.
Oh, okay.
But
Send it to one of us,
do
and we'll
you
post
know
it.
the difference
Except
between a
don't send it to me though.
photograph? Yeah. Do you know the difference between a photograph and a
Those photographs
CGI
aren't real.
image?
Those are both CGIs.
Yeah, those are claimed to be real by your side, not by NASA, because NASA admits these are all CGI made in Photoshop.
Okay.
Here's the graphic engineer.
So when these guys go into space and you see the rocket go up,
No one goes into space.
then where does the rocket go?
It's like
Where does the
saying
rocket
when
go?
you see these guys in this movie go into this closet and enter Narnia. That's
not talking about
this
the
story
movie.
is not helping your case.
I'm not talking about a movie. I'm talking about when the fucking TV live streams people
Yeah,
going
when
up.
you watch on TV the movie that you believe in, yeah, that's a movie.
Those are made in studio sets.
studio.
When
hundreds of
giant curved screens.
Okay. You guys really like.
This is the problem.
Yeah,
dude.
really. Wait.
Okay.
Here's a serious.
Let me talk.
Serious question. Hey, wait. You've been talking. You've been talking.
No, I
Okay,
haven't.
I just want to ask you something. Can video be fake? That's just a simple question. Can a video feed be?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Great. So we know that. Okay. At least I know that you can understand that. All right. Great. Phenomenal. That's it. Okay.
All right.
Hold on, Gibby.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is the thing, Max. This is the thing, Max. Can you go validate what they're telling you?
Can you go validate it like anything with that logic?
Right. No. Yes, you can actually. But can you?
Okay.
Can
So there's a video. There's a video of what John F. Kennedy getting shot and he dies. Yeah.
No.
That's why we're not talking about videos, man. That's why we're not talking about videos, dog.
Hold on. This is the thing. When we're asking you, they're showing you something from a place that can't exist because it's Narnia, right? When we're asking you, can you go validate that video? In other words, if I show you a video of a horizon that is way further than what they're telling you it's supposed to be, you can go validate that video yourself. You can go to California and go try to see if you get that same observation. Now, I can't go to where they say they're going and validate the information they're telling me. Can you?
No.
Okay, exactly.
Then,
so
okay. Can I talk?
Sure. Right after I finish this, their observation or whatever they're telling you is unfalsifiable. You can't go over there and falsify and actually take a video yourself.
Okay, so with that logic, who's your favorite actor?
Yeah, I can
No,
feel
I don't
the
have one.
hammer
He's
drop
having a
coming.
seizure.
Though,
I think it's a seizure.
yeah.
Get him some
Hey,
epic.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
So you've never
Hey,
seen
Max.
Mental
Max.
breakdown.
it's
Yeah,
like
Hold on, hold on.
you've never
Let, let,
seen
let,
your
let,
favorite
let,
actor.
I don't have a favorite actor, but I've seen
Okay.
movies.
So
Okay,
so
let's say
you-
John
your
Travolta. Let's go.
okay. So your logic is if you've never seen that in real life and you can't validate it, then it didn't happen. That's your logic that you're saying.
No, it's not at all. What
Then
I'm
why
saying
do you
is,
think
I
those
mean,
videos are made?
I haven't been to China, and I haven't seen the Great Wall of China.
So it's not there.
But no, it's not that. But if I wanted to verify and validate that it's true, I can go there.
Yeah, and the same with space, mate.
How can you go there?
Jeff Bezos is going to space.
You're gonna fire
He's
up your
not.
spacecraft,
Yes,
or
he
are you
is.
gonna book a ticket to space?
How far?
Yeah.
How far
No, because that
into?
costs money, and I don't have the money for that,
Hold
do
on.
I?
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Yes.
How
Yes.
far? How far into quote unquote space has Jeff Bezos made it to?
He's going. That's why I said he's going, not he's
I
been.
know.
I mean, they've been saying this forever, man. They've been
No,
saying
they
this.
haven't. That came out like a month
No,
ago.
how old are you, dude? I mean, you don't understand how far they've been telling you that we're gonna go back to the moon.
Okay, no. You're asking me how
We're
old
gonna
I am.
go- Stop.
You think the Earth is flat? Like you are literally a fucking retard.
It's
Like,
not. It's not. Oh, you're about to
you
get muted,
think-
my
yeah,
friend.
yeah,
If you don't,
yeah,
calm down. Calm down.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is. There it is.
Bye-bye.
We got it. We got it. Yes. Haha.
Somebody get him some seizure medication, please.
True Killers came out. Yes.
No, like when you go up in
There
the
you go.
air and you go gravity, and if you're over flat,
They sound the same, man. You can tell right away. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
gosh, man, good one.
I thought he was a smart one, but he
No.
proved me wrong once
There you go.
again.
What's your
A
favorite
smart
movie?
person will actually answer your question, even like if I'm honest. You know what I'm saying. Honesty is that's it. That's what's required. It's okay. You asked me the right question. Oh, you know what? Let me actually answer. This is my answer. Ball or whatever the fuck it is. Just give us your answer. Don't just run around. Wait. Okay. I got another question. It's like, no. How about the first point? Let's address that. No. Let's run past that. It's like, okay. All right. Cool. So whenever they do that, you already know they're here to troll.
Jeff Bezos going to space. There it is, man. Up here to the future.
Savior Jeff Bezos is gonna prove the globe.
Hopefully, he can afford a cell phone and let us know when the Earth curve starts. It'd be nice.
It's gonna be grainy and choppy, and we'll get 2 frames a second from the richest.
Did
man,
they destroy the technology to use videotape yet? Did they destroy the technology to use cell phones yet? Because that's next.
Yeah, that's next.
Well, we couldn't take a video of it because the Van Allen belts actually got a lot closer all of a sudden, and they interfere with our camera. Can't show you that. Oh, here's a true winner and a cream of the crop. EO is here with the robot icon. I'm sure he has all sorts of knowledge regarding the globe religion.
What's up, yo?
Yo, I'm just listening in.
Welcome to the room.
Yeah, welcome, man.
Is that alright with everyone? If I just listen in? No?
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine, man.
Oh,
Can I ask you a
thank
question though?
Yeah.
One simple question. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, man? You think it's a ball?
Nah, I'm on the fence. I'm still on the fence.
Oh, okay. Sounds good, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm kind of listening, my friend.
Who's that's on the fence?
I would just like to get one of these NASA higher ups into a room and have them, like, with strong light on them and interrogators ask them, why did you destroy the technology? And
That's
how?
exactly.
Yeah. Because it is evidence to our fakery. Thus, we must fucking destroy it. Because he was speaking the truth, by the way. Don Pettit. He wasn't lying. Because they did. Right? telemetry, burned, lost. How about the original? Oh, we taped over it. Ooh, okay. It was in the contractor warehouse, and the warehouse burned. Oh, cool. Okay, that's it. That's every single question is like that. It's like, oh, fuck.
And there's footage of another employee there saying even if we had some of the telemetry data, we don't have the machines to play it back on anymore.
Yeah, because we destroyed that too, so we can't play it back anymore. Ha ha.
Right. Have we lost the technology also to make claymation spacewalks? Have we lost that technology?
No, we can still do that. We should start a space program.
Excellent. That technology does
That's
not
what
go
I was.
away.
That's what I've been saying this for years on here. Let's do our own space program, and I'll sell you. I already started selling land on Mars. If you guys want to apply, I'll see what's good, and then you must you must get a permit to drill Martian wells, and you're gonna have to pay me a fee for that too. So I'm just telling you.
So they basically just changed 2 letters in the word Nazi and created NASA.
Guess so, man. I don't know.
And then, Hitler's alligator was named Saturn. So he just said, shit, I'll name my rocket Saturn too.
Pentagram has 5 points, so Saturn 5. There we go. Thanks.
And then later on, you got that weird dude from, like a boy band, Chris Cox, talking about that. His website, is it called Chris Cox? Nah. Call it the Children of the Apollo program.
Nigga.
Yeah, man, he's been waiting for a long time. Oh.
That insult makes me feel like
shot?
jumping off my balcony now.
Did he get shot that fast out of here?
I think he shot himself.
I mean, these guys can't even finish the word. That's twice in a row. They can't get the second half of the word out before they get killed.
Yeah, he barely got the N and the I out, and he was done.
Somebody must have been hovering over that ban button, I'm assuming.
That's the level of maturity and intellect we're dealing with on their end.
It's really just taking a condensed version of an atheist argument and just packing it in from an hour to half a second, and that's the same thing. So it's a good time saver. That's good that they know how to save the time. Just get one word out. You guys aren't allowed to have dead air.
We're not. You're right.
Yeah, that's why it's so
We need
sad that
we need globies, man.
Yeah, that's why it's so sad that they don't have more steam in the tank, and it's just they gotta get the trolley out and run.
I guess we'll
Yeah,
have to
the
go over
evolution
some
guy.
of the claims.
There was
Oh,
an
there's an
evolution guy
evolution
in
guy.
here.
Where?
Yeah,
Where?
he ran
Where?
away, man. He ran.
Oh,
I couldn't. He ran
my
away.
favorite. My favorite.
He ran away.
Oh, my
His
favorite.
excuse was, "I can't stay on the server. I can't be a part of a server that's anti-evolution." And
No,
we're
it
like,
was
"What?
I can't
Hold
be
on, right?
I can't be part of a server that are
Against
anti-evolution.
evolution."
Deny
Right. That's what I said.
Oh, evolution
Deny.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
I
missed
told him we
him.
don't
Oh,
deny it. We
no.
prove it wrong every day, and he's welcome to try to prove us wrong. but he didn't want to.
What was his name? Because I need to know this person.
Maybe. Hold on. Let's see in the text. Did he ever send something in text? Because I forgot his name.
Dang it.
Let's see. Hold on. Voice text.
That's my favorite kind of prey. That's the best.
I think it's JDP Storm.
There was a BS degree next to his name. Well, someone hit him with that. He never posted anything? Come on.
Boy, it's dead in here.
Oh yeah, it is, man. We're trying. We're trying to jumpstart it.
Yeah,
About
two
ready to
left
get
bleeding.
fired up.
We're looking for the blood trail right now.
Oh, there will be one. Just wait a few minutes. Probably be yours.
Don't worry. We clean these here grounds every 15 minutes. No evidence.
Yep.
No witnesses.
He said he sent a friend request to QE. That's it. So
Who did?
QE. The guy that he's a biologist, and yeah, we wanted to debate evolution. He said
QE
he
doesn't
wanted
have
to
time
talk
for
to you,
that.
I think.
He must be a
But you didn't
masochist,
accept
too.
this. You didn't accept this friend request or something like that, right?
Yeah, QE doesn't need to talk to him. I need to talk to him.
Well, he has it in his friend request, right? Because I forgot what the fuck his name was. We're trying to figure him out, and maybe we'll drag him back in here.
Legion.
That's a hell of a name.
Well, Cyrus.
Yo.
Weren't you supposed to get back with me on a certain subject?
Was I? I didn't finish
Yeah.
the rest of the video. Yeah, I did not know. Yeah. Yep.
Darn.
I shall though. I shall.
Voice check.
You're good.
Roger.
Thanks, guys.
Coming in loud and clear.
Globies. Here, chaka chaka chaka. Where are they?
Well, if you want to get Globers in here, you should use the turkey call.
Turkey call.
Sure, they're a bunch of turkeys.
Yeah.
You know, turkey get violent.
Look.
You cross his path.
Yeah. Look.
Hey, I got turkeys all over my farm. I know mine works. They start looking at me like, "Bitch, what'd you say?" I know I'm fucking
They
your language
understand
up.
you.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, look, the guy in the box is talking shit to us.
Yeah.
Get him!" Oh, they're fucking brave, dude. Tom the turkey, that motherfucker he's fearless.
Yeah.
Wild turkeys don't give a shit, man.
No, they don't. They don't at all. They'll attack stuff. I had them attacking stuff in my backyard if I called them up too close.
Yeah. Yep. Those and the geese, I hate them two motherfuckers.
I always fear them when I was child.
One time I was down by the river, a lady friend, and we were throwing. She worked at a Subway, and we were throwing some of the old Subway buns, feeding the ducks and stuff. And this old lady comes along, and she's like, "You're not supposed to be feeding the ducks and stuff." And I'm like, "What are you, the park ranger?" My chick started laughing. So
Did you live in a van down there?
oh hell no, hell no.
She was.
Not that there's anything wrong with people who live in vans by rivers, I guess.
That there's anything wrong with living in a van down by the river.
I guess as long as there's no BOLs on your van for involving kidnapping or anything, tree jumping. When I was a kid, I had a van. We used to camp in down by the river, and it broke down, man. 2 years later, my dad's like, "You ever gonna fix that van and get it away from my riverfront, boy?" I was like, "Hell no. That's my fishing cabin." Needless to say, he cut that fucker up the next day. Take a tent. I got it though. My dad didn't want the water polluted from rust, crappy fluids, and a piece of shit van. I don't even know. It was one of them old bubble window 70s vans, a shaggin' van. That's the only reason I bought it.
Like the teardrop bubble window, sort of?
Yeah. Little shredder with a 350 in it, and I blew drive out of it in reverse in one day. Thought it was a race car. Well, it was kind of my older brother. What kind of hose shot can that van do, bro? I said, well, let's see. I only paid $50 for it.
There's a channel on YouTube, I highly recommend it, called Whistling Diesel. It'll break your heart because of what he does to, like,
I'm already hit.
You seen it?
Yeah, I've seen Whistling Diesel. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's good ads for some cars, like the Nissan truck with the concrete blocks in the back. Holy man, that thing took a lot of abuse.
They do too. Nissan take a beating, man. We used to have smash up derbies out here with little 4 cylinders. Wouldn't let
But
them
it broke
guys.
my heart when he destroyed that $100,000 Ford there with the nice rims and everything. Oh my god.
Somebody's snoring.
Zulu One posted in YouTube. The title is "Happy Day" instead of 4th of July or whatever. He subbed me on one of my YouTube channels. He's kind of cool. I like him. Is that from tonight's show, QE?
What?
Is that from tonight's show? What you just shared in the live stream?
Tonight Show. What am I, Johnny fucking
Sure.
Carson?
And here's Johnny.
I didn't look close. I just saw it being posted. That's all.
Yeah, you got to read first. Monday, 5 July, 2 p.m. My time.
Oh, the next one. Right on.
Yeah, I'm just adding it for tomorrow. Be ready. There's 4 signature series numpty clips coming the next 4 Mondays in a row after today. Get ready. So, Mike, heads up. I'm going to be contacting people.
All right.
I got a question for you, man. So how do you shoot a single photon? Or how do you isolate it? Or
I'm not speaking to that. Go figure it out.
no? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not playing this stupid fucking game. I'm into
No, I
flat
do
Earth.
not actually know. I do not know the game. Actually, I'm actually asking because you said, whatchamacallit, on the photographic plate, it left a mark, right? You know, so I'm just asking, like, how did they do that? Like, did he just move the light source far away?
Yeah, that's what
Or
they
what?
did originally.
Okay.
Originally,
I just wanted to know the mechanism. Yeah. Go ahead.
Originally they didn't, and with the lasers, they didn't have any lasers back in the day, so that's how they did it. They just took a light source and moved it way, way fucking far back. Yep.
Okay.
But they've been shooting single electrons ever since the fucking 70s.
All right.
Hey, QE, when business picks up a little more there for me, I'll send bigger super chats to you, brother.
I need them.
I love your shit, man. You're awesome.
Well, thanks. Let me see if I can get some more. I think I got some more information because numpty dipshit's been asking me for that. They're fucking stupid. Like, how do you single electrons? Yeah, it's same more or less question. Right?
Okay.
Of course, they're looking at a fucking monitor and their TVs that been shooting single electrons for how many years now?
Quite a bit. It's called a CRT. Yeah.
It's like they think they got a fucking gotcha or something, but they're numpty dipshits. Right? They're fucking morons. Right? So I get irritated with it anymore. So sorry if I sounded irritated.
No, it's all good. I clarified that. I wasn't trying to be a dick. I was just actually trying to understand, like, you know what I mean? Like, how the fuck do you do that? Like, you know what I mean?
Let me see if I can't scare something up.
I'm gonna look up how they do it with lasers. Like, I'm interested. Do they just shoot an impulse, a very short? You know, we'll see. I'll look it up.
I got some information on it somewhere in here. Where? I don't know. I don't know where I stuffed it. Let's see. Is it over here? Yeah, I don't even know where I put that anymore. 1 second. Is it QM Discord? Is it in there? No.
Yeah, I found someone that cited this thing, which I have to go get. Weiss and Winans, University of Bonn, Germany, designed a lecture demonstrating experiment of single photon interference from a double slit. It's in 03. So I'll go check that out at least. Okay.
They were doing it back when I graduated high school. That was a long time ago. Where is that? 1 second. Yes? No? That's not there. Fuck off.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna start studying this in general. I'm playing with, well, I built a nitrogen laser, a TEA laser, for fun, and do some experiments with it. So I'm interested in the nature of light, obviously, but it's a new interest where I don't have a like a college foundation really, It wasn't my field, so I really want to study it, and I don't want the globe bullshit, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just swallow the globe bullshit with it. It's like, okay, no, I want to get this from the proper source, sort of thing.
Yep. And no, it's not here. Nope.
No problems, man. Just whenever you find it, DM it to me or something, because I'll spend time this week. I'll dedicate time like this entire week to start brushing up on the subject a bit,
Yep.
and I'll study your videos for sure.
I got a couple right there, Hitachi. Single photon particle detection, Hamamatsu photonics, and single electron detection from Hitachi. Right there.
Dope. Boom. Oh, they got a video on it too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sweet.
Old one. It's like blurry.
yeah. It's like oh man. It's like cassette tape or what VCR. There you go. VCR
8-track.
quality shit. 8-track.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of, an 8-track. Too funny.
Oh. Alright, cool.
Let's see if there's anything else that I put in here. This is more like a catch-all thing. Where did I put that? All right, let's try this. There's another one for you.
All right.
You've lucked out. Copy. I think I already gave you one of them, but here's a few more.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
1 second. Little light coffee table reading.
Yep. Exactly. Very cool. Save those.
I think you've exhausted everything I had, and that was hard to find.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
You saved me some work for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, this is really exciting.
Yeah, right? I agree,
That's
man.
what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Intense.
I can't contain myself.
Who's in here? Oh, wow. We have a Globey in here, man. Lino, oh my God. Lino Tomo. Lino Tomo? Lino Tomo. I think. Is that how you say
Jay
it?
Leno.
Got no fuck. Lino. He's a Globey.
Oh, there's been a topic coming up with flat earthers. I've been hearing this a lot lately. Can you give me permissions to post the video? I'd like you to check it. I don't know about doing that, Apocryphon. There's been I don't know if it's a recent circumstance, but I've been hearing a lot of flat earthers. I know the globe earthers have been saying this a lot, but I think they've Jedi mind tricked a lot of flat earthers. For the record, there is no apparent and geometric horizon. There's no two horizons. Just to let you know. Okay. Shines. Mike's feeding back.
Sorry, I was hot miking. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah. So let me say that one more time. Hold up, Abby.
So you're saying that you're hearing people say there's an apparent and a physical at the same time.
It's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. Say that there has to be a hump of Earth curve causing it, but from there you get some sort of apparent refracted horizon wherever.
You only get to pick one poison.
Oh, yeah. This hump of Earth curve appears to rise toward the level of the eyes. Very strange. You'd expect it to drop down in a way. I'd say that it's most likely the diffraction limit combined with being way too close to the surface. No obstruction, just the ceiling ramping into the floor. This will potentially cut off objects early if you're really close to the floor and be seen as bottom-up obstruction. It's just a drop of visual information. Where the ceiling and floor smash together, visual information is lost and simply cut off.
Sorry, my kids interrupted me. Where was I at? Just real quick point. Like I was saying, I've been seeing a lot of I guess it was globe earthers. They're starting to say, they've been saying it, that there's a parent horizon and a geometric horizon. There's two horizons, and it appears that they've Jedi mind tricked loads of flat earthers into thinking the same thing. Just let me tell you, there's only one horizon, and the geometric horizon is apparent. Okay, flat earthers, if I catch you, right, getting Jedi mind tricked, it's your ass. Got it? Thanks.
Yeah, we just covered they have to pick their poison.
Thank you, QE.
I mean, why should I even have to say anything?
Yeah.
You shouldn't,
The
but people don't think.
The geometric is only applies to hills.
Exactly.
Topography. Yeah.
Also, could you ask globetards if they could define curvature? I'd like to see one try to do that. Right. Unbelievable.
Yeah. The most simple questions are actually the trickiest.
Hey guys, I'm about to post a very interesting video I think you guys might like to see. Somebody sent it to me, Apocryphon or Apocryphon. Yeah, that's who sent it. I'm going to send it in. You need to listen to it. The sound is very important.
Did it ting off something? Apocryphon, did it?
It did really more interesting than he pinging. It's really interesting. Listen to it. It's really cool.
I just did. I heard a ting. Ting.
Yeah, ting and then a screech and a howl. Who knows? Pretty good pictures too.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here at a 4th of July, here at the house with music going, so that's why I was just trying to be quiet and just typing, but that's the video I wanted to send to you, Quantum, and that's what I wanted to post, but I understand, that's okay. I'm glad
Yeah,
someone
no,
knows I was
somebody posted it. They just posted
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I know. I told her thank you, so thank you.
You're welcome,
But
buddy.
it is very interesting, right? That's why, like, when I came across it, I was like, oh shit, I gotta put this over here in the Discord, because I was like, what the hell? If you listen to it carefully, it's quite interesting. I think it raises a lot of questions and arguments.
Yeah, Trace, I wasn't going for the colloquial definition here. Check this out. 1 second, I need to get out of here. Where do I get that at? Where'd you go? There you go. Try this on for size, Trace.
Interesting. I saved that.
Okay. Yeah, because you'll hear a lot of Globers say that curvature doesn't involve any elevation change, which is I don't know, it's batshit insane because they're retarded essentially. So there you go. That's their Huckleberry.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm adding this to my collection.
I guess they forgot about 8 inches per mile squared. They forgot that even applies. Have you noticed the complete contempt I have for him? I have.
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes, yeah. Now I'm just ridiculing them.
Yeah, breaking down, that's what I was thinking, like, that tip, what is that? Is that
Yeah,
the tip
that's
of the
like
rocket?
after the noise. After the noise, there's an image of this tip. I need to watch the full video in depth, just see if I can see anything else. But that's a bit of a strange image there, you know.
Yeah. Don't make me hold the conversation with myself. I can't do that. Can we play a numpty clip or something? Well, nobody's talking.
I'd like to hear one.
Didn't Huey just make a new one?
He's popping those out like Carter's pops out candies, probably.
Finally found it, but it premieres in 15 hours.
Oh, dang.
I did find the latest available one, so I'll play this 5-minute clip until people want to speak.
Mr. Double Blind Physics Experiment, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, Part Duh, 12 April 2020.
You're looking at the teeth of a woman smiling at you. You're not looking at the big picture. First, you have to answer, how do you have the gas pressure to begin with for it to establish that gradient? See, this is the mistake you're making.
Right. I already know that.
Really? So you already know that? Well, come on. Tell us. We only been waiting for 5 friggin' years. Spill the beans already.
The cause for gas pressure or atmospheric pressure has nothing to do with gravity. I understand the argument. However, you are saying that positive air pressure is supposed to go towards a lower air pressure area. It's supposed to escape to that. Yet, at higher altitudes, air pressure is lower. So why is the higher pressure at sea level not trying to escape to it?
Yeah. Stuttering fool. I suppose we're not going to get the answer to that today either. Yep. Time to circle back to your container barrier over the hill query that would make incoherent second graders belly laugh. You're a clown.
I mean, I could pressurize a container right here, and then I pop the top on it, and that stuff clears out like instantly.
About damn time.
Whoa, you did answer it. Welcome to Flat Earth, you bonehead. You just confirmed our argument. Ha!
Gravity itself is not a force, but gravity produces gravitational force. That's the result.
So a non-force produces a force with the same name? When does your Rhodes Scholarship end, Sly?
Wind is a definition.
Uh-oh, now we're in for it. Sly's going to release that piercing intellect of his. You bozo. Wind isn't a definition. It's a term. Like retard is a term. The definition is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. Here's another term. Moron. Here's the definition. A stupid person. Hey, and you know what? I see a picture of you here. You're waving. Ha! Clown.
Now the what do you call it? What? Basically, what I'm telling you is that the word wind, okay, is a definition.
Wow. So, okay, I get it. The term is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. And the definition is retard. Ha, I got it. Hey, you're in this one too. You're here smiling and waving. So you got two definitions. My word.
So, what I'm saying is that gravity is the definition
Yeah, now we get it, you sly dog, you. You were greasing the skids with wind so you can wheel out your disheveled. Gravity is the definition. You need to be institutionalized, dude. Immediately.
Okay, gravity is a definition. However, what it creates is a gravitational force. So gravity, by definition itself, is not a force. Gravitational force is a force.
Yeah, sure. And dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils, Sly. In conclusion, thanks for demonstrating that you're a double-blind retard. That's the definition. Ha! Say hello to my little friend!
That was funny, but I don't think you are, Platypus.
Play the first one. That was part duh, not part one. I should rearrange them on my channel then. I was going to do that in the end, but I could do that right now. Yeah, let's put part one first. There you go. All done.
Yeah, I got it loaded. We can play the other one.
Yeah, part one.
No problem.
Mr. Double Blind Physics Experiment. Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, 12 April 2020.
I have a question.
Sounds like Cinco de Mayo at your house, Jose. What the hell did you just say?
I know, right?
Cinco de Mayo? You mean you Cinco de sandwich into de Mayo? It's Cinco de Mayo, you dumbass cracker.
Sly, what's up, man? Go ahead.
Hey, hola. Let's see. Montreal. Why did you not answer the question that I paid €6.66 for?
Excuse me, what was that?
The question that Jose had read off to you a little earlier, that was actually from me out of the chat. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen?
So, Sly's question he paid €6.66 for. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Well, Sly, because there aren't container barriers over hills on highways or roads. What's next? Why don't you see beluga whales in the Sahara? You give undeniable affirmation to.
A fool and his money are soon parted.
Yeah, let's break it down. Montreal, take your time and think about it, because remember,
There's nothing
nobody
to
claims,
think about.
you know. Go ahead, think about it. Take your time.
There's
Go
nothing
ahead.
to think about, Jose.
So, Jose Retard, you want him to take his time, think about, and break down why it is when Sly drives over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't Sly need to drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Eh? Apparently, you've taken advantage of the social distancing guidelines and given the slip to your fleet of slobber nurses.
From the beginning of time, since a caveman walked out of his
That's not my
cave,
question, man.
he realized, let me finish. He realized that when you go up, there's less pressure. When you come down, there's more pressure.
Okay.
What's the big deal there? Why should there be a barrier there, Sly?
Well, because number one, you just said a second ago, you're contradicting yourself now. You just said a second ago that pressure always moves towards the negative, right?
Wrong. Firstly, Sly, we're talking about gas pressure, not shark bite pressure. Shark bite pressure doesn't move to negative shark bite pressure. Number two, there's no such thing as negative pressure. However, there are negative IQs. Just look in the mirror and to the left and to the right, up and down the ball-tarred panel you're on. And number three, in nature, high gas pressure always moves to low gas pressure. It's the quintessential tenet of the entropy laws, i.e. the second law of thermodynamics. Duh.
As in, a higher pressure will always escape towards a lower pressure, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why is the pressure at lower altitudes not trying to go up? Because it's
Very
lower
easy.
pressure above it.
Very easy. There's the gases are produced on the surface of the Earth, and they rise up gradually. What's so hard to understand about that?
Okay, how long does it take this process to take place? Because, even in the couple decades that you and I have both been alive, air pressure hasn't changed.
You serious? What in the hell are you talking about, you bonehead? Air pressure is constantly changing. Here's what you do, Sly. You bribe one of your slobber nurses to let you watch the Weather Channel. And whenever they flash one of those maps up on the screen, you see the big H's with the circle around it? That's high pressure. Then you see the L's. They're pretty big too. They got the circles around them also. That's low pressure. And they constantly move, i.e. change. Next block of instruction, how to turn a doorknob in the evening. Don't miss Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane Part Duh tomorrow.
That was brilliant.
Not that hard with abject retards, man. They're morons.
Well, Platypus is doubling down on negative pressure here in the text.
He's a moron, too. I don't do chat skanks, and I don't do friggin' G Platypus. Already breached that fucking real estate about 30 billion times.
That's funny shit.
Just... Yeah, that's what I do.
Right. Do you need a definition of a vacuum not being a perfect vacuum or what grade of vacuum it is?
Just show gas pressure without a container and be done with it. Other than that, shut the fuck up. You're a dumbass.
Now vacuums are relative. Yes, high pressure is relative to low pressure, dumbass. Did he listen to the video? Weren't they big L's with circles around them? I'm pretty sure I heard this right. And then big H's with circles around them, and the weather guy and shit, and humidity and pressure, and God, do these guys not listen?
That's what happens with fanatical religiotards. You can't tell them anything. That's okay. You just do it in front of everyone else. Everyone else gets it besides them. It's very rewarding.
Yeah, those are the best kind of jokes, bro. They go right over their head. Ask the same dumb question again.
Yes. Are you saying that 0.1 is larger than 0.00000001? Is that what you're saying? Fucking
by orders of magnitude.
Hey, I want to say I'm not the one who made the 0.1 to 0.000001. That was like the one thing you and I have ever agreed on.
Well,
it was like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard someone say.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you, man.
No, but it is equatable to high pressure and low pressure, and the difference.
You're going to hear that this week, by the way. If you watch the Numpty clips, it is Wednesday. Starring Biodual. Biofool. Yeah. Stay tuned. And then, for the topper, the Baltard Bozos, planes flying backwards on Thursday. Stay tuned. Fucking clowns. And then you haven't heard anything yet. Each Monday. I got to get the dates. Every Monday for 4 Mondays. Signature series. Get ready. That reminds me. I have a playlist for those, by the way. Only got one in there now. Go ahead. Since I was talking.
You just gave me a reason to look forward to Monday.
Yeah. Monday's not tomorrow. That's Rumpus. It's pretty funny. Obviously, he flip-flops over the geometric horizon. It's pretty good. But not signature series. That's going to be coming not this Monday, but next Monday. Starting next Monday. So, yeah. So I got to go back. There's signature series Numpty Clips playlist. There they are. There's only one in there now. There's about to be 2. Because the rumpus definitely deserves to be in there. That was before I conceived the numpty clips. So he'll be in there. Not for tomorrow's video, the one before that. I gotta go find it. Carry on. Yes, the rumpus. Obviously, he's not a golfer. Yeah, that one. Fucking bozo.
Something tells me all those pod eating people on YouTube and shit, those are the ones and are the ones still wearing the mask now.
What the hell were we talking about? How did we get the masks?
No, I'm just saying, how stupid people are. Way before this whole thing started, the other thing there, the Cerveza bug, they had people on YouTube, they do the dumbest things. You could even say, I want you to drink a bottle of Tabasco sauce and to drink it. Like, those are the people that are still masking and were the first to mask.
Okay.
I was just saying there's a lot of dumb people out there even before the masking, I guess.
All right, he's in there now. This house is clear. Well, it's kind of boring. Go ahead and play rumpuses, man. Drace, you still around? It's boring. No one's saying anything, for fuck's sake. You might as well go ahead and play it.
Looking for it.
You should go to Signature Numpty Clips, man. I just put it in there.
Cool. Almost there.
The Globetard Goober, Grandiose Dunning-Kruger Delusional Disorder, F-22 Code Master, the Rumpus, back from nailing his How to Become a Delusional Globetard Goober in 13 Quick Steps thesis to the Little Lebowski Urban Achievers preschool door and the subsequent mass casualty incident from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. In the words of one Little Lebowski Urban Achiever who was just resuscitated, summarized the entire ordeal, exclaiming, obviously, he's not a golfer. The 13 quick steps responsible for the massacre are understanding that air is not the atmosphere. You don't have to be conscious to make an observation. You don't need to have a cause to establish a cause and effect relationship. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the earth. There's no such thing as natural laws. You just made that up. Pendulums go around in a figure eight. Measuring things is not maths. Gases effectively have little springs on them, pulling them towards the earth. The lens of the human eye is concave. Gases are solids. The ball has velocity upwards and an acceleration downwards. Gases are running around in all directions, but they're going down. And finally, it's not a visual horizon, but it is visible. Now on a PR campaign to feebly divert away from the Little Lebowski Urban Achiever Massacre with the slogan,
just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Tour, May 2021.
I'm the person telling you how reality is, and I'm always right. Understand the difference between entropy and the second law of thermodynamics.
There's no difference between the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, you amphibious rodent. From Simply Science Thermochemistry, the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law or law of entropy, was formulated in the middle of the last century by Clausius and Thomson. From his alma mater wiki, the idea that the second law of thermodynamics or entropy law, yada, yada, yada. From hyperphysics.edu, Georgia State University, title of the section, the second law, entropy. From John Simmons, PhD Physiology, title of the paper, the second law of thermodynamics, law of entropy. If you would have stated there's a difference between daytime and sunlight, it would have been more coherent.
Entropy is not entropy just simply tells you how disordered something is.
Fatality.
No, it doesn't. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From ChemLibreText, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy! Energy and position. Those are the two things entropy talks about.
What the f***? This bozo definitely doesn't roll on Shabbos. Entropy doesn't talk. It's a textbook pathetic fallacy. And position? Position of what? Pray tell. Combining your belly laughers here gives us entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are. If we then add your crown jewel to the incoherent milieu,
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
we get the doofus's comprehensive understanding of entropy. Entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are in Narnia. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Right, hold on. Newton's first law.
That's it. I've had it. No more Newton. It will not be tolerated ever again. I've been gently correcting, coddling you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, window-licking, spinning space monkeys for about 2.5 years, attempting to have you simply mindlessly parrot the correct pseudoscience from your devil-worshipping pseudoscience wiki priest. That hasn't worked. Time for Plan B, the final solution. From this point forward, as soon as I hear new or any remote vapor of the laws of motion or the law of gravitation, I'm going to halt any and all conversations, expose the propagator, then proceed to drag them around by their incoherent short hairs, spill their entrails across the ground, and have my wolf pups feast, then laugh at you in front of God and everyone. You want to see medieval? Stay tuned. No more Mr. Fucking Nice Guy.
The horizon is not horizontal. The horizon is not nothing to do with horizontal.
Are you serious? Are you?
From mathopenreference.com, In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. The horizon is horizontal.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Normal was right. To prove something, you have to be able to logically do that by deductive reasoning.
Rumpus, you want to start over?
Listen,
You want to start over?
Let me finish. You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Fatality. Induction has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science, you delusional putz. From the King Cheese Philosopher of Science, Karl Popper, 1963, Conjectures and Refutations, via Wiki. As mentioned in the section The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh! Back to Karl Popper, Conjectures and Refutations via Wiki. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth.
Uh-oh!
Normal was right.
You dumbass.
You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Get lost, dummy.
Which means that invisible green pixies could be responsible for all the phenomena we put down in science. Demonstrate any understanding of science, I'll embark on my journey. So your first project would be to learn about trigonometry.
What the fuck? So for them to get up to speed and understand science, their first project is to learn about trigonometry? Trigonometry's mathematics, not science.
You dumbass.
From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics, mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry, and mathematics, which is really not science. From Professor of Physics Black Krishnanan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. This is akin to stating, for you to get up to speed and understand dairy farming, your first project is to learn about curved tangent lines. You utter
dumbass! Normal was right.
Say hello to my little friend!
Oh, he's now doing the hand jive. If I throw a ball, is my hand a force? It would be an instrument delivering force. The muscles in your hand, they have to expend energy, right?
Oh, that's not what I'm asking you.
No, it's not a force. It's a transference of energy. It's simple kinetics. Oh my God, I thought you went to school, man. You were a naval officer on a fucking submarine. You got to ask about kinetic energy? Really?
Hey, I wasn't an officer. Don't insult me like that.
Oh, yeah,
My
that's
rank
right.
enlisted. It's once you get above
Seaman.
an E3 in the Navy. Once you get everything above seaman is petty officer, even though you're not really an officer.
I know that. That's why I laugh at seamen.
Well, then don't insult me. Don't call me
You're
an officer.
either seaman
Them's
or you're
fighting
petty.
words.
Either way, you're hanging out on a poop deck. Say you ain't. Wait, well, I'm so serial, Mike. We got a different name for it in the Navy. I don't care. It's still the poop deck.
Subs don't have a poop deck.
Oh, what do you shit out the vent? Shoot it out like a torpedo?
Yeah, actually, yes. You got to pressurize the poop tank in order to force
So-
everything out at high depth or at low depth.
6 seamen and 1 petty officer going to the head to make a number 2 head call. That's the joke. Petty officer.
Sorry, I just
That
got
just-
back. How did the rumpus go over?
Oh, they're always funny. But no, your hand's not a force, bro.
Right.
It's a transference of energy through motion. Need I say what kind? So you just gave another example where a force isn't needed to accelerate a thing. Just kinetic energy.
Mike, when you throw a ball, you're applying a force.
No,
to that
you're
ball.
not. You're contracting your muscles and you're expending energy.
To apply a force.
It's not a force, it's a transference of energy from your
okay.
movement.
Okay,
from
give
your
me
movement.
an example of give me a proper example of applying force. Then
Applied force? That's the
give
weight
me
of
an
a thing.
example of applying a force. Not a definition, an example.
I can set a weight on your chest so big you can't get up.
How did you get the weight there?
Well, I'm stronger than you. I'm not a bitch made motherfucker. I put it there.
So you picked it up, right?
Yeah, you know there's more than one kind of force, right?
Of course.
But you use that blanket term force. Well, this is it applied force, applied pressure, hydraulic force, air pressure, air force, poop
Aim
deck
high.
force.
I thought for sure you were going to say Space Force.
Aim high.
Hey, my, that's right. It could be friction, tension, normal force, magnetic force, electrical force, air resistance force.
But it
Now-
it
is air-
comes down to one formula for force.
It does, but is air resistance actually a force? Just friction. It's not really a force. It doesn't move anything. It actually fights against the thing.
Well, it cause and effect.
Yeah.
So what's force?
But that's where we're getting to, isn't it?
Shouldn't you already got there right from the beginning?
Yeah, we should.
I'm just spitballing.
Oh, he is too. He's just throwing spitballs at the chalkboard and calling it a force. He
Yeah.
doesn't know what kind of force, but it's a force. Strength or energy is an attribute of a physical action or movement.
There's a formula for it.
Coercion, compulsion.
I'm looking for a formula.
I mean, I could take you by force, but is that really a force?
There we go. Now it's the equivocation fallacies. I said not you, Mike. I'm waiting for what is a force. There's a formula for a force.
F equals P times A.
Yep. That's whoever said that. Yep. Say it again louder.
F equals P times A.
Yep.
And in physics, it could just be called any influence that, when left unopposed, will change the motion of an object.
Nope. That's not force.
I know the argument, but it is one of the definitions.
It is the definition, and it's wrong. And if mass in that equation is held constant, it reduces to F equal ma. But F equal ma is false. So you're screwed. I love those numpty clips. That keeps me sharp.
This is a legitimate question that I do not know the answer to. So if you look up F equals ma, I found a place that says it's in parentheses. It says formerly P equals mf. What the fuck is P equals mf?
P equals mf?
Yep.
What source you got?
Hold on a minute.
I think that equates to platypus equals motherfucker.
No.
Who said that?
It's
Who was
Newton.
that? Whoever said that, I'll give you a gold star. That was
Probability mass function.
Was that Flatman that said that?
You got her, Pawnee.
I retract my offer. I do not give you a gold star. You're a fuckwit.
So
that's my line. Hey, so
I didn't
F
need
equal,
your gold
what Mike
star
was saying,
there, Linda.
Dude, that is not your line. I was getting called a fuckwit in the Navy long before I ever heard of you. You didn't invent that.
Hey, Linda, I didn't need your gold star anyways, thanks.
How do you know I wasn't saying it?
Oh no,
before
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a gold star. It's a gold luminary.
Fuck the gold star. How do you know I wasn't saying it before that? So what you were saying, see, F equals delta P over delta T. That's what Mike was saying, right? Because that's the state. You never know. There's so many fucking force definitions. People tell me that walls are a force and shit. See the booger eating schmuck M. Scott Veach. But go ahead, say that one again. And where's your source?
It's so I found. I know it's not a very good source, but it was the very first link I clicked on because Mike cited the dictionary one. It's on Wikipedia on the right hand side. Like before I even read the article, if you scroll down, it gives the F equals D over. Is it F equals delta over delta T, or is it just F equals D over DT?
No, F equals delta P over delta T.
See, that's another one.
So
that's like just on this one. If I position this wiki page on my screen the correct way, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 different definitions for force.
Yeah,
different
that's
equations
the problem.
for force.
That's when you know there's a rooster in the hen house.
What do you consider to be the proper formula for force? Is it uniform or does it depend on how you're applying it?
No, I already said it. No. P equals F times A. Common.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the P equals MF is from Newton's second law.
P equals Now, what did he state in that there's too many P's and F's?
Yep. Yeah.
What did he say? What did you say in the beginning?
So the place I went is the wiki page for force.
Now, the formula.
P, capital P, equals lowercase m, lowercase f. But it specifically says F equals MA, formerly P equals MF, as though F equals MA superseded.
What does P? What does their capital P stand for?
I don't
P is
know.
usually lowercase.
I don't know. I've never seen that before. I don't know what that is. That's why I was asking. It was a legitimate question. I've never heard of capital P equals MF.
Let's see. It's a derivative of the second law. P in the second law is impulse, momentum of the body at motion.
Capital P?
I think so. I could be wrong.
Because P equals mv. P is just momentum.
Right.
I think it's path.
Path.
Well, that'd be vector and quantity.
But P equals mv. That's old as the hills. I mean, that's way back there.
So capital P is apparently power. So that old equation, if I'm reading these symbols correctly, it would be power equals mass times time? No, that makes no sense.
No.
No, MF, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah, no, we don't need to go into it. I was legitimately asking if anybody knew what that was. If nobody does, I don't know it either.
I think it all goes back to what Mike said, because Mike said the incorrect definition in pseudoscience: F equals delta P over delta T. That's what he was saying, essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
He said F equals MA, and you flatly told him that he was wrong.
No, he didn't say that. He reduced it. I reduced it. He didn't reduce it.
Yeah, it's still Newton's second law.
Yep, and it's incorrect. All of Newton's laws are wrong.
Yep.
What about my coffee cup here that's sitting on the table? Is there any force acting on it, Platypus?
Well, the weight vector of your wife versus your weight vector and the tilt of the foundation.
Let's connect it to the washing machine that your coffee cup is on.
Yeah, and how many kids do you got running through the house?
Right. Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be, but it would be accurate to say that your coffee cup has potential energy.
What? But it's just sitting there. How is it going to? How
things do.
Sitting
All
there.
things do.
Potential energy is always connected to gravity. Always.
I feel so less insulted by the insult now with that logic you're using, Platypus.
Yep,
Where's the potential energy? Sitting
Potential energy is always tied into gravity?
Yep.
And no matter how many insults you throw at me, I know I'm not on a spinning space ball.
A spinning
Unlike
space
you.
monkey.
Yeah.
Yep. Potential energy is always tied by the lips to fairy tale gravity.
But if it wasn't for gravity, you would agree that no force is acting on my cup, right? Because it's just sitting there.
No, wait. Hold on. If I have a slingshot and I pull the slingshot backward and I just hold it there.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Is that
good job?
Is that
yes?
Does the slingshot have potential energy at that point?
Oh, duh. If you let it go.
You don't let it go, it has nothing.
All right.
But that's why it's potential energy and not,
No, it's potential energy because you pulled it back and you require
Right.
energy to hold it there. Just like when you pull the ball under the water, right? And you hold it down there, it requires energy for you to pull it down and hold it there. That's why it's potential energy. And when you let it go, it shoots to the top and rests again and stays there. There's no potential energy in this.
Well, I didn't because QE's whole thing was that it's always tied to gravity, and I didn't use the ball under the water one because that would kind of bleed into
you use the
density and
false
buoyancy.
equivalency. Right. Right.
So that's why I went with something that doesn't involve density or buoyancy.
Listen, when
No,
you're
you
talking
just
about the
lied.
physics of a slingshot, you input energy when you stretch it out, but it's stored elastically. So it's stored elastic energy that you use to shoot a slingshot.
Right. So potential energy.
You
Because it
input
can't do
energy.
anything
No,
until I let
no,
go
it's
of it.
stored. Well, it can't do anything until you input energy. So it's not potential. You put in energy, which stretches the string out, the elasticity of the rubber band, stores it, and when you let go, it releases it.
It's not gravity holding it there. It's you.
So
if
the
you
engine-
just leave it alone,
It's you, yeah.
there's no energy.
The engine for the slingshot is you. You input energy. You can't get movement without the input energy.
So when you let go of the slingshot and the rock flies and lands next to my coffee cup again, right? Now it's next to my coffee cup. That's where it landed. Where's the potential energy now? Are you saying gravity is like a slingshot that's holding things down, and if I let go, it'll fly up?
Let's
I
put
mean,
it this way.
You can
Let's
call
put it
the
this way.
stored potential.
Let's put it this
and
way.
kinetic
99%. Let's put it this way. 99.999%. Whenever potential energy is brought up, it's based on position, and it's always connected to fairy tale gravity.
Ooh, I got
How about
QE
that?
to wait a minute. I got QE to back off of an absolute
Yeah,
to a
99
non-absolute.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. It's just fucking bullshit.
Nope. If I had a flag, I'd plant it.
Listen,
Yeah,
bro, we're
I
going
would.
through the laws of motion at kindergarten level right now, and you're not keeping up. So
They're
I
all
wouldn't be-
false anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't be slinging insults.
All the laws of Newton have been they're bunked 106 years ago.
For somebody who denies physics that's given to them because they think the person isn't quoting it right, but it's absolutely certain to a person who has an education in physics that you don't understand the differences in energies: kinetic energy, potential energy, stored energy, applied force. You think there's one kind of force, one kind of energy.
Wait a
It's
minute,
just,
you guys are trying to explain to someone who doesn't even understand density. It's impossible. You're talking to GE Platypus. You don't even know density or buoyancy or anything, Platypus. What you're trying to argue with QE and Battle Mod for? You're out your league, dude.
Density, that's another problem. Density equals mass over volume. I don't have a problem with it, though, because if you just stay within the confines of that convention, then I don't have an issue with it, even though you can't define mass. I'll tell you what, rearrange that equation and solve for V, volume, and you'll see what a belly laugher it is.
Gravity. Okay.
No, it makes no fucking sense. There's no internal consistency whatsoever. It's a train wreck. But if they want to hold density mass, I got it. They can't define mass though. That's for sure.
Isn't there like hold on, I think we went over this once before. Isn't there like there's three properties and they make like a triangle?
I don't.
What am I thinking
no,
of?
I've
Hold
never
on.
gone over that.
To Google I go because I can't pull it off the top of my head. Hold on.
Would these be properties in Florida, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio?
Yeah, I knew it was a triangle. It's the mass, density, and volume triangle.
Which they can't define mass. But I'll give it to him. Amount of substance, that's fine. I could still give it to you. You're still screwed. Solve for volume.
Mass density triangle. Hold on.
I caught a hold of that many, many moons ago.
I got a triangle for you, but I borrowed it from Miggy. It's called curvature, axial rotation, and space vacuum. There's your triangle.
That's it. That's the Bermuda Triangle, man.
Where's gravity in this triangle, mate?
Oh, by the way, Platypus, you're the guy in that white gi in that photo.
Why isn't gravity in the triangle, though? Platypus.
And you know that's pretty much specific gravity, right? Relative density.
So are you saying gravity doesn't affect anything in this on this globe, and the globe doesn't affect gravity? It's outside of the triangle.
No, it's just you use, for those three things, mass, density, and volume, you use the other two to figure out the third one.
Right.
That's why they
Helps you
position
understand.
Yeah.
Helps you understand why things rise and why things fall.
So apparently mass
Solve
is
for
just
V.
density times volume.
Solve for V.
Yeah.
How about mass per unit
Mass
volume?
divided by density.
Really? Well,
How about
volumes
mass
in cubic
divided by
meters. Hold
volume?
on a second, Mike. Volumes in cubic meters. What the fuck does that have anything to do with mass and density? I'll take a break for right now.
You already lost him.
You know what he's talking about, Platypus?
Yep. I hold on. I am educating myself real quick. Let me get up to speed.
They're called units of measure.
Why are you guys making me relearn this shit?
Relearn.
Well, I can't rattle it off, so obviously I don't remember it.
Maybe you missed it the first time.
Yeah, this is just inane background bullshit anyway.
I don't know, man. It's fucking. It's like it's really quiet in here.
Yeah, it is.
Believe it or not, I was listening to your videos that you were playing, but then there was like a 10. You walked away, the video ended, and it was just silence for 10 minutes. Nobody saying anything.
I walked away long before that. I already know what it was. Yeah, that all this stuff is just, I don't know. It's fun to look at, but really doesn't impact anything except mass. We're still looking for what that is. Cavendish. I always ask people, of course they say experiment and then they're fucking done. But I always ask them, I don't know. I didn't see that in Einstein's 1915 paper. Why is that?
I want to do that one myself, actually. I've never done it.
Well,
Yes.
You never had a
Why would you do it?
Why didn't Einstein cite Cavendish?
I don't know.
For me, the mental exercise would be trying to figure out all of the things that could potentially be causing the two objects to, well, technically four objects, to slowly be getting closer to one another. I won't automatically assume that it's mass attracting mass. I know that's what people who've done it before me say it is. But I'd have to try and sit, and if you do it over and over again, and they keep moving toward one another.
What the hell are you talking about? That's what the Cavendish stupid experiment's supposed to be about, assuming a ball.
It's just a man-made rig, dude. It's gonna do what man made it to do.
Then what the hell are you looking for if you're not going to assume a ball? Are you doing it on a flat plane and you're trying to
I'm
figure
just
shit
looking
out that's
for-
already been figured out?
No, I'm just
There
trying
are
to
answers.
look for. I would at that point just trying to be, or just trying to figure out alternative reasons
What is
for
the
why.
platypus? Can you? What is the Cavendish experiment about?
Experiment.
What is what? Yeah.
Its purpose, and I'm not talking about whether it's accurate or not, or whether it achieved what it wanted to or not, but the goal of it was just to calculate the gravitational constant.
No, it wasn't.
was to
That
figure
wasn't
out
the
G.
goal.
The
No, it
mass
wasn't.
of the Earth.
No, it wasn't. That's not what it was for. What is Cavendish's? What's the Cavendish paper title?
I do not know.
Got to find that out. That's pretty important. I don't even know why we're talking about it. Unless Einstein cited it. Back to Mike's question, it's just irrelevant horseshit.
Because platypus here says he wants to go and try it. And I don't know if he
Why?
even knows what he's talking about. Right. Which is why we're asking why.
Well, if you do it over and over again, and no matter how many variables or possible conditions hold on, let me put my words together. If you perform the experiment the way that he did,
It's not an experiment.
oh,
No.
okay, fine.
The
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Okay, I'll
wasn't
call it
even
an
a
observation just so we can continue my thought process here.
It wasn't a direct anything, a direct measurement and anything. It was indirect. And it was an attempt to determine the mass of the Earth. Or the weight.
Wrong.
The
Nope.
weight.
Nope. You're close. Try
Kiwi,
one
what
more
was
time.
what was the goal of the Cavendish experiment?
Oh shit! Then I'm gonna have to post it in here, right? And then you can tell me. How about that?
If you just want to post something, I'll read it.
I'll post it. No, you don't have to read it. Just title. There you go. You got it now?
Yeah, I see it.
Yep. There you go. It's pretty funny. Determined density of the Earth, but he didn't find a value for big G or M. It's not in the paper. So the next question is, how in the hell do you solve for density without M? He definitely didn't have volume either. So I could say, okay, you have three variables you don't know. How do you solve for three variable problem and a three variable problem when you got nothing? There's nothing there.
X plus X plus X equals platypus. Or X plus Y plus Z equals platypus.
Yeah. How do you? It's just now we're just beating about the head and shoulders with a baseball bat, right? Had nothing to do with gravity, whatever the fuck that is. But he didn't find M. How do you solve for density without M or V? He guessed at V based on Al Baruni.
Yep.
Yep. He needed the radius to come up with a V. It doesn't matter anyway. Even if he conjured a V, he doesn't have M. How do you solve for density? You can't.
Ooh, okay, hold on. I think I picked up what you just put down there. So you're saying the only way that he was able to calculate the density of the Earth was that he relied on someone else to give him the what's the word I'm looking for? Is volume the correct word? By knowing the size of it, then you would know the volume of it. So he
By
used that.
assuming the radius.
Well,
Right.
you'd say assuming. I would say citing
Well, it
somebody
wasn't.
else for it instead of
Yeah,
figuring it
that
out himself.
somebody else didn't do a direct measurement. He did an indirect measurement, a hypothetical equation.
Yeah.
Let's see if I got it here. Hold on.
Holy fuck, this thing is nuts. Have you actually flipped through all 62 pages of this thing?
Yes. Let's go to, there's a summary right here at 16 minutes after the hour from Laurent Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, Iowa State University. If you scroll down to where the big, don't worry about the top circle. That has to do with the radius again. And that's horseshit. So it says, Cavendish's paper did not disappoint me in this respect. There were three major surprises awaiting me. First, Cavendish did not determine either G or M. He determined the average density of the Earth. How did he figure out the density without M? There you go. It's over. All over but the crying. This is just barely palpable background noise. Unless you could show where Einstein cited Cavendish, it's academic. He conjured little g from the Earth's radius, from Biruni. Oh, what tangled webs we weave. However, this experiment was an experiment, is often referred to as having weighed the Earth because from the knowledge of R, the Earth's radius, and the gravitational field strength G at the surface of the Earth, it is possible to determine the mass of the Earth. That's fucking circular reasoning. It's circular reasoning from an unknown. Boy, yeah, this is a joke. So we can get rid of this. Doesn't matter anyway, unless you could cite Cavendish in 1915, November 25th to be exact. You're not going to find it. It's not there.
Drace is absolutely right about one thing in voice text. There are certain individuals who I behave differently around just so a conversation can be had. Because I've learned in the past.
Or in other words, you act
that
weak
has
and
to
humble in
happen.
front of some people, and other people you act arrogant and yeah.
My ultimate goal is to have a dialogue, and some people I can have that with while both of us are being confrontational and argumentative. That's not always the case. Like, whenever I'm talking to Lou or Mike, I'm typically pretty cordial. When I talk to Vlad, or Bong is hit or miss. Bong is sometimes here, sometimes he's there.
Don't say my name. Just keep going.
It's not being double-faced. It's just sometimes you have to approach different people in a different way.
Well, we're still waiting for the Cavendish citation in Einstein's General Relativity, November 25th, 1915. You ain't gonna find
it. I'll shout it from the rooftops. I don't understand general relativity. I really don't.
Neither does anyone else.
Good job.
There's nothing there to understand, really.
Right. No
Sabine
experiment.
Hossenfelter thinks he understands it.
Oh, she's a
That's so funny.
dipshit. No, now she's saying force is the floor pushing up. Holy shit. She part of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
It's just so funny. I had to clip it.
I have a question for Platypus.
No.
My God.
Oh.
How the fuck could the floor be pushing in all the different directions on the globe? What a dumb fucking idea.
We should ask NASA. It's their model.
Platypus, do you believe your feet are older than your head? Crickets.
Cook, bring me my Hassenpfeffer.
I would love to have her in here. That'd be great.
Should get her ass handed to her in less than 20 seconds. 30 if she interrupts. That's why she'll never be in here. No way. Not a chance.
I kind of think we need to do the wakey method of just like undercover recording them all. Make numpty clips of their specialists and experts.
Yeah, somebody suggested I go chasing after those guys. I don't know. I'm not in the mood just yet. If you find any specific flat Earth stuff from these numpty dipshits, just send them my way. That's why DM.
Will do.
I know, but they might like. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
No, I was talking to my brother. I thought I was muted.
Oh.
Don't say you I had her in danger.
So where are we now, Platypus? No curvature, right? But what about gravity? Now gravity's out the window. What's next?
I got a good question.
What?
With curvature, does curvature involve elevation change?
I don't think valid residence.
Mike, go on mute.
Yeah.
Mike, you didn't win.
I'll mute him.
I think
I
that
guess-
was not so sharp cheddar that accidentally broke open his mic talking about his brother.
Does curvature involve elevation change? Gee, platypus.
Oh, I feel like the answer is no.
No, I was talking to my cat. That's my buddy.
He feels the answer's no. Is that your final answer?
My sister made me a pie. My cat wants it.
Yes.
Downhill, uphill. No.
I'll fire up the grill.
You know you're wrong, right? With your little. No.
I assumed by the laughing that I was about to hear why I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're gonna see it. All right. So at 23 minutes after the hour, or 25, I'm sorry. So you said curvature doesn't involve any elevation change. So from the United States Naval Academy, right up your lane there, Squid. Curvature is the rate of change of slope. Uh-oh. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface. All right. Well, you're screwed.
Oh, slow. We covered this with topography, bro. Remember, I was trying to teach you survey.
Oh my God, Mike! Thank you. You just made my night. I want to bring that back up. Let me bust out.
No, I'm
now
sure
that
you
Kiwi's
do.
here-
Right in the middle, you
now
get
that-
your ass handed to you.
Nope,
Now
I don't want to talk about it, man. You don't get it.
Okay.
So curvature is the rate of change of a slope, according to the United States Naval Academy. Now that begs the question, then, what the fuck is slope? So we go to Penn State. Slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Yep. Yes. This is true at MSU too, if you're going for survey or civil engineer. It also stated that way in the civil engineer's handbook.
So booger eater baltards, not you, platypus. So booger eater baltards, if curvature is the rate of change of slope and slope is a measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. You know that ancient 8 inches per mile squared you keep hearing about? You know, that little pesky thing? Yeah, that's what it's fucking talking about. Boy. Yeah.
Platypus, go ahead.
Well, then what happens when you try and figure out curvature on an object that's perfectly spherical?
Doesn't matter. Elevation change.
It's called an ascension.
Doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't matter. Perfect doesn't have to. It doesn't matter. If curvature involves elevation change, then you got to show elevation change.
Yep.
Simple.
So relative from where you're standing and looking
Relative
in a
to
straight
where?
line.
Relative, huh? Relative to what? Sea level?
Sea level only exists in a hypothetical model known as a ellipsoid or a geoid.
Well, then what's sea level on a flat Earth then?
Not on a flat Earth. In a planar geometry or plane survey, it's just how far a thing protrudes above the surface of the ocean. That's why the elevations of mountains can change.
You didn't find it interesting the periscope on your submarine could see for miles and miles and miles and wasn't being nothing was dropping behind a curve.
It couldn't see for miles and miles and miles and miles.
Not every day.
It could see for miles.
Yep, depending on the atmospheric conditions, more or less.
Just miles, okay? Not miles and miles. It's just miles. Is that what you're saying?
Again, just miles. Implying it's not very many. But also it's not the primary means of doing anything.
Yeah, you're still getting
Especially
away from
anything tactical.
You're still getting away from the point though. And yeah, I gotta shout out more flat earthers and getting away from the point. Slope is a measure of change in elevation. So elevation is directly related to what? What's its benchmark?
You have to pick a benchmark.
Nope. Elevation is directly related to the benchmark is sea level.
Yep. I gave him that answer, bro.
For most things that we do, yes. Typically, people describe places or locations as being a certain height above sea level.
Yeah, but there's
that's just so people have a frame of reference.
No. It's not subjective. Elevation is directly connected to sea level as opposed to altitude. What's altitude related to?
Height above the surface.
Yeah. Yep. Height above surface.
Specifically,
There's the
you
difference.
hold on. You thought you were going to get me with that one. It's your height relative to literally the surface directly underneath you.
Exactly. That's correct. Yep. Did you know that I asked that question to a pilot? What's the difference between elevation and altitude? He couldn't tell me.
Really?
Sad. Oh,
Yep.
that's, oh my gosh, I'm
RC
not
Meisty,
funny.
Mr. Magnetic West.
God damn, of course he wouldn't know.
Yep. So sea level. That is the benchmark. Is sea level level?
No. That's what he's going to say. Nope.
Now wait a minute. Sea level isn't constant. An excellent case in point. An excellent case in point is the Panama
Sea level's
Canal.
not a concept. Man.
No, take the Panama Canal for example.
Panama Canal.
Yeah, the thing that connects the Pacific Ocean to the
Yeah, I know,
Atlantic
but that has
Ocean.
nothing to do with my fucking question. So answer the question.
No.
Well, so on the east coast of Panama, where the Atlantic Ocean.
What did I just fucking say?
Hang on a minute. On the east coast,
you're preaching to the
Panama,
choir on
where the
this.
Atlantic, where the Atlantic Ocean is.
Listen,
and on
we
the
already
west
know what
coast,
you're going to say. It's two different heights. That still doesn't answer what he asked.
Yeah, but by that definition, that means those two oceans are at different
Those heights are based. Listen, no, the oceans aren't at different heights. It's relative to the land mass the Panama Canal cuts through.
Are you serious?
And the elevation. It was surveyed in plane survey. It's relative to the land mass at that point.
I don't know.
But answer his question.
I never thought about that.
Slope.
No. That kind of throws a wrench in sea level there, doesn't it?
No. Mean sea level.
It's
You're
not
gonna have to
change.
Hold on. Wait. Now we're
shit.
invoking mean sea level. What's mean sea level?
Mean sea. Yeah, that's my question to your dumbass. Because that's what elevation is. Height above mean sea level. So that begs the question, what's fucking mean sea level? Obviously, as soon as it says mean, it's an average, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. At face value, never having heard that before, I'd assume that's some kind of an average of sea level from multiple places.
It's an average, and you know why? Because we measure the levelness or the height with buoys, right? And there can be storms and weather patterns in one area and not in another. So you're going to have a variation where we'll find a mean constant. We'll pick a nominal.
It's not right, implying it's not the same everywhere.
Yeah, but we're talking minuscule differences. Mean sea level.
I can cover that. I can cover that. There will be differences, but it'll be due to
minuscule
weather patterns, and we know this. It's accepted.
That's why it's a mean.
It's an approximation, yes.
That's not the change that we're asking for, mate.
Yeah,
we're talking
and
about
not
the
that the water-
globe.
See, the thing is, the water level doesn't change. The surface does. It either swells or retracts, and that's because of weather, heat, and temperature.
But they've baked curved into their definition of level. They think that it curves around a ball.
No, that's only in a hypothetical model. It doesn't apply to survey.
No.
Or reality and observation. It doesn't apply.
That's a contradiction. You can't have a curved level.
No.
You can't do it.
It only applies to the ellipsoid model.
That's a married bachelor.
Yeah, it's very contradictory.
I'm the only one. Hey, that's
mind blown.
That's funny as hell, bro. You can be a married bachelor though. You're still pretty much paying the bills, listening to the nagging. You're just, not enjoying any of the benefits of the consummation of marriage.
That's contradictory, though. It doesn't help guide clear action for a clear result.
Ooh.
Yeah, level is
Oh, wait,
curved.
hold on, wait a minute.
If I
Wait a
can
minute.
make it.
Hold on. I have to issue an apology.
Uh-oh.
So, when I initially thought of, when I said Panama Canal, the thing that actually came to mind, because it's part of it is close to where I live, I was thinking of the Great Lake locks and how they work, and assuming that the Panama Canal works
lock.
in a similar
So-
way. Yes.
No. So the zoo
So-
locks, we lock you in multiple chambers to raise you from the elevation, from one elevation to another, because the body of water on land sits above the body of water that's the sea.
Correct, and that was my misconception. I immediately went to the Panama Canal.
It
and
doesn't work
looked
that
at-
way.
I Mike, would you listen to me for 5
It's a
fucking
canal,
seconds
bro.
without
It's
speaking?
in the word. No, listen, it's a canal. It's in the word. It's not a lock system. It's a canal. Define canal.
I was about to concede something, but you're obviously not listening to me. I opened with I need to apologize. I had gotten something wrong. I was explaining to you how I was wrong about it. But if you don't want to hear me say it because you want to keep cutting me off, then I won't say it out loud.
I already guessed it. It was Michigander anyway. You were thinking it was just like the locks, but it's not. It's just a canal. That
You're
means
right.
it's a channel cut right through the landmass. That's it. No locks. No changing of elevation. No variation. Well, the Sioux locks will bring you into the first chamber, pump in 10,000 gallons of water, and raise you up 15 foot and open the next chamber, where we're going to move you up another 15 foot. It takes a minute to get to the Great Lakes. I've been to the zoo lock so many times.
Now you know how canals work, right? Well, how about that change in elevation we were talking about?
Yep, and that was going to be my correction. I went and looked at the Panama Canal, and when it's all said and done, after you've been lifted and lowered, you essentially end up in the same place. Or rather, you end up at the same... Oh, now we're mixing it up. Elevation?
Yeah.
Essentially?
Yep, elevation.
I was taking what I knew up here and applying it to the Panama Canal, which is incorrect. So here we go. I retract all of that stuff about the Panama Canal.
The zoo locks are a marvel of engineering, though.
They are really cool.
They are. I got a Paul Bunyan burger up there, man. Me and my kid couldn't eat the whole damn thing together. At Babe's. It's called Babe's Restaurant. Got the big blue ox out front.
You know how a cup holds water, right? Flat at the surface. No matter what the shape of that container, it will always be flat at the surface of the water, right?
There's a meniscus
Right.
sides, but
Right. Yeah. Well, the point is, right? We're asking for this. You have a ball, right? And the water should be following that shape at the top of the water, right? That is change in elevation, right? Yeah. Can you show us that, please?
On the canal? No, you can't, because it just flows from one side to the other.
Or anywhere where there's water following the curvature of the earth, right? At the surface. Yeah. Changing.
Mike, if you opened all the locks at once, would you start draining the Great Lakes into the ocean?
Probably.
Ugh.
Come on, bro. It's downhill. Doors have got stuck open. We lowered the level more than we wanted.
That's kind of fucked.
It is.
So from the bottom of the ocean, right, to the top of the water, right?
Yes. Continue.
Because it shouldn't be flat. It shouldn't be flat at the top of the water. It should be curving with the bottom of the ocean. That's the globe curving. Right? So the top should follow that same curvature. You get it? 80% water, whatever.
No, I absolutely do not get that. That does not make any sense.
Okay, the ball, right? Imagine a sphere, okay? And imagine there's water stuck on that ball, right? And the top of that water is not flat. because you have a sphere. So therefore, the top of the water should be curving around the sphere. Do you understand how the globe works?
You habla inglés?
Well, that's what
Señor,
we're talking about. Right.
no habla inglés. You speaking the Deutsch?
You know the white swan, the black swan that we always talk about, right?
Hey, look how
That's what
far
we're
you
always
can see
pointing out.
that aerial footage of the
Is that the Tittabawassee Bridge?
Is that the name of the bridge that goes over Sioux Locks?
Oh no, I'm sorry. It looks really similar to the one that goes over the Saginaw River. I'm sorry. Except now that I'm looking at it, that's clearly not Saginaw.
Did you get good grades in school, man? High school?
In the classes that I chose to do so, I was not a good student. I focused on what interested me, and I did not do very good in the other stuff.
What about math and physics? Chemistry, or at least physics? Math?
So, the last math class that I was required to take was my sophomore year. I had to take Geometry 2. After
Did
that,
you hate it? Like,
I
was it one of those classes?
I didn't hate it, but I didn't find it interesting. So I barely did enough to pass.
Right. Well, here's where you apply it. This is where you apply it, man. This is where you apply those skills you learned in high school. And if you didn't like it then, you should like it now, because this is some real shit we're talking about.
How the fuck has it been an hour and 42 minutes and I'm the only globe person in here to talk to?
Because you're in the
I'm in
Navy.
here.
You was in the Navy.
In the Navy.
Well, because you're special, and because we really like you, and the internet likes you.
Fuck you, Bong. I don't need your...
Because you're special to us.
Why, thank you.
Petty
are. You've
Officer
been here.
Seaman Poop Deck report.
Been here long enough, man. Like,
Who else we gonna pick on, damn it?
Yeah, like the Special Olympics special, you know.
You
That's
take
the kind
them
of
poop deck.
special.
You take them poop
Yeah,
deck.
there we go. Hold on. Wait. The dipstick just unmuted for the first time in 2 hours. What's going on?
wait. Don't talk to Vlad. Okay, I asked you about school because it's been how many years have you been looking into this flat Earth
How
thing?
do you
2
think
years.
Vlad feels? Vlad stepped in the VC and stepped right in Seaman. What the fuck?
How long does it take, right, to learn geometry and apply it to the real world? You can't be here this long and still be this clueless, man, or this resistant to like what we're
Dude, I
talking
don't.
about.
God, don't get me started on geometry. I'm the job that I'm working right now. My company wants to.
But look, it doesn't take 2 years to understand something this simple. So long you've
Damn
been
it,
here.
man.
Did you learn about a
What do you-
sextant yet? That video I posted about how a sextant proves flat Earth, since you are a Navy guy.
I love the implication of I was in the Navy, therefore I should have learned how to use a
Yeah,
sextant.
that's racist as fuck, right? I know, right? Oh my god, you're a Navy man that doesn't know how to use Navy tools. That's just ignorant, right? Of people
Well,
to
you
assume
got
that.
an Air Force person that knows more about your tools than you do, and that's kind of funny.
Just because I was in the Navy
When you
doesn't
get
mean I
that
should
high
know
up,
about Navy stuff.
that shit looks flat.
And just because I've been arguing flat Earth for 2 years and I'm in the Navy doesn't mean I should learn how to use a sextant, right? You got better things to do than that, right?
You know, I got to be honest. At first, I thought she said, "Did he pass sex ed?" I was like, "Damn."
No.
I've had some comments.
Well, that's why I was quiet. I was quiet. I just had to say that's what I thought she said. Like, damn. Well, that's why he was in the Navy, hon. That's what I was going to say.
Sex ed? No, unfortunately. Here's my address. Why don't you come teach me? There we go.
How smooth. What a gentleman.
I thought he was talking to me. He's not getting no lessons. Shit.
If that had been what she asked, I know it wasn't.
Platypus, do you at least concede to the first 2 points since we've been talking about it for 2 years and you still have no answers? That there's no curvature, right? No spin, and no gravity. I mean, you've been fighting tooth and nail. At least, right? Are you at least on the fence about those two things, or
The gravity thing? I know we go back and forth on gravity, but I'm surprised at how much we go back and forth on it just the notion that objects fall toward the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove your assertion of why they do. You assert to know cause and effect, but you can't demonstrate it. That's the point. We all observe things fall. That's a non sequitur. Yes, things fall. Just all of us don't say we know why. You say this is why. Okay, some
Really?
of us,
What things fall?
leaves
angels?
from trees, apples, strawberries off the bush.
Hold on, Mike. I got one for you. I recorded.
I'm a farmer. Don't make me. And I won't. Chestnuts fall. You heard that joke? What did one saggy tit say to another saggy tit, QE?
I have no idea.
If we don't get some support soon, people are going to think we're nuts.
Amazing.
Something fell. How old are you, man? I don't want to go there, but how old are you?
I wanted to get back to objects fall. Really? So chestnuts fall. What else?
Walnuts?
Walnuts? All right, fair enough. Anything else?
Blind people?
A squirrel, if you throw a rock at him and he jumps
Hold on.
back on the branch.
I know I'm being set up before I even go into it, but I'll walk QE's tightrope here.
Come on.
What's
your example?
That's not a great. We'll end the tightrope. You're going down. Yeah, I hope you have a net.
The plank, walking the plank. The sharks in the water. Yeah,
What about hydrogen, nitrogen, helium, hot air, water vapor? Do they all fall? They're objects, right?
Gases from decomposition. Yeah, they all rise. Yes, they do.
How about water vapor? Does it fall?
No, sir. That rises. So now we're down to no preferred direction of travel, right?
Oh, if you do a handstand.
No. He was just ambiguous. Objects fall. Not all objects fall. Game, set, match.
So that video you posted, Platypus. So how far do you think everything was in that horizon area?
Oh Christ! I got to see how high Castle Rock is again.
Castle Rock.
How far is the Mackinac Bridge?
Elevation or altitude?
Hold on, that I can tell you. I'll tell you how far away the Mackinac Bridge is.
Uh-oh, Mike's got a new play toy. All right, Mike. I gave you a new play toy.
I was not. Listen, he's talking about doing the survey thing. I'm trying to drive that home to him right now. That they're two different things, and if you're gonna measure the height of sticks at surface level with an instrument that's at magnetic level, you need to account for elevation. But he thinks he's going to prove something other than what we already know. Land has topography. But okay. He thinks nobody. No, listen. He thinks nobody.
Will tell you. He thinks watching the sun enough times will tell you it's not flat.
Yeah, he also thinks nobody on Earth has ever surveyed over a 5-mile distance with, multiple measurements, and he's wrong. Surveyors do it every day. We do it on the highway. all day long, before we pave, after we pave, during paving, for grade, level, and slope and grade. What you're doing, what you want to do is been done a million times, and the only thing it's going to show is the layout of the land, the topography, height, elevation, depression, valleys, hills. We already know they're there. Not one of us think they would be curvature. Would you call a measurement from a hill to a valley curvature? Or from a valley up a hill? Is that curvature? Or is it just a slope and a grade?
Mike, I don't know if I can do this for a fourth time with you. I think I just need to do it and then present it and see how that goes.
Well, I told you where I'll be at, right in your comment sections, bro. Let me know.
That's fine.
Give me the first link. I want the first damn comment.
One, no offense, old man, but you don't scare me.
I'm going to sit down with a bottle of scotch, five licensed surveyors, a big bag of weed, and I'm going to say, let's watch this video, guys. Come on, you get a bonus for this.
Damsel, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm always.
So I
don't
forget
think
what
I'm joking.
Mike will probably fill me in here. So the Mackinac Bridge is a suspension bridge, and so it has like the Golden State, or like the not the Golden State Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge. It has those two, what do you call those, towers?
Towers for the span,
Boards?
yeah.
So
Yeah, the support for the cable.
those two towers that you see in the distance for the bridge, the furthest one is 7.2 miles away, and the closest one is 6.2 miles away. So the bridge is roughly 7 miles away.
Did you post the image?
The image? No, I posted a video from the top of Castle Rock.
Yeah, take a look at his video. He got a pretty good shot across the water too, of the lake there.
There's no curvature, is there?
Not a bit.
What is it? What lake is that? Castle Rock? That's Lake Michigan?
No, that's Lake Huron. The brig, you can't, from the top of Castle Rock, you can't see Lake Huron. The bridge is kind of the imaginary line where Lake Huron and Lake Michigan meet, and they're considered the lake that you actually see.
The bay is, but yeah.
Yeah, the lake that you see in the video is Lake Huron. I believe that's Mackinac Island.
How high is your observation point?
It's from the absolute topmost point on Castle Rock, plus I'm standing on the 2-foot tall base for the telescope that they have up there. So
this thing.
It is
195.8 feet.
Yep.
Why are you studying the bridge, Platypus? Are you looking for curvature, or what's the point? What?
Oh, I said it. So I said a year ago when we went up to for our vacation, I came in here and said, "Hey, I'm going up here. Is there anything that I can? Is there anything I can observe for you guys that you'd be interested in like seeing if you can see it from that height or anything like that?" Nobody gave me any responses.
So that is Mackinac Island.
Yeah.
And Mackinac Island's only like 7.3 miles from Castle Rock.
Yeah. Oh, I like that little line you drew on the map. Why is the line curved?
It's the Google distance, man. And why is the line curved? Whoever put it there curved it.
Do you trust that distance that Google Earth has given you there?
Well, have we traveled this and mapped it? No, listen, you laugh like a map proves a globe. It doesn't. We traveled these distances. That's how the fuck we know them. Doesn't prove a globe. The map's not the land's not the map, guy. You like a curved line? I'm getting some prelatent homosexual tendencies coming from you there, buddy. You shouldn't like the curved lines, man. You're gonna have to start.
Yeah.
Look. If you're gonna keep hitting on me, bro, I'm gonna have to get rid of you now.
Yeah. This is where you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay? This is where you have to use your discernment, right? We use Google Maps, right? It's accurate on the land when you use it on the land. Because why? If Google Maps was wrong, then nothing works. The economy is crap.
Well,
how are you
Google
going to get
Maps
anything?
Based off interstate and roadway maps, dude. They're based off interstate and roadway maps. Well, how do we map the distance of a roadway? It's called a mile fucking marker. We built this shit. We know how long it is. They're all built from planar surveys. Cartesian coordinates. They
Does that look like a globe map?
Okay, hold on. So if on, and we are specifically talking about Google Maps here, right?
And the bridge is 12 miles from Castle Rock. Yeah, Google Maps.
Do you know any other maps in the world on the internet that does not use Google Maps?
Well, a long time ago, I would have told you MapQuest, but that hasn't been a thing.
Okay. Right. But today, people use maps and they're accurate, right? Not over the water, though.
So you
And
can
it's all
see
flat.
the bridge 12 miles away, and I don't know. What's the elevation of the bridge?
MapQuest uses Google.
I don't know how tall the towers for the bridge are above the water. Not off the top of my head, anyway. If you know that off the top of your head, Mike, you're a better Michigander than I am.
No, I don't know that.
All right, it is 1 o'clock in the morning. I have a ton of shit to do on my day off. I think I am going to bow out for the night.
All right, Platypus. Another failed day, but keep trying. Get some rest. We'll do battle again tomorrow.
Next time you go there, make sure you check out that island behind it, because it looks like you were able to see even further than Mackinac Island by a lot.
Yeah, and the towers are 552 foot above the water.
Where's the curve?
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. We can see well beyond the 7 miles to the island. 12 miles to the bridge, you can see past that too.
When you come back, maybe you could keep your beta insults to yourself and try to be civil.
I wish you'd had a better zoom on your camera, bro, because it could be that we can see at vast distances greater than what you did.
So here, hold on. I said I was going to get off, but I'll try and do this for you. The video that I posted is the resolution has been crunched down a ton, and that's because Discord yells at me when I try to post the original video because it's way too big. The actual video was recorded in 1080, but it won't let me post that.
Post it on YouTube.
I might just, that's what I was saying.
Shit, I can see Iron Mountain, man. I can see into the UP. Fuck.
What did you record it with?
See, I know what I'm looking at. I've been here 1,000 times.
This was on whatever version of the iPhone 10 I had at the time.
I'm pretty sure I'm looking at the Huron National Forest from there, which is about 75 miles from where you're at.
Well, hold on, dude. You've got to let me get a higher. I don't know how you can make out any of the pixels off in the distance.
I blew it up. I downloaded it. I'm enhancing it.
Hold on a minute here.
I'm reformatting it right now.
You got a
It's
flat
up.
Earth proof right there, buddy.
You can see Iron Mountain. Do you know what
I'm posting this video. I've been trying to post this video to see what you guys thought of it for the past 11 months, and nobody up until this point has even spoken about it. Everybody was just like,
See, we
"Oh,
love
cool! You
you.
took a video. What?"
We love you. You're our pet. We love you.
You're very special to us.
Every village needs an idiot.
Okay, so is my mic muted here? Okay.
You're like
It's
that
40
cockroach no one can step on.
He's getting back up, right? Let him live. He's earned it.
Is he gone?
No, hold on. I'm still here. I'm digging through my videos on my computer to find.
Yeah, you can see quite a ways. You can
It's
see
like
quite a ways on
40.
that film.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping
it's
it's this. I'm hoping it's this really big video that I just found that I called Lake Fun, because otherwise I don't want to know what the fuck I named a video Lake Fun for. Okay, that's my first. That's my first son swimming in Houghton Lake for the first time. Got it.
Platypus, can I ask you something?
What's up?
What will it mean for you if you measure gas pressure in a helium tank, a tank filled with helium gas with 14 psi pressure, and you will have a higher pressure at the top and a lower at the bottom? What will it mean for you?
What would that mean for me?
Yeah. How would you explain it?
Here, hold up. I want to tell him when you're looking at the island, right, Mackinac Island, right? You know, behind that is Escanaba, or Iron Rock Mountain. When you see those forests 191 miles away in the background behind the island, that's Iron Mountain Forest, which is about 185 miles from Castle Rock. And I can see it in your video. If you got a better video, I'd like to have it. I'll turn this.
That's what I'm trying to dig up right now.
I'll turn this into a flat Earth video, bro. Because I can see the forest line when you're looking at the mountain. That's Escanaba. That's Iron Mountain.
When you're looking over Mackinac Island?
When you pan left and pan right, you can see the forest line.
Yeah, I can see it. I love
on
it.
On the opposite side of the lake, you see the forest line, hon? That's Escanaba. Huron Forest. That's Iron Mountain. I can show you a map. I can show it to you on the map. You're looking out to the left over the lake. And when you're looking at Mackinac Island, no offense to you, but you are looking at Lake Michigan. You'd have to look to the right on the other side of the bridge to be looking at Lake Huron. I'd like to slap you as a Michigander not knowing this. When you're facing north.
Hey, dude, Lake Michigan is the lake on the west side of the bridge.
When you're facing north To the left, which is west, is Lake Michigan. Mackinac Island is where?
From Castle Rock?
To the left, yes.
Mackinac Island is to the southeast of you.
No, it's not. Not from Castle Rock. I just posted you a map.
My dude, Mackinac Island is to the southeast of you, almost just to the east of you, when you're standing on Castle Rock. You drew the line to the southeast.
Maybe you don't know how to read a map, bro. You're looking directly left. That line is directly left. Just orientated wrong. The bridge goes north to south,
Dude,
bro.
if I'm standing on top of Castle Rock, Mackinac is not on my left-hand side or my right-hand side. It's in a cardinal direction from where I'm standing. If I turn this way, holy shit, now Mackinac Island is on my right-hand side. What the fuck? How did I move the island? No, that's not how that works.
No, it's not. Everything's based off north. This is why I'm telling you you're northerly heading. All that bullshit you just blabbled, I don't know what you think it means.
Dude, if you're standing on Castle Rock and you look to the southeast, you are looking at Mackinac Island.
No. You'd be looking downstate, dude. How do you not know this? To look south from north to south, you're looking downstate.
If you're standing on Castle Rock, dude, if you're standing on Castle Rock and you look due south, you're looking at the Mackinac Bridge.
Where's
Mike,
St. Ignace? Where's St. Ignace? Tell me. Is it on the shores of Lake Michigan?
It is on the shore of Lake Huron. It's on the east side.
Damn it, I thought they were.
It's fine. I'm not going to hold it against you. I just want to make sure we got our stories straight here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map, bro.
Because Castle Rock is just to the north of St. Ignace. Oh, I gotta try and find this video.
Yep, find the better video. But I think you're right about that anyway. I was looking at it from the wrong perspective. That would
Yeah, I
make
just
that.
did a check. It looks like it's southeast.
Yeah, it would be Boris Blank Island we're looking at, or Sheboygan. still be 60 miles away.
Yeah, he's
Not-
looking a heck of a long way, and you can
not-
see it from the video.
Yeah, not Boris Blank, but if he's from the video when he pans left, shit, he's looking down to Sheboygan.
In fact, I think Bois Blanc is the thing that you are looking at. I think that's the thing you see off on the left-hand side of Mackinac Island. Which makes sense. It's only like 15. The closest part of it is only like 11 miles away from you at that point.
No, Boris Blank is 19.2 miles from there. But I do see a forest line all the way down, which could be all the way down to Sheboygan. Could be up to 65 miles, which the distance we observed Chicago at over Lake Michigan. But here's a better picture, so you can see it better. That's the top of the state. The red mark is north. You can guess east, west, and
I
south.
do think you're right. I think you can see Sheboygan.
Yeah, I think you can too.
Good morning, everyone.
It'd be really interesting to see if you tried it with a better camera, with a bigger aperture, if you could see any better.
I'd make if somebody had one to lend to me, I would make the drive all the way up there just to do it for you guys. I'd make a trip out of it.
Morning, Roger.
I think we would trust that to someone else to check your work.
It's a mild hint of distrust that I don't necessarily appreciate, but it's okay.
Trust but verify.
That's an old Soviet saying, comrade.
Yeah, it is an old saying.
We said it in the Navy all the time too, so.
You also say, do as I say, as I do.
Roboting.
Yeah, it's nothing against you personally. It's just not uncommon that globers pretend to be flat earthers or other things like that to try to rob flat earthers. So cameras have gotten lost through these kinds of methods. So it's better to be safe than sorry.
Oh no, I get you. It's kind of why I figured it wouldn't happen in the first place. I know I'm not that kind of a person, but Bong, you're roboting really bad. We can't understand anything that you're saying.
So you're ever going to bring your kids on here to let us talk to them and convert them to flat Earth?
Well,
what do you do if they do convert to flat Earth?
Well, they're 4, 3, and 3 months, so it's going to be a little while before they get on the internet anyway.
Not for a 4-year-old.
He don't get on the internet. He doesn't have a cell phone or a game console. Not yet, anyway.
You mean a babysitter?
No, my girlfriend is stay at home, so we don't really have to do babysitters.
I mean, it seems that's what parents these days use to keep their kids occupied.
Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely fucking right about that. You're absolutely right about that. That shit pisses me off. It's the reason I don't bury my kids into a TV screen or a cell phone screen.
Dude, you've got kids? You're a dad? Oh man.
I have 3 kids, dude.
Yeah, he's a producer. He's a producer, man.
Oh, holy shit! Not bad. I didn't know you were a dad. Okay. I guess.
And on top of that,
I guess.
and on top of that,
What's
I
that?
can't.
All right, whatever.
I'm chomping at the bit to get in the fourth one rolling. Because
Oh,
that's
look
where I'm.
at you.
Because
All right, you-
that's where I'm.
Globies everywhere.
Because that's where I'm stopping. That's. I was the oldest of four,
All
and
right.
it was a lot of fun.
Popping out
You have
globally.
400 permanent respect points. Good job. Just because you're that. I didn't know, man. Shit, sorry. I've been yelling at you like you're some little shit. God
No,
damn it,
he's a dad.
Patapest. Now it's even worse. Now I'm gonna get on your ass even harder. Yep.
Well, yeah, we gotta convert his kids. We gotta do it.
Yeah. They're very special.
How about you and I get together and take our kids to Quananon Balls? What's up? My 16-year-old will flat smack every child you got.
I will tell you this though, and obviously we disagree on, or I believe we disagree on some of the stuff that I'm about to say, but I will say, at the
we
age
could
of
still
4,
go camping and fishing, bro.
at the age of 4, I don't know where he learned it, but we were out fishing last summer. So no, it was when he was 3, almost 4. We're fishing. My dad's got a 1-acre pond. It was a really clear day. The moon was out in the sky. We were fishing at like 7 in the afternoon or 7 in the evening. And he pointed at the reflection of the moon in the water. And he's like, he said, look, there's another moon. And I'm like, yeah, do you know what that is? And he told me it's a reflection. And I was dumbfounded that my 3-year-old understood what a reflection was.
Yeah, they're not stupid. They pick up everything, even when you're not paying attention.
Yep.
Yeah, they learn more from what they see.
Another reason why I don't give my son unsupervised access to a fucking cell phone.
That's the right.
Yeah, I'm
right
pretty
way to
sure
do
he
it.
said refraction, not reflection.
Yeah, I didn't let my kids have any at all, even all the way through high school. They were so pissed at me that I wouldn't let them have a smartphone, wouldn't let them on the internet without me tracking every move. It was pretty fun.
Well, technically I had to translate for him, so what he actually said was, and I'm quoting, "We flecken." I'm assuming that he was saying reflection. Maybe that sounds right, like refraction too. I don't know.
Sounds like kid talk reflection.
Although he is thoroughly convinced that the moon is blue. The first argument, the first friendly argument that I ever had with my 4-year-old was over the color of the moon.
Dude, I named my daughter's dog Bandit. She called him Bubby. He won't come to Bandit no more. He's Bubby. 12 years of Bubby. I'm like, Bandit, get your ass over here. He just looks at me. All right, Bubby, get over here. I call him Junior. He'll come to Junior because his dad was Bandit and he's Bandit. So he's Bandit Junior. He knows he's a junior.
But she's not wrong, right? Look, sunlight is warm light, and moonlight is what we call blue light. She's not wrong. Why would you tell her that if she sees blue? Why would you argue with what she's seeing? She's seeing the color.
Him.
She has better eyes than you.
I didn't really. I come on. He was 4 years old. I didn't really argue with him.
I know.
He
But
said,
I
asked
check
him
it
what
out, bro.
color is
What's
the
next?
moon. Hold on.
I
I asked him
know.
what color is the moon. He said it's blue, and I was just like, I don't know. It looks white to me.
Right.
But
No, that's what she's seeing. Exactly what I'm saying. Like she understands what she's seeing, but you are trying to put it in a box. Look. What I'm saying is, if she sees flat,
It's a boy.
if he sees flat, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, my bad. If he sees, like, if they grow up and they see flat, right, and they say, "Dad, it looks flat." I mean, what are you gonna say to them? You're gonna start, preaching something that they don't see? That's dangerous. That's what I mean. Like, we shouldn't be telling our kids that they're not seeing what they're seeing.
No, anyone who has had little kids will probably understand what I'm about to say. Sometimes it is fun to just let your toddler just rattle off their views on how things work in the world. It is fascinating fascinating sometimes.
Yes, it is.
And it's probably way more accurate than adults' view of the world.
Maybe,
Right.
you never know. Hey, Battle, why do you think energy can not be created or destroyed?
What?
Why
Does
do I
anybody-
think that? Can you demonstrate that I'm wrong?
Okay, that's an interesting point.
I mean, if you can't, that's why I believe that, because we don't create electricity, which is energy. We collect it. Any energy we ever have, we don't know the origins of it. We just know how to use it and apply it.
Well,
but we can watch energy change shape and form, voltage, wattage, ohm.
Mike, there's an answer to that. Ultimately, the source of all the energy that we can make use of here on the Earth, it ultimately comes from the sun. In one way or another, it changes hands a bunch of times, but ultimately it all comes from the sun.
Yeah, it just, listen, all we can observe it, energy to do is change shape and form.
Well, if you believe in the globe Earth model, if you believe in the globe Earth model, then it doesn't come from the sun.
What were you saying?
So the law of conservation of energy is sort of where the first law of thermodynamics come from, and ultimately the statement that energy cannot be created
Conservation
or
of
destroyed.
momentum.
There you go. So wouldn't conservation imply that at some point energy change becomes energy no longer usable, which therefore is no longer energy?
No, it's just because it's not in a usable form doesn't mean it's not energy. It's kind of like proteins that break down through decomposition, but they're still energy and they become food for life force.
Okay, so then we're dealing with the actual definition of the word energy then, right?
Not entirely, because we label it usable and non-usable, or less usable. So it's either one has more practicality, it's easier to use, one doesn't. Our energy in our body doesn't cease to exist the minute we die. It goes back into this ecosystem, and it supplies energy, it inputs energy back in. So the sun isn't the only thing that it supplies energy, no offense to you platypus, but it's also the ecosystem, decomposition, chemical reaction, movement of sodium waters, underground reservoirs flow through hydraulic pressures. They create electrical impulses. This also promotes life. Life has electrolytes. It needs electricity and energy.
So when I looked up this term, energy cannot be created or destroyed, it's an Einstein quote. And it seems to tie into his theory of relativity.
He got it from another guy. He got it from another guy. But yeah, I mean, you can argue it all you want because of the guy that states it, but until you can show me you created energy, you have to prove it. Like, we generate. That's why a generator is called a generator and not a creator. It generates.
Yeah, I guess my contention would be with the definition of energy itself. If we can't use the energy, then how is it energy, right? So
energy is a vague term that's applied to various kinds of energy.
Right, and I guess that's why, so there's different levels at which we can talk about these processes that, with all things that we interact with, so-called deal with as far as energy goes, we see the transformation and the laws of conservation of energy apply, right? And we can trace that what it ends up turning into, whether it be heat or whatever else, right? And then into unusable states, so-called, that we can't use anymore.
So energy in physics is just, the capacity for doing work. Whether it's potential, kinetic, thermal, electrical, chemical, nuclear, or many other
we've defined even energy as things that don't have the capacity to do work, right? Non-usable energy. It's still classified as energy within this context, right?
Yes. Well, it's
So
not.
that's why it's sort of a contradiction, right?
The one thing you stated that was wrong, not able to do work. No, it's not on a grand scale doing work, but it's still doing work. That's called entropy. the loss of energy through transference.
And loss would imply to me that it's no longer able to do work. Right?
Well, it does do work. I covered that with the dead protein cell. You eat it, and then automatically it becomes energy. Potential energy in the muscles and strength that's breaking down the proteins and calories that are now useful energy again. It's a process. See, you want to say energy isn't energy. You can never label energy. It's a yes and no answer. It's less useful, but it's not useless. There's no useless energy.
Well, what did you mean, like when you said it's like relativity? What do you mean it's similar to relativity? Or I heard you say something.
Well, the theory of this statement, the law of thermodynamics, number one here, is tied into the fabric of space-time, right? It gets proposed when you start dealing with the general theory. Now, if you dig into what they're talking about, it's about specific aspects of energy, like Battlemod's talking about these systems that we observe, and we can prove the transformance of energy. But then it gets in very theoretical as well, right? And then it starts talking about the stars and the sun and the moon and
it gets
how all these things
theoretical
exist.
When we try to go to the ontological question, where is it created? Where does it come from? Where does it go to when it's a loss? When highly potential kinetic energy gets aspirated to very less useful atomic energy. You know?
To think that we can apply this to the sun. Well, can we apply this energy cannot be created or destroyed to the sun? Like, how do we know that? Is that something we can apply to that?
Well, I don't apply things to the sun because I don't assume to know what it is. And
exactly.
We don't have enough evidence to call it fusion or fission. So
yet it is energy. We know that, yes, that's energy. Where it's coming from, how it's manifesting, whatever, we can measure the energy, right?
In joules? It's electric, yeah, we can measure it in an electric level. Or lumens, which are also joules.
So yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, but to apply it to some of the natural phenomena we observe, I think is going overboard, right? Like we can just apply it in a useful, tactful way in building things or making things. Here, right?
Yeah, we can't apply it to everything out there that we can attest. We can't run tests on things outside of our reach.
What is E equals MC squared, right?
E equals MC squared. E is a joule. It's electric.
And I have no idea what mass is or the speed of light. I don't know what to come up with those things, but what is E if we don't know M and C squared?
Yeah, I heard Battlemod break this one down the other day. I was satisfied with, it being a reference to electricity, not energy. Yeah.
Yeah, most people don't know movement causes electricity.
Yeah.
Notice I said causes, not creates. We don't know where electricity comes from. We know how to capture it, harness it, generate it.
Oh, well, we know what lightning is, right?
We assume too, yes.
I mean, we can see that it's similar, right? Like, oh, it's that thing.
Yeah, as far as the energy cannot be created or destroyed, I think Einstein was actually talking about the ether. I think that's what he was, getting at. He uses the term universe or whatever, fine. But I think he knew better.
Have you ever listen, hold up. General relativity in his first attempt to pass this up It was an etherical plane he was promoting, but he had to take out the word ether and replace it with space-time, fabric of space-time. I'm serious. Before they would accept it, look up Newton's etherical theory of the ether. Here, I'll see if I can find it. Newton used to be a big proponent of or Einstein, used to be a big proponent of the ether.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about in relativity.
Yeah, he just changed the wording.
No.
Because idiots below him wouldn't accept it.
Or above.
Einstein's ether theory. Aether theory.
I'd say it's not a theory and is actually superfluid helium.
So it's a modification of general relativity which describes space-time endowed with both metric and unit time-like vector field named the ether. And they say because the theory has a preferred reference frame, then it violates Lorenz's invariance.
Yeah, you sort of read the history of these laws of thermodynamics, and they're built, right, over time on top of other things, and then all of a sudden they start making broad generalizations when it comes to what is concluded, right? All of a sudden it means this about orbits, or, you know, this about distances, all kinds of this broad shit when it comes to what's above us and what this place is. But at the bottom of them, there's some interesting science that you can apply for sure. It's the issue of how broad they get that I have. It's like, wow, you know, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with thermodynamics. I get it. We've worked the equations out. You know, we know a lot about energy and what it is and how it works and all that shit. It's just now all of a sudden we're applying it to things that, you know, aren't reality. Or at least we can't prove. Like, if you're going to claim that, you know, the sun's energy cannot be created or destroyed, then I would say, well, how do you know that? You know?
It's not about destroying or creating, it's about the transfer.
Which is called generation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Converting from one thing to another.
Well, in the cycle, right? In the circuit.
Yeah, there is a closed circuit.
In our ecosystem, yeah, we see that energy is transferred from one thing to the next.
Yeah.
Its origins, we don't know.
I would say it's superfluid helium. The way I'm thinking is that this liquid that we call helium liquid is actually another kind of state of what we call electricity, which we have it flowing through wires. Yeah. But this.
So have you been making some superfluid helium in your backyard? You piling up some of this stuff for us?
No, I wish I
Start
had.
making some videos and showing us how this stuff
I wish
works.
I had this kind of technology. I don't have it.
And you can't get it that cold?
I don't have the equipment to make liquid nitrogen, so I am far off from.
What's it take to make liquid nitrogen? What do we need? A couple of refrigerators?
Yeah, special kind. Yeah.
Would you need to create pressure or just temperature? Or both?
Low temperature. Low temperature. Which you can achieve it the easiest with
Super
vacuums,
low temps,
vacuum
bro.
pumps.
Super cold.
Yeah.
So we're going to need a lot of energy, is what we're saying here.
Yeah.
Yes.
What does
So
the
you need to
Parker
build a
farm
power plant.
want? I swear, if this guy breaking down walls, if this guy posts gay porn, it's on you. You told him to ask me.
I've seen him in there a few times. I don't think he'll do that personally, but we'll
I'm just kidding. I'd ban him if he did anyway.
get ready to block him just in case.
I gotta clean that crap up, you know. It's like shit, you know. You can't clean the horse stalls out without getting a little shit on you. And if I gotta get some gay porn on me, buddy, you're getting banned. Quick. First. I'm banning you first and cleaning up second. Oh, he's in here. Okay, cool. You got the perms. Don't give touring perms. You definitely post gay porn. Well, another 4th of July and they didn't burn the farm down. I'm doing good.
Yeah.
That's a victory.
You don't know my brother. It is.
I know you.
Too many drinks and he's like, come on, man. Just let me blow that damn car up. You ain't doing shit with it. Sitting there rotting away, bro. Put one on top of the other. Get the forklift. Let's blow them both up.
Just knowing how many engines you've blown and all that rubber you burned, I'm sure there were some wild 4th of Julys in there.
My daughter begged me, don't get drunk today, Dad. Don't drink with Uncle Adney. I don't want to see you guys blow your shit off. So I didn't drink a lick. Just smoked a wacky. I kept the pot smoke rolling though. I told my brother to listen to his wife. Listen to your wife, man. Quit fucking with shit. I put her in charge of the thermite cabinet.
Happy New World Order Day. I mean, Happy Illuminati Day.
Get your Tennessee long rifle and shoot that man.
So I got a new mic. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Clear, loud, quiet?
Not really.
Medium.
How come we don't have any good, like, fuck off England folk songs for the 4th of July?
You fuck old Henry, we took his shit. Take him down the mighty Mississippi.
We got enough Irish population, we could probably borrow a few from Ireland.
There you go. Or the Scots.
Yeah, one of the
Well, we do. In 1814, we took a little trip down to Louisiana on the mighty Mississippi. You guys ain't heard that song? The Battle of New Orleans.
It must be like a Union thing. Like us West Coast people don't hear any of that stuff.
Here, I'll share it. Mighty Mom. Dandelion did a remake of this about Quantum Eraser. Fired our guns and the British kept it coming. Fired our guns and the A began running. On down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. You ain't never heard that?
Nope.
I've heard that somewhere.
It's like old bluegrass music. I grew up on that shit.
I think today is significant, though. Even if freedom is just a thought, not a reality, I think it's an important one that we hold on to and celebrate still. So, regardless of how farce it seems to us that know the reality of the situation, I think it's cool to see some people celebrate and having a good time. That's good, always good.
Yeah, Jackson County is named after Stonewall Jackson. And he's in the song. In 1814, we took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans and we caught the bloody British in the town of New Orleans. We fired our guns and the British kept a coming. There wasn't as many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began a running. And down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Can't believe you guys never heard that.
Oh, I've heard that one before. My dad used to sing all kinds of Revolutionary War stuff and old folk songs and bluegrass.
Yeah. Yonder time ago, I'd sit from the bottom and play the guitar by the campfire and sing this to my kids. Me and my brother get drunk and do a ooh ee ooh ah ah ping pang walla walla bing bang kooky.
Yeah.
Are you telling me I don't know what
that,
that song really is? Because I remember hearing it. I just can't think of what's the meaning of that song.
That's the Chipmunks, bro.
We kicked their ass, man. They were the Mississippi.
That's where ooh ooh ah comes from.
Oh no, that's kooky ooh ah ah ping pang. What is it? That the witch doctor or whatever? I saw the witch doctor. He made me a drink. I saw him make it right into the sink. He said, "Kooky ooh ah ah ping pang walla bing bang. Kooky ooh ah ah ping pang walla bang bang."
Awesome.
Yeah, that's another folk song, I guess.
Well, they made it into a pop song too. That's where I know it from. Like on TV or something. Someone said the Chipmunks.
Yeah, the Chipmunks sang it.
There you go.
It's a witch doctor.
You want to know which doctor? I'll tell you which doctor not to get. That Rockefeller motherfucker. Don't go to that doctor.
Fireworks going off over here again. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni.
Yankee Doodle, keep it up. Yankee Doodle, Andy.
We sang that every year on this time of day. When I was a kid.
What was from Greece? Torn. Definitely not Yankee Doodle Dandy or the Witch Doctor. That pre-existed Greece. That was out long before the movie Grease.
So did they get the Walla Walla from Walla Walla Indians?
I was just wondering that, to be honest.
That's over here in my part of the woods.
Yep.
In
Bugs
Australia,
Bunny. Bugs Bunny always said Walla Walla. I'm headed to Walla Walla and Pismo Beach.
So you're by Walla Walla Park?
Not far from Walla Walla. I'm about an hour's drive, maybe an hour and a half. I grew up closer.
Umatilla, right?
Umatilla, yeah, the Umatilla Indians
Umatilla.
and
Yeah.
all those folks, and the Yakimas, and yeah.
Yeah, they speak Algonquin. I could probably go on the reservation and speak to most of them in their native long tongue. But they're Anishinaabe too, so. My
We have the
grandmother.
Spokane tribe. The tribe Spokane is here.
Yep. I know where you are. I won't say, don't worry.
Oh, I'm sure you know exactly where I'm talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the Spokanes have a set of casinos now and all kinds of stuff, and a gas station and a bunch of other stuff in the area now, making money. They had nothing for a long time.
Yeah, we call ours fire keepers. You know, the 5 fire keeper spirits. Know anything about that?
Don't know about that one.
Hello? Is anyone here? Is no one speaking?
What?
I also have a reason why I think the Earth is flat. So you know how Batman is a DC comic? Yeah. So because of Batman, he was able to travel across the Earth.
You're not original, bro. Try again. Try again.
Man, no.
You mean original? There is no original. My theory is original. Batman
Last chance. Try again, or baby.
traveled across the Earth 5 times. So it proves the theory that there's a dome on the Earth because Batman was able to do it.
Batman did what?
He traveled across the Earth 5 times, and in those 5 times, he went over and he showed that it's not a sphere; it's flat. And so what was it? Whatever his name is, the owner of Marvel, he's trying to.
He's still going. He's I'm gonna plow right through it. Let's go.
Never put Batman together with Flat Earth, but okay.
What are you talking about? Have you met Bong Sal, aka Batman? Yeah, this ain't original at all. We've heard it before. So.
I must never caught that.
You never heard Bong Sal talk about Batman?
Yeah, we already destroyed his globe, so now he's just, focusing on other things he can believe in for no reason.
He's celebrating his freedom.
Cartoons everywhere. Cartoons.
Yeah, I heard about this really good deal where you pull out your teeth and the tooth fairy comes and Gives you like some pocket change for your teeth if you put them under your pillow.